In week 3, day number 1 kicks off with all Malaysian teams. First match of the week is Orange Lover Esports versus Team SMG. Orange Lover Esports was able to rise from the bottom with their amazing teamwork and synergy. They were able to take game number 1. In game number 2, Team SMG picked Martis, a hero which we have not seen for a very long time. We all thought it would be the game changer, but sadly it proved to no avail in game number 2 because Orange Lover Esports took the win, classic 2-0, as Kucha dominated the first game and the second game, being crowned MVP with Balmon and Gadokacha.
And in the second match of the week, the match of who is the strongest hypercarry here in MPL, Red Reborn versus Todak. And Chiku proved himself from Todak to be the better carry, coming in from Malaysia. In the first match, we saw Todak showing respect towards Mao's heroes by banning all of them, including 1-1 and Roger. At first, Red Reborn was in the lead, but however, a clutch play being made by Chiku here secured the Lord and changed the entirety of the game and taking the first win from Red Reborn. And in the second game, as Todak continued to show respect towards banning towards Mao here, Red Reborn's reply was banning Chiku's heroes instead. However, Mao surprised us with the Hellcurt pick. We have to give credits towards Mao's strategy here because he was the assassin. He dominated, he killed everybody and securing another triple kill here in MPL Season 6, tying the match 1-1. In the final games of the game, we saw an easy storm coming in from Todak as they dominated the entirety of the game from early until the end, with 4 Maces, famed Yuzhong assisting the team, taking it to 2-1 with Team Todak. And today, we will have Geek Fam versus Todak and Forsaken versus Divinity Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, of course, we're going to be having a lot of exciting games and epic plays as well. A very clear example was yesterday in week 3, day number 1. But all this is currently thanks to our sponsor, Udo, the official digital telco in Malaysia. And all these amazing graphics and stage is all presented to you by Moontun. And of course, your casters for today is going to be myself, Lenley, also known as Yololi. And joining me once again is Terrence, also known as ICBaby12.
What's up people, beautiful people here. We have seen some amazing games coming in week 3. Yesterday's games was intense, it was hard, and like we said as well, it was a proof to who was the better hyper carry here. It was none other than Chiku from Todak. But today's match, we are going to see some interesting match here because in week 3, as the day goes by, we are going to see the teams continue to strive for those placement points here in the regular seasons. Will they be able to achieve and overcome all odds and making it to the playoffs? That's going to be the key objective here. But today's match here, we are going to see another Malaysian team going up against Malaysia as well. So we do know that Todak is going to be playing today, and we are going to be seeing Geek Fam as well because Geek Fam, despite the loss against Red Reborn, they're itching to make a comeback for this. Will they actually topple down Todak? Because currently we know Todak is by far having a 100% win streak.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. But anyway, let's bring up the schedule for today. So our first game, stated by Terrence as well, it is going to be Geek Fam versus Todak, the Malaysian team versus the other Malaysian team. And continuing our last BO3 of today is going to be Divinity Esports versus Forsaken. Now this is literally, today is literally civil war coming between inside this MPL for week 3, day number 2 here. But like you stated about Geek Fam and Todak, I also want to point out a little bit on Divinity Esports and Forsaken as well, because it's been a while because we have not really decided or classified where does Divinity or Forsaken stand inside this entire MPL? I mean, sure, currently in the standings, which we'll be definitely seeing later, they're currently halfway somewhere in the middle, but we cannot really classify on what kind of plays or their true strengths inside this entire tournament, because in the very beginning, it was very shaky for them, but after that, couple of games they started looking very solid, started becoming a little bit better in the drafting. Now this is week number 3. We're halfway through the MPL, so this is pretty much the prime time which we finally get to know where does Divinity or Forsaken finally stand inside this tournament.
Yeah, considering how Divinity and Forsaken, they have never met each other throughout the entirety of the journey here in MPL. Even in the qualifiers as well, they were just brothers in arms, trying to make their way, representing from Singapore. And eventually, for them to actually play now and seeing how the progress here, it's hard to actually gauge where they are in the leaderboard as well. But hopefully, on the good side, we think that honestly, Divinity Esports is going to be like the much favorable team here, I guess, just because of how much they've proven themselves and they have the experience to play with. But that's the thing. Forsaken has only played one game. They have yet to proven their standings here. So as you can see on the scores as well, Forsaken Divinity Esports is going to be 6th and 7th place, and they are still a little bit far off here to actually gauge whether are they going to be pushing up top or is it going to be the bottom side. But enough of Divinity Esports and Forsaken, because that's the team who's going to be playing by the end of today.
Correct.
This first opening match here. Todak going up against Geek Fam. Oof.
It's going to be a really intensive game as well, because I'm pretty sure Todak is really happy, managed to get all the way to top number 1 after taking the win of Red Reborn 2-1. By the way, if you guys missed yesterday's game, you guys can definitely recheck it back on the MLBB page. And while you guys are at it as well, you can find us at our 2 social media pages, both on our Facebook tag and Instagram as well. It is going to be for our Facebook, it is at MPL-MYSG, whereas for the Instagram, it's going to be at mpl.mysg.official. And at the same time, not just on our 2 social media, you can also find us on Astro Arena and EGG Network. By the way, coming back to the standings here, Terrence, we saw a lot of great plays, and I also stated as well, this is the 3rd week of the MPL, halfway through the regular season as well. And for the first time, we are seeing new heroes, or not to say new heroes, uniquely picked heroes which we never have not seen for the past 2 weeks. And in particular as well, is that Kufra. We saw Kufra being banned most of the time. We also saw Kufra, even though it was open in the pool, but no one went to pick for it. And yesterday was his first appearance, and E1 did a really amazing job with it.
Yeah, speaking of the Kufra pickup as well, considering that E1 did prove himself to want to be one of the better teams here against Red Reborn, but at the same time here today against Geek Fam, because Geek Fam is known to have the famed Kufra pick here. In this case, Zorn has proven himself to be one of the best Kufra players throughout Season 3 all the way to now. And a lot of teams here, especially on the interview as well, all the teams mentioned that Zorn is not a player they do want to play against as well. And do they want to let the Kufra slide? That's going to be a different question. But the question here would be, have the teams adapted and learned from Todak? Because Todak currently on the top of the standings from yesterday's performance against Red Reborn. And we throughout the weeks, we see that Red Reborn, they don't bleed. They seem to be the fearless leader on top of everyone. They seem to be the strongest team. And guess what? Todak found a way to clutch the 2-1 against them. And because of that, people started to realize, hey, maybe this is Red Reborn's weakness. But in that match as well, it was so epic that they also showed a little bit of weaknesses coming in from Todak. Maybe the teams coming in regular season will adapt. In this case, Geek Fam, I'm pretty sure they was watching yesterday's match as well. They will adapt and figure out, hey, maybe Todak has a weakness here. Maybe we can actually topple down the leaderboard. Maybe gods can lead as well.
Calling Todak as a god is like, whoa, that's like freaking epic for me. So, but yes, there's a lot of reason for it as well, because there's a lot of time they really want to build up for themselves. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing up the players' introduction video between Geek Fam and Todak. It's going to be epic, so production, take it away, because we want to see.
Tim Geek Fam ni boleh nampak daripada season lepas, dia mendapat nombor 2. Saya rasa dia memang sangat strong untuk season ni sebab dia punya player pun sama saja.
Todak lah, sebab they are tempat ketiga punya M1. Ya, dia orang banyak achievement.
Persediaan kita orang baguslah sebab kita orang hari-hari training 10 jam lagi pun kita orang dah banyak player yang berpengalaman untuk adapt situasi macam stress, pressure semualah.
Sekarang ni persediaan tim Geek Fam saya bagi 8.5/10 lah sebab sekarang ni kita orang masih tengah mencuba benda-benda yang baru sebab this upcoming season kita orang kan ada 10 band. Kita orang kena cuba like hero apa yang sesuai untuk 10 band, hero apa yang kita orang rasa akan kena ban.
Kita orang duduk satu rumah, main game sekali. Communication kita orang kiranya baguslah sebab main dalam satu rumah kan.
Bonding kita orang memang rapat lah macam adik-beradik lah. Sebab dulu kita orang ada psychologist lah. So psychologist tu datang and then kita orang bincang semua masalah kita situ and then get to know each other better.
Kalau team ada buat mistake, saya akan chillkan orang lah. Cakap relax dulu, fokus game sampai habis lah.
Kalau ada problem in game ke apa ke, biasanya saya akan cakap kat orang, santai. Kita kena fokus game ni bagi menang, main happy tapi respect orang. Sekarang ni kita orang pun dah ada coach, training lebih efektif lah dengan coach. Coach tu banyak tolong kita orang lah.
Kita orang akan kaji korang punya gameplay untuk counter balik dan untuk lawan korang sampai menang.
Well, there you have it, the interview between Geek Fam and also Todak. They've made their piece, both of them, they've pretty much made their preparations as well.
Yes.
And speaking of which here, there's one thing I want to highlight as well. Having a psychologist and a coach here will help excel Geek Fam's performance. However, like I said as well, there are multiple angles when it comes to coach as well, because when it comes to, there are analytical coaches, there is also the mental coach as well, which
Correct.
proves to be a huge impact into the game. Hopefully, Geek Fam will be able to overcome their odds here. But as of now, this is going to be the player profiles and the players going to be playing for you guys today. For those of you who do not know who these guys are, these two teams are from Malaysia, and Geek Fam is going to be starting off with their roster with Dominus, Zorn, Arts, Ozuroveki, Fix, and Ruppel.
They have been performing really well as well, as we all know as well. Geek Fam, one of the strongest mechanical team we have ever seen here inside Malaysia. But Team Todak, not too far behind because they're slowly clawing up to really catch up to them, because they know not too far behind, they really want to earn that championship spot. They have to get over a wall like Geek Fam. But anyway, bringing it down to Team Todak, we have E1, Chiku, Moon, X-Ray, Formas, and Stu. Although we did not see Stu playing yesterday, we saw Formas playing such an amazing game with this Yu-Jong. But most importantly, I really want to highlight in game number 3, that one that really popped off the entire team in that game between Red Reborn was Moon and Formas. Moon in particular, all of his abyssal arrows, so on point, so consistent that it terrifies me. It sends chills down my spine. I get so hyped up, but I'm like, yo, that is very scary, Moon. Seriously, his precision, his timing, his execution is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, when it comes to the Selena pickup as well, considering that throughout the weeks we've been looking at the fighter meta, and just because of how the drafts has become changed as well.
Correct.
In Season 6, where we are going to see 10 drafts, 10 hero bans instead of the usual 6. So it does have a lot of more openings and flexibility to play here. That's why the fighter meta has kind of emerged into this territory. But people tend to forget of the mages as well. So speaking of mages here, we have excellent mage players coming in from Geek Fam, none other in the name of Dominus as well as Ozuroveki. They've excelled a lot on mages, and this is on the screen as well. This is pretty much your favorite hero picks here. It's going to be Tamus, Cho, Sicilian, Hylos, and Popo and Koopa. And the stats below is pretty much the total stats of all the games that we played with this hero throughout this entire season coming in from Geek Fam. So far so good. We do see a lot of magical bursts coming in. Cho, Zorn being really, really annoying on it as well. And he's proven himself not just as being one of the best tanks here from Malaysia, he's proven himself as one of the best Kufra, but he's also yet to state his mark as one of the best Cho yet, because we've seen a lot of Cho players coming in MPL.
And the thing is this, right? Like seeing the Cho, not only is Zorn was the best tank, I still see Zorn as one of the strongest playmakers here in MPL. It doesn't matter whether he's playing the Cho or even like any tank heroes here. You give him a hero, and he'll fill up the shoes on what the team is lacking. And same goes for Ozora Veki. They're both hand in hand, always trying to figure out on what can they do to really elevate the team. By the way, here is Team Todak's entire stat lineup here for their most big hero and the total KD they have with this hero. So we're going to be coming down. We see Cho on our dear friend on X-Ray, Yi Sun-shin on Chiku, our dear friend Moon with the Selena, amazing Selena play by the way. And E1, the big man himself, and initiative with Boxia. And the call, last but not least, is going to be the Khalid here. But seriously, E1, I'm still going to repeat exactly what Gideon and I said from the week number 1 is, where was this E1 back in Season 5? Because his initiative, his aggressiveness inside this MPL shown great new light to all of not just the fans, but us casters as well, because we are just so surprised on the amount of plays and the amount of positioning he really sets up for his team.
Yeah, nevertheless, I definitely agree that A1 has improved tremendously over the seasons as well, and not to mention he's also proven himself to be, has showed a lot of growth here. However, this is going to be the team stats between Geek Fam and Todak, and look at how wide it has been. And throughout the weeks, we said that, oh, it's going to get worse, it's going to get lower and lower, but it seems to me Geek Fam and Todak, they are getting higher here, and being one of the top dogs here, coming into its MPL regular season, this stats is no surprise, especially coming from these two teams. And for them to start things off, this is going to be an insane round between both these teams here, because Geek Fam, they are known for their flex picks. They are known to have multiple hero combos and strategies as well, like the difference of playing the fighter roles or even the mage compositions here. Whereas Todak, look at them, you know, they have insane GPM, they have insane damage here, and throughout the weeks, Chiku from Todak has proven to broke the highest damage per minute in the entirety of the MPL as well, with 7,000 over damage here. So it's no surprise that average team damage is one of the highest coming in MPL with 2,528. Average charges games, objective-wise, both teams are very likewise here. They have very similar strategies here, but it all comes down to the outplays. It's no longer about the outdrafts between those two teams here. Just like the match we watched yesterday between Todak and Red Reborn, it's all about the outdrafts, and then how do they outplay with the drafts? You know, with the drafts given, how are they going to play here? So in this case, Geek Fam and Todak, it's going to be a hard draft here, because compared to like Red Reborn, it's going to be specific targeted bans towards Mao. Whereas Geek Fam and Todak, it's going to be it's hard to do this, because considering how flexible Zorn and also Veki is, they have so much hero pools, they can pretty much just play anything. So it's whether or not can they force them in a situation where it suits themselves. Whereas Todak, they have shown themselves as well. Like, despite Ling on the Chiku, we've said that Ling was kind of nerfed as well. It was not that great. Chiku was kind of struggling on times again. But eventually, it all came down to the outplays, the decision-making made by the team as well, which makes Todak currently one of the top dogs coming in regular season.
But also at the same time, just looking from this stats as well, you can definitely have a good rough guess on and knowing as well on what kind of playstyle they really want to go for. We see Geek Fam being very mechanical, being very objective. Although sure, kills participation is an option for them, but they still like to prioritize that objective and their mechanical plays. Whereas Todak, they like to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more on point on those kills. By the way, here is your head-to-head between Arts and Formaz. This is pretty much a comparison between both of the side laners and both of the fighters here inside this entire game. So we saw Formaz yesterday, a very clear example of how he really brought out the true strength of Yutong. I know some people straight away, some people before in the past 2 weeks, that they're like, you know what, Yutong is more like a 50-50. Seems broken, but may not be broken at the same time. He got a couple of nerfs, but the amount of kit that Yutong brings inside the game is absolutely crazy, and Formaz really showcased how it's really done. Whereas Arts, his Thamos in that one game, storm that lane, storm every team fight, until the point where his presence is so big, the entire opponent hyper carry, and Tax told himself, I want to aim the hyper carry. But there's Arts. we have to control both of these at the same time, or we have to make a decision on how they want to do this.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. Considering that this head-to-head here is based off the interview as well, we had with Geek Fam from Arts here. He stated that he's actually one of the best off-laners coming in towards MPL, and he's actually challenged 4Maze on live stream as well, saying that he's going to be the best one, and he thinks 4Maze is the second best off-lane here coming in this season. So this is going to be a battle between Arts and 4Maze as well, whether or not can they prove their worth, whether or not the off-lane is going to be able to dictate the pace of the game here. We know Chiku and Mao was the one that set the tempo here, but this game, yes, despite we have Chiku going to be playing with Todak here, will Arts prove his worth here? Because as the best off-laner, it's not just about winning their lanes, it's about setting the entire pace of the game. In this case, whether or not Arts can prove that he is the best or not is going to be dictated in this game.
Definitely for sure. And remember as well, if you guys remember from last week, week number 2, like Terrence, you said as well, he called them out. He said, not to really say like, I challenge you, but he knows that he really want to face him because he knows what kind of play is he really want to go for. But anyway, here is the map prediction on exactly where they're going to be line and what kind of line they're going to be going for. So it's a very standard, Terrence, we both can see and everyone else can see, a very standard 1-3-1, knowing from the past few games on how they're going to be playing like. So I wouldn't, although they put X-Ray against Arts, I wouldn't be surprised if 4Maze or even Arts just sort of told their team captains like, hey, you know what, maybe put me against 4Maze or put me against Arts. Try not to split us apart because we really want to try to control each other as much as possible, especially since if with this 1-3-1 meta, everyone is going to be prioritizing on this rotation. So the side laners is always going to be very crucial in this plan.
Yeah, it's actually quite hard to actually predict the rotations or the positionings here, especially coming from Geek Fam, just because of how flexible they are. Because Becky, last week as well, we did see him play a Popo Koopa. Instead of laning in a solo lane here, he was actually opting to pair up with Dominus to actually dominate and roam around on the middle lane. So it's hard to actually predict whether or not where they're going to be laning Ozoro, Becky, and Rumple in this situation as well. And occasionally we did see a glimpse of Zorn playing the marksman role, which is kind of expected when it comes to playing to one of the bottom teams, I guess, when it comes to Geek Fam as well. They like to flex all around, they like to experiment a little bit here. you can see that Geek Fam is just not trying their best. Like, you can tell that they're just experimenting and discovering whether or not what's going to work. Or, in this case, like we said, regular seasons are regular seasons, okay? It's going to be determining whether they are okay playing like this against this particular team. It's all about studying your opponents, not showing too much and studying. Because throughout the previous seasons as well, we know everything in regular seasons, when it goes to the playoffs, when it goes towards the playoffs, everything you've learned in regular season will be thrown down the garbage bin. And in this case, Geek Fam is one of the teams have not shown their fangs yet. They've been literally just stomping their way through casual games here. Yes, arguably they've lost against Red Reborn, but you could tell they were still holding back. It feels like they're still holding back their arsenal, and they're just not showing their fangs yet. But of course, now on the predictions-wise, Geek Fam, 81 audience prediction here.
81, guys, seriously.
Against Todak, despite Todak completely taking Red Reborn for a joyride yesterday here. And Todak currently standing on top here. This is quite a predicament here. Is Geek Fam going to show their fangs today? That's going to be my question here, because they are currently in the 5th place and they need some wins to secure the top 4 spot to be in the upper brackets to go into the playoffs.
The thing is this as well, right? Like, so definitely after witnessing Todak's game yesterday, is absolutely crazy against Red Reborn, and also at the same time, Geek Fam, I believe, like you said, I believe they will show their fangs in today, because yesterday we saw E1 bringing out the Kufra, a pick which we have not seen him play compared to his usual pictures like the Baxia and all the very mobile heroes, right? So now we know, like, okay, this is week number 3. Week number 1 and 2, reconnaissance week. Players, teams researching, figuring out what's the strat, what's the play, what can they go for, and instantly with this week number 3, we see teams started bringing up their best. But anyway, let's quickly jump into the drafting between Geek Fam and Todak, and Geek Fam starting on the blue side, so they have first pick and first bans. What's your thoughts about this, Terrence?
Well, as you can see, Ozoro Veki is pretty hyped up here, and he's can't wait to actually beat down Todak. So I'm expecting that Geek Fam may actually go all out this game. And like we said, Arts calling out has one of the best offlaners coming in this MPL here. He's calling out Todak, and this is going to be a challenge here, whether or not if Arts is going to be proving themselves. But let's let's take a look whether or not if Chiku decides to take a back seat here. Like, you know what, Formace, you've proved yourself. You can't play the game yesterday. Why not just dictate this pace for you? You know, take a back seat here and let him go all out on a 1v1 match against Arts. But that's gonna be a tough battle because right now they are gonna be banning off heroes here. I wouldn't be surprised if they prioritize the Selena ban, which immediately being banned out from Todak, knowing that Geek Fam, they can play a lot of mages.
That is true, but at the same time, we're going to be seeing whether both Geek Fam and Todak really want to prioritize banning on this Yuzhong and Khalid, especially on the side here of Todak, because they know Geek Fam will have first pick here. So instantly, Yuzhong and Khalid is going to be banned for the other side of Todak, and Geek Fam, on the other hand, bans the Hilda. This just tells me that they really do not want to give them any early aggression possible. And with the passive coming from Hilda, her early game phase is absolutely insane because her passive just allows her to, once she goes inside the bush, she gets her shield and even a little bit of HP regen. But yes, Todak follow up with the Yuzhong ban.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff, I guess, when it comes to the Yuzhong ban. Like, it's kind of like a no-brainer. It's kind of let it slide as well, considering how powerful the Yuzhong has been proven himself here in MPL. Even though despite the nerfs here, it is still a force to be reckoned with. But to start things off here, Geek Fam, they are in the third ban. So it seems to me Marksman department is completely ignored. They're taking out all the main heroes here. Surprise enough, the Cho and Kufra completely letting off as well. Are we going to see the Kufra game this game? We might actually consider it here. Seems to me they will prioritize on the far side ban. Seems to me both of the majors coming from both teams is pretty much taken out, and the Kufra may be in play coming this game. And the Digi as well, surprise enough, completely ignored yesterday. We did see it being banned in second game here, but Todak has not, Red Reborn did not play it eventually, and Todak has not shown himself to be playing the Digi strat as well, except for Resurgence though. But seeing how this game is going to go, Farsa being banned, there's going to be a lot of mages already taken out of the pool, so Uranus being taken out as well, so a very limited offlane pools being in the pool as well, likewise with the mage, but Marksman completely going to be untouched, I guess. There's going to be Yishun Sin for sure, likewise for the Roger. Whether or not they can play around it is going to be the question here. So Geek Fan, who are they going to prioritize now?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to lock in either Esmeralda or even the Khalid, but if they do pick the Khalid here, then follow up on the side here Team Todak, then they are going to be able to pick and lock down for themselves a Cho, followed by even another mage support to really follow up with that. But either way now, first pick, they have their eyes on this purple Koopa, but in the end, they're still going to follow up with the Khalid. And now instantly, I believe they're going to be trying to get a controller that to really phase out this quicksand guard of this Khalid.
Yeah, just a little bit information to the people watching as well. Esmeralda is definitely a hot pick here. However, for this week, it's pretty much banned out. So we are not going to be able to see the true power of Esmeralda. So that's going to be unfortunate because now for the teams to actually adapt their playstyle, that's going to be a tough one here. But the Popo Koopa was pretty much hovered from side Geek Fam. We know they can play it as well. We do see the Singapore teams as well, who's currently in the middle of the pack, also prioritize on the Popo Koopa. And we've seen a lot of success in that regards. But seems to me the Popo and Koopa will be completely ignored. But Todak will prioritize on the Cho Kufra to set the tempo. So this is going to be a A1 Kufra, and then probably a X-Ray. X-Ray Cho, I guess.
It's going to be an X-Ray Cho, but the reason why I called out that the Cho is definitely going to be picked here because with the Jikundo, you're able to really, not really, I wouldn't say stun, but really just stop this channel from this quicksand guard of this Khalid. And don't forget the kid that Cho able to bring inside this game, very mobile with the Shunpo, able to control with the Way of the Dragon, will be proving a very huge addition for the side of Team Todak's lineup. But Geek Fam on the other hand, hovering over this Yishushin, I know they will lock down this Yishushin, but this Arcs confirm is gonna be a Thanos because he's been really great with it. And knowing as well that he might be going out with a potential Cho or maybe another additional fighter, he wants to ensure picking a really safe laner to go up to any unidentified fighter coming from the side here of Todak.
Yeah, the Tamos pick here is going to force Todak to immediately pick off their off-laner heroes here, and there's not really a lot of left. But at the same time, it might be an off-lane Cho. So in this regards, we might see a Formace playing the Cho, but the Link will be prioritizing from beside Todak. So we are going to see a little bit of mobility here. And currently from beside the Geek Fam, 3 of the heroes has no hard CC to actually catch off
Correct.
the Todak's Chiku. So in this regards, we are going to see the Chiku's Ling in this game, and they might consider banning off the Baxia or any kind of heroes that can actually catch him off. And Cecilion is not the best hero here for Geek Fam, so it's going to limit the mage pool away from Geek Fam in this regards here, because right now there are not really a lot of mages who can actually catch the Ling as well. And likewise for the Loi pickup here, we see Ozoroveki prioritizes on that occasionally as well. It's not that great, but the high loss pickup would be kind of nice in terms of healing potential from Geek Fam, which they can experiment. But because of this Ling pickup, it's going to be a tough spot for them to actually prioritize. Do they pick it or not? But the Purple Koopa would be a great pick from Geek Fam. They will be banned off from side of Todak, so this is going to leave up a very little options from side of Geek Fam here. The Valir is still in the pool, but it's not that great against dealing with Ling here, because they need something to actually burst down the Kufra or maybe even the Cho here, and Cecilion is not that mobile in that regards as well, so they are going to be having a really rough game here. And you can see Geek Fam, they are going to be taking their time. How are they going to ban this?
I mean, honestly, like coming from the side here, instead go for the jungle, which is really great as well because they really want to melt things down. But the Ling, we have seen Ling's picks inside this entire MPL season. I wouldn't say it's the best pick or priority pick. It has its pros and cons. It has its wins and losses. But in this case, Todak, just seeing the first three lineup, they know, like you said, there's very little control here to catch this Ling, and it's pretty much when they first banned the Purple and Koopa, instantly it tells us and the viewers as well that they really want to try to ban off as much of those supports that's able to control and lock down this Ling as much as possible. Although Geek Fam, I wouldn't be surprised if not many mage supports are not open in the pool. I wouldn't be surprised if they still want to opt for this Valir or this Kagura, because it is still a really great disengagement skills on the amount of initiation coming from the side here of Todak. And now Veil. Interesting.
This is something I've been bringing up to the table for quite some time as well. And like I said, they've taken out the mage pool. Yes, the Veil does a lot of controls, a lot of damage. It's a little bit easier to get out of situations here.
Correct.
But seeing how a lot of this mage burst is being taken out of pool. Look at this. There's Selena, we have the Chang'e, we have the Farsa, we have the Whale. There's not much mage left in the pool, and it's going to limit the hero pools coming from Geek Fam and Todak here, because right now both of these teams have not picked their mage role, and I think Aurora is still kind of in the pool as well, which is playable. It gets the job done, and I think the Aurora pickup would be nice to deal with the Ling as well. As soon as he jumps in, immediately go in for the Frostbear, and the Cecilia ban is going to limit the hero pool here from Moon as well. So what kind of mage are they going to pick? Because right now they're stuck. Do they pick the Aurora or not?
I think for the side of Todak, it would be really great for both teams. It would be really great if they really want to opt for both the Valir or the Kagura, because it has a really nice setup. Or in this case, I think I may just be calling it out, but Diggy just looks right in the middle here. Really great in the middle. He has a great amount of control with the reverse time. He has the time journey as the time-based skill. But anyway, yes, Todak opting between Valir or Kagura, they will lock the Kagura for themselves. Now Geek Fam, do they want to take this Valir or pick someone to nuke against all their initiations?
This is really tough here coming from Geek Fam, just because of like how much control the Kagura is going to provide as well. Likewise with the Kufra, but Geek Fam is forced in the situation they have to pull out their pocket stretch here. They hovered over the Vexana, which we've seen a little bit buffs and tweaks here, but it does not give enough control here. But looks like we might see the Diggy. The Estes pickup is going to be considering as well, but they will have also the Camellia to worry about. But I'm a little bit worried here because they do not have magical damage here, but this is going to be a very tanky and annoying strike here if they decide to go for the Faramis and the Camille.
Come on, bring it in. I know, I recall it. Diggy is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Double mage, double nukers. So in this case, I told you to there was Diggy is going to be coming because it fits the role. But the problem about this is, coming from the side of Geek Fam, they are lacking a really strong initiator here. So in other words, they're going to be highly dependent on catching, setting up this early game tempo, follow up with the Mountain Shocker and the reverse time. They're hoping with the presence of Diggy, the aggressiveness that's going to be coming from this Diggy feeding strat, they should be able to set a fast tempo against Todak.
Yeah, the Diggy strat here is going to be great to actually mess up Kufra's initiation here, and the time journey is going to be great here, but they're literally putting all their eggs and baskets in towards the feeding Diggy again. And if it doesn't work out, Todak is gonna storm their way through here. So
That's
hopefully, who's gonna be playing TDK from Geek Fam? That's gonna be my question here, because we talked about this coming from last week as well. Hey, we might see a lot of DK pickups here. Yesterday we did not see it here, but to start things off in this first match, we are gonna be seeing the Diggy here between Geek Fam going up against Todak. Who will be victorious here? Because now all eggs and baskets are up on this Diggy's gameplay.
Yep. Honestly, I can tell you this, I really want to see an Ozaraveki on this Diggy because I have a good feeling he is definitely going to be taking that role for himself. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, jumping to game number 1 of week 3, day number 2 between Geek Fam and Todak. This is the Land of the Dawn, and of course, thank you so much from the production for giving us such an amazing graphics, and of course, amazing plays for all our amazing viewers and teams. And then we're coming back into the middle lane. They're still going to go for this 1-3-1. Oh, this time Ozaraveki, he's going to go with the Khalid, and Rumple is on the Diggy.
Well, seems to be they are going to go annoy the heck out of people here as Todak. They are going to take significant amount of damage here. Rumple will begin his journey here, but seems to be he's not going for the support emblem of dying here. He's actually going for the mage emblem here, so he's gonna deal a lot more damage compared here, but seems to be the feeding Diggy has begun. He's died twice already here. He needs 7 time to reduce his entirety of the goal, but he is gonna begin to annoy the heck out of Todak.
You know, very interesting enough, like with his emblem and also with the Retribution hero spell, he's literally following exactly what KZP was using last week, where he's going to be very objective, even though yes, he's going to die, but he's going to ensure that he's taking objectives, taking buffs, stealing away, zoning him out. Even in this case, he's being such a nuisance. He was trying to steal the crab, but sadly, unfortunately, Todak already anticipating. That's pretty much why we see Todak constantly sticking, and once again, Rumple will fall for the 4th time.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call here to actually go in to fight them off here, but the Diggy is continuing going to feed his way through here. But as you can see, Ozaraveki going to try to provide a little bit of assist here, but they are annoying him. But at the same time, economy-wise, Todak is still leading here. They're pretty happy about this. And on the contrary, there is no bounty hunter available on Chiku.
But the thing is this, they didn't. I feel they didn't want to go for the bounty hunter strat because they also realized, all right, fine, you want to go DK strat, it's fine, but we're going to be very aggressive. That's pretty much why we saw Geek Fam going with the early blue buff invasion. But E1 spots out Ozaraveki, pops a bouncing ball just to get away and disengage with safety. Formez, on the other hand, with great information and communication from his team, he's definitely going to be able to escape from such an onslaught.
Yeah, what a mind games here for him in Todak. You can see that A1 was deciding to go in for the kill, just to go in for the fight here. However, Arts now with the Purify, he's going to try and survive his way through here, but he's getting bursted down, and there's no way he's going to survive this. And at the same time, you can see Rumple is trying his best to delay the punch here coming from Todak, but it is just not working out. Having the Link so mobile and nimble, he's going to be able to rotate out of the range of this Diggy.
Definitely out of the range for sure. But now, the thing is this, Rumple trying to find objective, trying to give them a little bit of information. He pops back out of his egg. Once again, knowing the blue is out as well, he's going to see if he can try to snipe it for himself. But just pretty much why you see E1 and Moon constantly sticking, constantly finding Rumple, and instantly, not even allowing him the chance to steal this blue, they instantly divert their full attention on Rumple.
Yep, this is where Diggy will really shine here. He's 7 times, he's not going to give any kind of go here. This is where he will start doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately say, Chiku, they will not fight on him here. They will focus on those hearts here, as Arts will get taken down. Just like that, and the turtle will be in the vicinity as well. You can see A1, he's trying to throw his body here, hoping that Rumple will kill him off, and this feeding Diggy strat will start to repel here, but the time journey has been expanded as well, but the turtle will bow out as the turtle will get secured by Todak.
No, this is exactly what Todak is supposed to be doing. The initiative. They know they have, on the side here of Geek Fam lineup, no strong initiator, no strong follow-up either. So they have to fully dependent on how much information and how much damage Rumple can do in the initial part of the game. By the way, coming back to this ball lane, 1v2, Formez trying to hold down the line, but eventually he will be shut down by Zorn as he easily picked him up as the Navy Admiral himself.
Yep, Todak, you can see they're just going to go for the objectives once again here. Chiku going for the steal. He manages to get it here, and he is going to make a run for it. But look at the plays here coming from Todak. They're just completely ignoring the Diggy as of now. They know there's no point killing him here. Why give them the benefit of the doubt, whereas they're going to be focusing on the lane. However, Geek Fam, they are going to take this opportunity to take the turret for themselves here. But A1 now, he's going to scout out Ozaraveki. Is he going to stop his way tracks here? But seeing Rumple's vicinity, I don't think it's worth it here. But will Todak be able to give the kill here? X-Ray will pike towards Rumple. Rumple with the time journey will catch their way through as well. Moon goes in for the umbrella, but not going to be able to connect the dot.
Now this is pretty much where like Geek Fam just slowly understands like, alright guys, we are losing the initiative. Todak is taking the initiative and they're aggressive by even coming down to this top lane. 1v1 between Chico and Ars. By the end, Ars realizing like, okay, it's a little bit too much damage coming out for Chico. I better back off for a potential rotation. And now coming back to the middle lane, X-Ray popping away the dragon, instantly pop Rumple off, and that is totally no problem for them. I just love the fact of coming from the members of Team Todak, constantly juggling this kill scores of this Diggy. But E1 walks into the brush, pops the Tyrant Revenge, and even try to pop up the rage, but it's not going to be enough as the Chico drops at the Temples of Blades. Finals are Ravaki, but it will be picked off by Formaz.
Yeah, Todak, they're taking full control of this team fight here and seeing how they ignored the Diggy here. They're just picking off important kills here. And I was just about to mention here, Zorn is farming up, but that's going to be the important kill to actually punch his way through here. And knowing that Todak, they have the link, their timeline is going to be very limited here. But Arts, he will take a tower for himself, so there's a little bit more map control. But X-Ray is in some trouble. He's going to get stuck in, and he's going to get pulled back, and there's no way he's going to survive this. Or maybe he will now.
Nope, never mind. Still get picked up by Arts, but at the same time, Turtle is going to be falling down towards the side here of Team Geek Fam. By the way, here comes Chico, finds Rumple. There goes the time generating with the reverse time. He will pop out the Tempest of Blade just to get out for some safety measures, but eventually Rumple will fall.
Oh, that was a close call there, but still Chico is still going on aggression here. He's gonna back out. He sees that Tamos is pretty much strong, but at a glimpse and moments here, we saw X-Ray try to give his kill towards the Diggy from Rumple, and you can see Rumple, he was debating whether or not should I last it, but he hold the trigger properly and did not get the kill. So this defeating Diggy strat is still going to be working out. But however, despite all odds, Todak is still taking the lead.
Ooh, Chico finds Ars, jumped into the middle of the wheel. Ars pop out even with the dragon, but coming up with the Tempest of Blades, he will definitely be able to snipe Ars. And coming back to the middle lane, Moon will still be able to live with such a slimmer of HP. And now Formaz going to be getting a nice super kill on our dear friend Diggy.
Yeah, it's really tough for Rumple to go out of control considering that the Mage emblem is there and he's not actually doing much work just because of how there's actually breathing room for Todak to rotate in just because of the respawn time. And because of that, Todak is just abusing the fact that, hey, TK is not going to be alive all the time. So as soon as he's down, let's make a play. In this case, Rumple, despite that, having all the information to work with here, A1 is already up and tanky. He's got his Curse Helmet available very soon as well. Likewise for Formay. So slowly but surely, they do not have enough mage abilities here. Rumple getting baited out here. Ozoroveki pops the ultimate, and Todak won't disengage here. So knowing this, they are going to be trying to make a play, knowing that the Sandstorm is not going to be available soon.
Anyway, Rumple gets caught out once again. Going to be dropping a couple of alarm time bombs to see if you can try to zone them out. But you see E1 constantly taking step by step forward, but instantly another pickup on Rumple. But you see E1, he's positioning. He's trying to give a lot of information, trying to find a beautiful initiative, finds it, gets it, use the Tyrant Rage, locks him, allowing Moon to get a big mega kill for himself. Actually, still be able to run away with the support and still stay alive. And despite how low the members of Team Todak, they will live to fight another day. What an insane pickup, Terrence.
Yep, the turtle will be secured from Todak, but at the same time, you can see Todak, they have very low HPs here. Is it worth it killing the Diggy? Chico is like, you know what, I can just two-shot him, take him down. It's not really a problem here. It's just a minion. And it is quite no go, no problem. And he's going to continue to assault the blue buffs here. Here comes Tempest Base, but he clutches it with the Retribution as well. So that's going to be blue buff taken from Chico.
Dude, the best part about it, he also timed the Tempest of Blade. Not only was he able to steal the blue, but also get out and dodges the Raging Sandstorm coming out from Ozoroveki. But this game just got way even more harder because at this point, not only did Rumple invested quite the amount to go to the rest of the team and EXP, but they don't really have a dedicated initiative. They're so dedicated and focused on Rumple pushing in, it's so hard to really for them to follow up. Zone on the other hand, Ozoroveki finds 4 Maze, Desert Tornado. They try to lock him down, but here comes the little counter, but eventually he will fall. But that's going to be a trade-off for Rumple. But then again, Rumple, his job was meant to die either way.
Yeah, and getting the kill on Diggy is not that a big deal right now, especially for Todak. But most importantly here, right now, they're just slowing down the objectives. In this case, A1 with the clutch here, catching on Ozoroveki here, but I don't think he's going to be able to finish him off as well. A1, he's not too worried about the tickles as well. He doesn't need the regeneration here as the Little Wonder, and his passive ability is going to make sure his life is constantly going up as well.
Arts, the remaining members of Geek Fam as well, realizing that this game is just getting a little bit too scary and at the same time out of their hands. They're trying to get a lot more dominance inside the jungle. That's pretty much why you see Ozoroveki positioning himself near the bottom river bush, because he just want to make sure that none of the members of Team Todak is forcing and pushing them back too much. They need the jungle, they need the farm if they really want to turn this game around back towards their favor. And now we might see a really big clash between Ozoroveki and Formez at the bottom side.
Yeah, seeing how the game is progressing as well, Chiku is just out of control right now. He's got 10 kills so far, and I think there's about 3 to 4 kills up towards Rumples.
Correct.
But likewise, he is going to be topping numbers. He's already level 15. He's going to try and punish some of the players here, but in this case, Formez get caught out from side because Geek Fam here. He's tanking his way through, but can he survive this here? Because Chiku is on his way. He's going to try and finish up to Zorn here. Zorn juking from the sides here. Can he make it a dodge? Unfortunately, he will not. The burst coming from Chiku is just too great, and that's going to open things up because despite the Diggy here, now with the Lord knocking out now here, the Diggy is no longer relevant in this game.
Now the thing is that they brought the Cyclops inside this game in hopes so that they can actually try to control Chiku the minute he pops out of hiding with the star power lockdown. But it's so hard to take that into account where because of such a lead that Chiku and the rest of the team have, and the amount of initiators and catches, well, it just puts Geek Fam in a position where even if they want to position well for themselves, they have Team Todak has such a lineup where their gap closers are absolutely insane, very fast, very mobile, and most importantly, very agile.
Yeah, speaking of agile here, look at Chiku. His farming is just insane here. He's pretty much accelerator. He's got all his items up already in 11 minutes game.
Yep.
He's gonna hit hard, and pretty much right now from inside Geek Fam, they have to protect Zorn at all costs in this marksman department. And so far, Zorn has not been able to farm very efficiently here just because of how annoying Todak is opening up the map. And now with the turret falling out bottom side as well, Zorn getting dived in once again. Chiku will burst him down, and with this side, the Mountain Shaker not gonna do much. Rumple will fall as well. The Diggy is not gonna do much. Moon going for the controls, and Geek Fam, they're getting pushed back. There's nothing much they can do now.
Still holding on the line as well. X-Ray jumps to the mix in with the Jikundo, but definitely not going to be trying to follow up with the Way of the Dragon because it is still on cooldown. Although on the other hand, on the top side, here comes the Raging Sandstorm, able to connect on Formez, and even on E1, but sadly E1 has no immortality, so he will fall towards the top side. But Chiku making quick plays and decision, instantly rotates towards the bottom, and instantly pick up the bottom inhibitor.
Yep, the idea of having dominances bursting his way is just insane here. For Chiku back, they get a pick off, but is it worth it though? Can they stop Chiku? Because Rumple, once again, he's bowing out. He's got 1 kill on Rumple now, and this is going to completely reset the death here. So entirely, Todak is going to be pretty happy about this year. Rumple or no Rumple, this time is going to be minions with a lot of gold.
This is really unfortunate, the fact that Rumple accidentally got a kill off of one of the players here. But then again, now with such a lead that Team Todak has, I believe Geek Fam at this point decided, like, you know what, play a little bit properly, play a little bit more objectively. But anyway, Ozoroveki, with the assistance of the team, he will barely get away, but the snipe coming in from Moon. Here comes the Tempest Blade coming up from Chiku. He's so low, but he's still alive. Moon getting the double kill, but sadly, eventually, Chiku will fall to dominance. But it doesn't matter, the damage has been done. 4 will fall. Ars is all alone, and Moon is constantly throwing spells after spells, and he is literally his skill shots is so on point. There's the Tyrant Revenge holding down, but with the lethal counter, he's gonna drop down a hammer, and 5 men will fall, and so will this first game.
My goodness, Todak very convincing here, and they've proven themselves how to deal with the Diggy strength here, with having more mobility to reach out of the grasp of the Diggy. So that's going to be the strategy here, but Todak perfectly understood it, and it worked out perfectly. So it's going to be 1 game for the side of Todak here. Hopefully Geek Fam will switch up game number 2 in terms of their drafts, because in game number 1, it felt a little bit off here because they did not have much mages left to play, and it was just so hard to decide. How do we deal with this link here? Do we pick the Aurora or not? And it seems to me having the Cyclops pickup was kind of okay. It works kind of similar to the Jawhead's ultimate, but it just did not have enough damage to actually out-steamroll Todak, whereas Todak is consistently keeping up with their farm.
The thing is this, right? Like, sure, lack of mages is one of the reasons as well, but there are still other mages in the pool you can really try to opt for. I believe it just comes down to what kind of... I believe in this case, it wasn't the mid support's decision of what was their problem. I believe their real problem was who was going to be the initiator and what mage support is going to be paired up with this initiator. And then they realized, you know what, maybe in this game we can try. We can try bring out a Diggy because in the end Diggy has to go first. He's gonna give vision. He has a lot of team fight skills as well. They decided to try it out. And Internet, once they picked the Diggy, they decided we still need to lock down this link. That's pretty much why they follow up with the Cyclops. By the way, this is the highlight currently brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom. As Terrence and I is going to walk with you guys what exactly happened inside this game.
Yeah, you can see immediately Rumpo, they start things off with the feeding DE strategy, but it's just, like I said, the emblem is quite questionable here because as slowly progress, okay, you can argue in the starting phase here, Diggy has a relatively low cooldown, regardless, low levels, it's fine, it's understandable. But when it began towards the mid game here, you can see Chiku from Todak, he's just stomping his way through, he's just able to outgrasp the range of Diggy, and constantly on the minimap as well, you can see Rumpo was like on the other side, and whenever he tries to annoy Chiku, Chiku is like completely dodging him, he doesn't really care, he just completely ignores him and just continues to go on a rampage. And in this regards, most of the time, by the time the mid stage of the game where Rumpo is already level 8, each time he's dying, you can see in this clip right here, the moment he dies, it's a 27-second cooldown respawn time as compared if he went for the support emblem, he might have a lesser cooldown time to be able to continue annoying Todak, which did not work out, and because of those kind of 10-second window, we just allow Todak to just run rampant, which is pretty much standard textbooks coming in from Todak, and I think it's just them outplaying the strategy, and I feel like the drafts itself here with the Cyclops, yes, you have the damage here. They needed a hard lockdown, and the only mage with proper hard lockdown and burst is pretty much the Aurora. But Aurora will lack in terms of mobility as compared to the Cyclops.
Yes, and the thing is that even if they went for the Aurora, I think because they just, like I said, they just had a hard time to decide who's going to be their frontline there. So I guess they just decided on their priorities was pretty much was what's the next best thing? Which hero can we bring inside this pool here, which has both tanks and even mage abilities? By the way, coming back into this game here, we can see once after a beautiful flame shot, by the way, a very beautiful flame shot coming in from Moon. No doubt about it, his skill shot plays is absolutely insane. But you see the majority of these members from the circles and this highlight as well, they clumped up because they know they're trying to run away as fast as possible. That's pretty much why they have this really funny clumping up positioning as well. We see Oz trying to on his way to assist the team, but the thing is this, if you look at it as well, Tamos has no choice but to try to fall back with the rest of the team, and because they're so clumped up, this just allows Chico to dish out a little bit more damage before he fell towards Dominus star power lockdown. But either way, the damage has already been done. It has already been set up for this team. Now all that's left is just pretty much for Todak to clean up the rest of the game and the members.
Yeah, and for them to dictate the pace here, it was super hard to actually decide. But eventually, I felt like Geek Fam, they just did not have enough drafts here because the final two mage picks here and knowing how the drafts actually went here, it was pretty much textbook plays coming from Todak. It was pretty standard for them. Chico was just out of his mind. And it's hard to catch him. You can see Chico is always dodging Rumpo all the way through. Why? Get the initial kills, get the initial goal to start things off. And you could see Chico was constantly just snowboarding into the farm. It's just after he got his basic items with the Raptor Machete, he was just going top, going to bottom, and you saw how quickly he cleared all those objectives in jungle, which made it so easy for him to actually rotate his way through. So itemization-wise, I'm really liking the Wind Talker here, and having the Wind Talker for the mobility and additional damage here allowed him to just do so much more as compared to getting the usual shoes. There's no point in getting a shoes armor link because like with shoes or without shoes, he's gonna be the one able to outrun everyone regardless.
And this is the rest of the itemization. It's just pretty much standard and very simple for the rest of the team here. But I just really want to point out here is just remember when we first came to after the drafting, we were trying to decide who was going to be playing this Diggy, right? We were trying to make the assumption because we already know Dominus is definitely going to be the mage, but he's going to be playing the Cyclops because such a role, which has a lot of high risk and a lot of control as well, cannot be given towards Dominus. It has to be someone who has really great knowledge and how to really play around this hero. That's why I pretty much assumed it was going to be Ozora Veki. But then when I thought about it when we entered the game, Rumple's hero pool, not very big, especially with this 10-man ban phase and with the current lineup and hero picks which they have. It's pretty much to show that Rumple is still struggling in upgrading his hero pool, especially with no tank picks at all for him.
Yeah, I think when it came down to the drafts here, like I said as well, the mage department, when it comes to high burst damage here, you can see a little bit more on the drafts, like high damage bursting mages.
Yep.
Farsa taken out, Chang'e taken out, Secedon taken out, Selena taken out, and all Veil on top of that from Todak is pretty much taken out as well, which I know is not really a pick where people always talk about. It's like, oh, well, why do not people pick it here? But that's the thing, it does have that damage burst.
Correct.
We know that Chico will die to this kind of burst here. We saw the glimpse of moments where Dominus on the Cyclops was able to do that, but in the early stage, it takes too long for a Cyclops to come online.
Yep.
Yes, you can say they needed it, but if Dominus had a different mage, in this case, I think Aurora, things would be a little bit more different, because regardless it's Cyclops or Aurora, they are gonna get dived on no matter what, and there's not much mages left. Like, yes, you can say there's a Lunox, there's a Guinevere,
There's a
but
Loi.
there's a Loi as well, but these are the heroes that it's hard to target a Link. And if, let's say, you go for the Guinevere, yes, it's okay, it's a signature for Dominus, but the Guinevere is not going to be able to catch Link on the wall, regardless, especially when the body is... the Guinevere is going to get pushed down from the wall to actually catch him off. So they needed something with a hard lockdown, and I felt like the Aurora pick would be much better compared to the Cyclops pick. But like I said as well, having no mages in the pool, Kagura being picked from Todak, last two pick, it needed to be some sort of magical damage output here, and having the Diggy, having the Cyclops just didn't do much here. You can see Kufra and Bauman was just able to just run rampant without dying at all.
No, that's the thing, pretty much why I always try to highlight everybody as well, that mage supports are also very important inside this game. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up the MVP. It's gonna be your boy himself, Chiku from Todak, because he's done over 4,713 damage inside that game, and of course 27% of the goal of the total team goal earned. Of course, he's gonna be farming throughout the entire game, and by far every hero that was been picked by Chico has been played and performed with pure excellente. Seriously, really well played coming from Chico.
Yeah, look at how efficient his farm as well. Gold per minute, 947 gold per minute here. And we saw how he was just able to just farm his way through.
Correct.
And even in the bottom fight where Zorn, they had a couple of fights here where Geek Fam picked off, I think it was 4 maze all by himself. As soon as they completed a spell, Chico was all the way in the top side of the jungle, and he rotated from the top side, jumping into the bottom side, and then engaging the fight, just destroying Zorn. So undeniably here, Chico definitely the MVP, the tempo setter as well, and the decision making to when to decide to kill Rumpo and not to engage Diggy here. I think it's undeniable that Todak was prepared for this Diggy threat after seeing the performance being played coming from last week's as well, from Resurgence.
I feel it just works towards on the side of Team Todak's favor as well with the lineup they have. They are pretty much able to go contest against this Diggy as well, because as you guys know, farming against a Diggy is definitely going to be difficult because he's going to be such a nuisance. So Team Todak in this entire game decided, you know what? If you're coming to us, we'll just kill you because we have better initiators. We have better people to really set up the tempo for themselves. And Chico inside this game, so many times we spot out compared to yesterday's game as well, there were some plays where Chico just a little bit of over-aggression, overconfidence, but this game today, he instantly sort of reset his mind, refreshed a bit. He's like, alright, my whole team, just now a very clear example was in that top lane, that top inhibitor, his whole team was diving on arts, but he didn't commit for that kill. He told himself, while you guys are engaging there, I will push this bot lane. I will get this bot inhibitor because I know we want to end this game objectively and not by the number of kills. Because it doesn't matter, you can have like so many kills on the kill score, but it doesn't matter if you lose the game. So Chico reset it, not being too greedy about it, gets all this objective for the team, and that's really amazing coming from Chico.
Yeah, and seeing how Dominus' signature heroes has pretty much get banned as well, which is kind of unfortunate as well, where we've seen him play with the 4-star, immediately being banning out as well. And I like how Todak has been studying every single team, even in top report. They know exactly, hey, this team, their signature hero is this, take him out, that's it. Game over. Even the Popo Koopa ban was very nice with the second phase as well. They needed something to be in the front lines. And like you said as well, for them, in terms of initiation here, Todak definitely had the better one. And despite having the time journey on the Diggy, but the whole idea of having the Diggy was pretty much to zone off the guys from Todak. But having the Link completely ignored, and yeah, you kind of want to zone the main core heroes. Yes, that's the idea. And if you can't do that, you'll zone the tank. But in this case, the unsung hero for me was E1 as well, because E1 is zoned at Kufra. Kufra is going to be super tanky. His first few itemization is going to be magic resistance. You're going to be negating all that. And when you try to zone him off, yes, you can argue that you can kind of mess up his regeneration here.
Yep.
But his passive doesn't get debuffed from any kind of auto attack. So for him to able to sustain draw lanes, that's the power of Kufra. So that's the reason why people pick Kufra. And on top of that, he does a lot of early damage as well. And I think like the high loss pickup early on would be great, but seeing how the draft went, the high loss wouldn't be a great pick against a Chiku Link in that regards.
It's really difficult on how they really want to try to plan the drafting. I believe in this case, Geek Fam, their priorities was just a little bit off because they, especially with the last pick of the Link, because they had first 3 picks. So they pretty much said it's not like, alright, we're gonna go with this. We're gonna go against a Cho, Kufra, and then let's see what's their third pick. Maybe it's gonna be a fighter. But instantly when they saw the Link, they're like, oh, we need to ban out mage, we need to ban out fighters to really deal with this. But on the side here of Todak, they didn't need to ban any more fighters because they're so confident after seeing who is the player lineup for Geek Fam. They know Zorn is going to be hyper carry. They know Arts is going to go to the side lane. They already know Dom is going to be the mage. They pretty much know what is going to be coming out. And seeing the first 3 heroes, they pretty much already dictate we just need to start banning out strong mage supports and control that will deal with our current lineup and composition. That's when the mechanics, the gears started rolling for Todak in their drafting. And once their gears started rolling, their gears started cracking for Geek Fam.
Yeah, I agree that when it comes to the player roster as well, I was surprised that Fix was not playing this roster, and Zorn was actually playing a marksman here, so not afraid of the front line that Zorn brings to the table as a tank. That's something to worry about as well, and knowing that Kufra has pretty much been taken out as well, that's something that is going to be hard to handle. Yes, we know that Geek Fam, they have a lot of flexibility, they can flex their way through, but I felt like the draft in terms of the opening picks here is going to dictate the pace here. Because why? We are going to be giving this the game number 2 right now. As you can see, the opening picks is going to dictate the tempo. Will Geek Fam be able to perform here? Because they are going to be the ones to play out whatever Todak opens up with here. In this regards, Selena being banned here, I'm pretty sure the Farsa is going to get banned as well. But Geek Fam, they are not looking too happy about this.
I think it definitely I'm going to be deciding on how Geek Fam really want to play, because this is the second game, so it's going to be all the counter drafting and counter bans, since they are also on the red side as well. So definitely they're going to be banning out the Yuzhong instantly for sure. They're not going to be able to they're not wanting to give it away, especially in the hands of Formes after witnessing yesterday. Todak, on the other hand, they are trying to decide, do they still want to allow Chico to play this hyper carry assassin, or want to bring out the marksman? Because by the time we have seen all this drafting and ban phase, is always about controlling, always about trying to prevent any amount of control or anybody who can hold down those assassin or even marksman picks.
Well, Popo Koopa being banned off this game off the bat here. So Geek Fam not going to be able to double pick the Popo Koopa if they want to, for a little bit of flexibility. Just because of how Ozoroveki is going to be able to transition to the later stage of the game here. So Todak having the first pick here, they are going to try and limit themselves. Do they play the Khalid or not? Because Yuzhong being banned, Khalid is in the pool as well. So likewise for the Uranus here to opening things up here. I'm pretty sure Geek Fam, they are going to be focusing on banning off the off lanes here, especially as Todak will love to open up with the picks here. But now respect ban with the Link. Is going to try and play it on ground rules. So I think Geek Fam, despite having the Link on the pool, now without the Link, they may actually improvise on their Digger Strike once again.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. The counter ban begins to reset after witnessing and playing and experiencing from the first game. So now with the Link ban, Terrence, there are, like you said, they are going to be having a more comfortable lineup and composition, because they now know they don't need to worry too much on controlling a Link. If a Lancelot gets picked, I'm pretty sure it's still better to control a Lancelot compared to a Link, because he's super mobile. But on the other hand, Team Todak last ban, and surprisingly, they banned the Kufra from the set. They're not going to be, E1 is not going to be able to play the Kufra, but this just shows that at the same time that they still want to opt for this assassin picks for themselves inside this game.
Well, because the previous game here, Hilda is pretty much being taken out as well. So we are going to be potentially seeing a Hilda pickup potentially coming up as well. Kufra being taken out here, so Zorn not going to be able to flex himself this game here. It's going to be piled out in a situation where he's going to be forced to play the marksman department again. Ling being taken out as well. Do they take the Roger or not? Because if they ban the Roger here, Todak will have the first pick here, and they will end up taking the Yushin Sin. So this is where Geek Fam, do they let them decide?
Not sure it's whether their style to play Yushin. I always feel it's like a very situational pick for them when it comes to Yushin for the side here of Team Todak. By the way, first pick here, they can opt for the Khalid if they want to go for it. But there is a Farsa as well. But never mind, they're going to lock down this Uranus because it was not, since Uranus was banned in the first game, and now he's going to be able to play in this gun.
Yeah, with the Uranus being let go here, Todak, they still have a lot of flexibility as well. They have this really, really strong side lanes here to actually dictate the pace here. So Geek Fam, they have to figure out how are they going to lane against 4 mazes Uranus, because the Baxia pickup to open things up is not going to be a great opening pick here. But fortunately for them, there is more mages to pick off here. Farsa is also in the pool, and having considered here, they may consider the Farsa and Khalid. Yep, immediately they will pick it out and lock it out for themselves.
Okay, now seeing there's a Khalid and a Farsa on their side, Todak, they have options to offer. They can go for Gato, they can go for Cho, they can go for Baxia or even a Hilda, because all of these heroes that I mentioned, they are really great at getting on top of this Farsa and now locking down the Yisu Shin. I guess mainly because once seeing the Farsa, they want to know where exactly this Farsa is going to be. That is going to be allowing this Cho to be able to get on top of this Farsa and control her and deny her from using her Feather Airstrike and putting out the amount of magic damage inside any potential team fights.
Yeah, we've seen Geek Fam in these kind of situations before. We're dealing with the Cho. They love playing around the terrains as well.
Yep.
They like setting up 2 walls behind the Farsa to actually set up in this regards for a little bit of disengagements. So Toda is going to have a rough time engaging these fights, just because, yes, they have the Cho. Uranus doesn't really go towards the backlines here, so the only threat right now is going to be the Cho pickup from Geek Fam, so they need something to actually stop their way through here. But this time, the improvised Diggy is going to be in the pool, so I'm really liking this draft way more compared to the first draft.
Okay, now now it's interesting. Now Toda has a more better idea on how to counteract this Digger, because right now Team Todak, they know they need to stop any initiators. They need to stop any potential frontliner that's going to be stopping them from getting on top of the rest of the team here, or unless they're going to be playing the exact same style which they did in the previous game, which was Diggy, the sole initiator, the primary initiator going inside this game here.
Yeah.
And hopefully they will pick a more better tank, so at least Ozoravaki will be playing this Diggy.
Well, Geek Fam now is in a much more comfortable position compared to game number 1 here, just because of how immobile Todak can be in this game. Yes, you can say Cho is going to be mobile, Uranus is going to be staying in the lane here, but Yishun Sin to fight against the Diggy is going to get annoyed all the way through here. And for Yishun Sin to actually run out of this situation and the Diggy constantly pressuring the Yishun Sin, Chiku is not going to have a rough time. So they need something to actually open a path here for Chiku to actually run out of the situation. So for putting in this current predicament here, it's going to be a tough one here. Because now the Lancelot being banned, there's still the Roger being grabbed as well. But seeing how the Farsa and Diggy pick up here, I don't think the Roger pickup is that great. But Cecilion being banned off here, so taking off a lot of more mages coming in. And the Chang'e is also in the pool, but yeah, Cecilion is a bigger threat compared to the Chang'e.
Yeah. Mainly because, like, on the other side here, in the hands of Cecilion, on the hands of Todak, they will be able to still control this Farsa inside this fight, and not just the Farsa, with the Sanguine Claws, you're able to get a hold of a majority of their heroes here, or any potential initiators that's going to be jumping on top of Todak. Now, final ban, Geek Fam trying to decide here on which mage support is going to be a huge nuisance inside this plan, and instantly they're going to ban out the Chang'e for good measures. I know you said Chang'e may not be a really great thing against their line composition, but it always depends in the hands of who is going to be playing this. And they remember, Moon loves this Chang'e as well. We'll find a ban. Claude instantly. That just shows that Toda doesn't want to give Geek Fam an opportunity to be able to escape out of certain scenarios, because we have Lancelot. What's the common thing between Lancelot and Claude? Lancelot, Thorn Rolls, able to mitigate and escape a bunch of skills. Claude, Battle Mirror Image, able to disengage and make fights very passive and get towards his backline on top of Chico.
When it comes to this as well, I think Geek Fam, they are much more comfortable in
like
this game. And I'm really liking the Ruby pickup as well.
I like it too.
But their final pick, Roger pickup, it's great. It's okay and workable, but they need some sort of damage here. Yes, Balmond would be a much better pick here, and just because of how much sustainability and damage he can dish out compared to Reapy here, which is more disruptive. And I don't think they need another disruptive hero in this regard. They already have the Diggy, and I'm actually liking this draft much more for Geek Fam. But the Hilda will be the reply from Todak. So this is gonna be a damage show tank Hilda coming from Todak potentially, and he's gonna be able to dive the back line. So Geek Fam, their final pick here is going to be a damage pick here, but Todak will be the one to dictate the pace. So their final mage, what is it going to be? Kagura still? Yes, it's going to be Kagura. So a little bit more control. And I'm liking this game 2's draft watch more. It's way much more 50-50 compared to game number 1.
I can tell you this for sure. This is not going to be a fun game for Farsight at all. Like having both Cho and even giving away the Hilda as well now, and even on top of the Mountain Shaka and Yi Su-shin, whoever is going to be playing this Farsight, I'm guessing is going to be dominant as well. He is not going to have a fun time. It's going to be an extremely hard game for him, and that's pretty much why they even locked. Instead of locking out the Ruby, which I so prefer as well, because Ruby just controls all these hard engagements coming from the side of Todak. But at the same time, their priority is coming from the side of Geek Fam. They realize since they're going to come to us, we don't want to control. We're just going to fight them head on, and Balmond just does so much damage as well. And don't forget, we saw from yesterday's game, Balmond is able to sustain as long as if you played it right as well. So Roger, last pick. This is their only solution. This is the only path that is open for them as well. And it's not to say a bad pick either. It's really great if Geek Fam want to take the initiative, engage early on, they can, because Roger has quite the amount of early damage. And if he wants to disengage, he always has that movement speed boost from his Wolf transformation.
Yep, it's up on Geek Fam now. And seeing how the DK pick up in this game, once again, it's all up to Rumpo to dictate the pace of the game here. But compared to the situation he was given in game number 1, I think game number 2 would be a better chance for Geek Fam here. Knowing that in terms of mobility-wise, Yishun-Sin is not as mobile as before.
Yep.
Sorry, Yishun-Sin is never mobile compared to the Link here. So this time compared to first game, Rumpo is gonna have a much better time of playing the feeding Digi strategy here. And with experience, hopefully Todak will be able to overcome this. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen here, game number 2, Todak going up against Geek Fam. With Todak taking game number 1 here, will Geek Fam be able to redeem themselves in this game? We shall see here. Leonard, what do you think?
It is going to be a really hard game, but first things first, another beautiful view of an amazing graphics of the Land of the Dawn, which is all blood and sweat will be spilled today in week 3, day number 2. But anyway, coming into the mix here, I'm a little bit more worried for Geek Fam, despite sure, Digi Strat is always fun to watch, always fun to cast, but just seeing on how much damage, they really know how to go for it as well. They have a lot of initiatives, they have a lot of damage to really control this Digi as well, but it's still going to be difficult for Chico, because remember, Yisun Shin's his attack range is pretty much in the range for Rumple's skills. And you see, I love the priorities instantly, even though first blood to the side here, Team Todak. The priorities of the team here, instead of finishing up this raid, they really want to shut down this Diggy before Rumble does even more damage. Actually, Shumpo's out to save the E1, dealing even more damage, dashing in between the bush. The jungle is pretty much Hilda's territory. You gotta get out. But Moon, on the other hand, will fall to the hands of the Wolf King himself.
Yeah, this is a much better match for Geek Fam as well. You can see Rumple already making work as well. Yes, you have the Mage Emblem, but this time it will be more effective just because of how early he can into pressure here. And the initial idea is here just to make sure that Chico doesn't have a great time. You saw how low, after Chico the red buff here, you can see Rumple is once again in this situation where he's going to try and annoy Chico. Chico dropping very low here. Rumple going to make work here, but he's not going to go down. But Rumple will steal the blue buff away, and eventually Chico once again bowing out again. And this is going to be a comeback here for Geek Fam, and they are going out of control this game.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to hunt for a little bit more kills. Rumple got out of his egg. He has his reverse times, but he's a little bit out of range. They would not be able to get their hands on 4 mans. Now it looks a little bit more smoother for Rumple in this game, because now he's literally within the range of a majority of Team Todak's lineup, so he doesn't really have to worry about catching. And even if he gets busted down, he will still be able to pull out the amount of optimum damage he's supposed to be bringing out every time he engages them inside the jungle. But anyway, once again, E1 will be able to get the kill on Rumple. But this is pretty much why they picked the healer, not only just to counter against the Farsa, but they also want to get that stack against this Diggy, because we all know he gets the more stacks E1 has, the more damage he'll do. And once again, they'll get another one.
Yeah, that's the idea right now here from Todak. And having A1 to actually carry the game for the team and make space for Chiku is going to be dictate the pace of the game. Seeing how 2 minutes 30 has passed in the game here, A1 with 5 stacks, he's going to pick up fight Rumple again.
Ooh.
And Rumple, there's no way he's going to be able to take out A1 here because he's super tanky and Rumple is not going to be focused on him here. His objective is Chiku, whereas Rumple, he is going to continue to annoy Chiku in this regard. Can he stay here? No, they will take their time here as A1 will secure his 6th stack.
That's a lot of stacks, but the vision has already been given.
Oh.
Here comes the Raging Sandstorm, and instantly Ozora Veki will steal the raid away from the hands of Chiku. Now even more such a nuisance, even though E1 has been given a dedicated role to hunt down Rumple, but the information has already been given. The rotation is coming in, and here comes the Federation into with the reverse time. E1 has to be careful, and because he's so low, he has to disengage away from this turtle, as Geek Fam will be able to take this turtle from themselves. But also Raveki, quicksand guard, healing, sustaining, but eventually will fall. But his main goal was just to delay members of Geek Fam for as long as possible.
A1 needs the last kill here. He will get it here. It's secured by Moon, but now with 8 stacks in the pool, Todak, they are gonna bite back here as A1 will try to open up the map here as Rumple continues to annoy Chiku. It's gonna be A-okay because Chiku, look at him, he's having the roughest time to farm and they're always keeping him in check here. Meanwhile, X-Ray tries to make a play as Zorn will get the kill. Rumple is there again, once again here, but A1, does he want to kill this Diggy though? Because is it worth it? 7 kills, he's got no goal regardless here. Monster kill for him, but it's not going to do him any good.
Now the thing is this, now the game is a little bit more in motion. Both sides pretty much set in stone. Geek Fam, of course, still having the higher goal lead here in terms of objectives, and now Zorn is going to be taking the first tier towers in the inside this entire game. Moon pushing on to trying to find a way, and look at that, Diggy currently in the middle lane, forcing Chico to even commit his flicker. Here comes Ozoraveki with the Raging Sandstorm. Chico will be able to flicker out towards safety, but this information is all Geek Fam needed to know. Now they know that he has no hero spell, they can try to re-engage on top here, and at the same time, Rumple almost got the kill on Chico.
Yeah, he got the kill on Rumple, but it's not that big of a difference here
not
because
big of a
it's
difference.
no goal at all regardless here. So despite that, Chico is getting forced back to underfarm here. Meanwhile, A1, he's going to try and open up the map here, but this time he's going to challenge the Big Bad Wolf, and the Big Bad Wolf will chase him down, and he's going to bow out eventually here. Zorn will slowly poke his way through and take down A1. So that's going to open up the map a little bit more for Geek Fam as they continue to pressure from the guy's side of Todak. Meanwhile, Chiku, like I said, he's having the worst time possible of farming here. Rumple is going to be pretty happy in this game compared to game number 1. And you can see he's continued to kill him, but Chiku, he's not going to have a great time here. But the vision control from Geek Fam, they see him, they know where he is. Here comes Dominus, the Feather Airstrike is there. 1 HP, can he survive this? Mountain Shaker is there, but he's going to be out in a bit here. But Chiku forced to go back to the fountain once again to reset his health. Oh, this is not looking good for Chiku.
Definitely buying a lot of time, but coming back to this mid lane, Zorn will eventually fall. That's going to be a big pickup for the side here of 4 minutes. Beautiful rotation as well coming from this bottom lane. Although Rumple still once again prioritizing not just on Chiku, but also on the farm, on the jungle, ensuring, giving all the information towards his team, saying like, hey, blue buff is up, blue buff is still here, Chiku's gonna try to go for it, and that's exactly where you're gonna be finding Rumple as well. Where you can find Rumple is exactly right next to Chiku or in any jungle boss. But coming back towards this mid lane, E1 trying to be a nuisance, Feather Airstrike, followed by the Raging Sandstorm, not gonna be able to connect, and E1 tried to run away for his life and will eventually run away. But coming back towards his gang Arts, is he trying to clash with his 4 minutes? But it is a Uranus. It doesn't matter. They jump into the middle of it as well. Arts popping the Psycho Sit and even jumping down the leader counter to get the kill for his team. 4 minutes trying to escape. Even without the consecration, it's not going to be enough to disengage. And once again, Rumble buys a little time. Beautiful timing with the time journey. He should be able to run away. And Dominus in the mid lane. Ooh, almost got the kill on X-Ray. But the kill will be designated for a hyper carry Zorn.
Zorn is out of control here. He got the timing, he went in for the push, and there was no way Chico's going to be able to provide assist. Yes, you have the Mountain Shaker here, but Zorn is going to be dictating the pace here, coming in from Geek Fam, as he is going to be having the next turtle here. And this time, with the turtle, he is going to go out of control, because this is the right timing for Geek Fam to push his way through here. He's got his basic items up already on screen as well, and now with the blue buff and the red buff, this is where he is going to get more kills and try and punish Chico more. However, Chico, despite having the worst time possible, he's got 2 kills, 1 death, and 8 assists. He's trying his best to get his farm here to keep up in this game. So Todak is not out of it yet here, as they are trying their best to fight this here. A1 going for the backlines to try and provide the assist, but seeing it is Rumple, they're going to completely ignore him here, as he's going to focus up on Zorn. You can see A1 trying to steal the Little Wanderer as well. Doesn't connect, but on the bottom side, meanwhile, Arts getting caught out here. Is he going to go for the full match commitment here? Chico will get the final finish eventually. Yes, he will get the tower and get the kill. So that's going to be killing spree for Chico. And finally, but surely Chico is slowly online here. But the Mage Emblem is slowly start to take on towards Chico here. And Rumpo, he's level 8. As soon as he hits higher level here, Rumpo is not going to have a very, very big respawn time. In this case, 26 seconds on the sidelines before he's able to continue to annoy Chico.
And the thing is this, even though Chico's really trying his best to come back inside this game, especially in the farm, he is already 2 levels behind, possibly 3 as well, because Zorn has been sitting on that level 12 for quite a while. But anyway, here comes the engagement with the Feather Astra. E1 trying his best to run for his life, but the timing as he runs through the bush, that shield, that barrier keeps him alive. But also Veki, beautiful slide in with the Raging Sandstorm. I'll take a surfing on the sands over a flying carpet any time of the week, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, coming back into the mid here, Arts, Cyclone Sweep, lethal counter, brings Chico down low. Here comes the solo. Arts, he wants Chico. Chico trying to run for his life, but eventually will fall from the bombardment of Dominus.
Oh, the way of the dragon was supposed to save him here. Unfortunately, pushes Art in the face of Chico here, and now Chico will bow out, and now Todak, they are playing from a deficit here. It's going to be a tough one, and A1 will go down. This is going to be opening for Zorn as well to continue to end the game. And Geek Fam, they are going to be having the greatest time of their lives here. And now they're going to be pushing up towards the crystal and tier 3s here. But meanwhile, for Maze, he's going to make a play. He knows the game fight is lost here. He's going to cut to top and bottom mid creep wave, but diving back towards the base here, and he's going to try and create space for Todak to come back from this here. Zorn going for the dive without the turtle buff. He's starting to hit like a truck here, and now with the help of the Raging Sandstorm as well, they will eventually take him down. But meanwhile, that's happening here. You can see Todak, they already made their way towards the vertical jungle, and they will steal the blue buff away from Geek Fam.
Managed to steal the buff away. Now the thing, Todak is trying to claw their way towards the top here against Geek Fam. They slowly find even more kills, but here comes the Lockdown with the Way Dragon. But sadly, the little counter would not be able to connect, but Feather Airstrike will be able to zone X-Ray out of commission as well. Still, coming back towards this game here, we can definitely tell that a majority of these teams are trying to see if they can get even a single opportunity. And instantly, here is one. They finally won. Reverse time pulls him back. There's the flicker. But they're going to try to see if they manage to get the kill for themselves. And the Lord will actually finish off Rumple, giving the kill towards E1.
Yeah, and meanwhile, that's actually happening here. 2 is down from the side of Todak, and they're trying their best to make space once again here. The space created from 4 mates needs to be held for the ground here, as Chico is going to be the hard carry for the team. Mountain Shaker has been expanded. You can see they know exactly where Geek Fam are. 4 mates is going to be the meat shield here, as he's going to draw the attention away. Meanwhile, on the bottom side here, we can see X-Ray is going to try and push down to bottom lane here as well. 4 mates stanking his way through. Here comes the rest of the members from Geek Fam. They will take him down, but 4 X-Ray will get stopped in the tracks in the name of Arts. Meanwhile, that's opened up the middle tower for Chico to take it as well, and slowly but surely, it's been a long journey. 11 minutes has passed. Chico has finally gotten his farm, and this is where he starts to come up online.
But anyway, beautiful flank coming from the back line, coming from the side here of our dear friend X-Ray, as he falls out with the Way of the Dragon, pulls Zoraveki back towards the slumbers of the darkness. But either way, with the Feather Astra coming from Dominus, that's going to be able to force majority of the members of Todak to fall back, and X-Ray and coming out with the split pushing on Zorn, as he will casually slash and claw his way towards the top, as he brings down the top inhibitor down towards rubble.
Oh, Geek Fam, they're looking to close up this game here. They know Todak is slowly getting out up, the timings up will really be here. And with the vision control coming from Rumpos, making sure that Chiku is not going to be having a great time is starting to pay off, because right now Chiku, he's got his basic items here, he's got the Blade of Despair, but still he needs more. He needs the Endless Battle before it actually comes in, and he's gonna try and steal the blue buff. Can he get it? No, unfortunately. Yes, he does actually. And Chiku with the 2 buffs here, Zorn is gonna dive into him with 11 kills. Will he make it out alive? Yes, he will. Rumpo not gonna be able to catch him off guard, because as of now, you can see Todak, they are gonna be playing the split push. X-Ray is gonna be pressuring the bottom side. Meanwhile, 4 Maze on the top, and this split push is the saving grace and the only hope for Todak to actually buy enough time for Chiku to come up online.
Now Chiku still slowly and casually coming back towards this game as well, because they know as well, we all know, if you want to farm, so will the opposite. But anyway, Ozoroveki gets caught once again with a Raging Sandstone, tries to connect, slows down Moon. Moon tries to run, but sadly, the 3D gets denied, as our dear friend will actually get 1 kill from the side of his team here, and now he has to reset it all over again. But the damage has been done, it has been set out, and now Zorn is here to clean things up, as Foreman tries his best to run away, and Chiku from the back line, sniping, hitting, but with the Feather Airstrike, he has no choice but to flicker and fall back. E1 tries to run for his life, but eventually Zorn, even with the bush, you cannot run away from the Wolf King.
Oh, Chiku being the last man standing here. A1 trying to go in for the clutch. He's all by himself, but now Geek Fam, they are going to be objectified in towards the Lord here. As you can see, Chiku making his way to try and split push once again before the Lord gets taken down. So there's going to be a small opening here, but he is going to engage against Zoroveki. But unfortunately to say, Zoroveki is just too tanky as of now. So this is going to be a free Lord here from Geek Fam, whereas the Lord is going to be pushing from the top side. Todak, meanwhile, has to figure out how do they counter this here. They have only got Chiku, and Chiku has not been able to push out the creep waves yet.
It's very difficult, especially on a pace where Geek Fam is currently on a roll, like in terms of violence, in terms of levels, and they're literally pretty much stacked to go for this. Even though, sure, Sally, unfortunately, our dear friend Rumpel will have to reset his feeding style because he got that 1 kill, but it doesn't matter because he already provided for his team. He has already reaped what he has sown, all from all of his investment from the early stage of the game. And now it just literally comes down to whether Team Todak is able to find that one window of opportunity to turn things around and take the game back towards their favor against Geek Fam.
Yeah, with the reset here coming from Rumpo, he needs to be extremely careful of here whether or not he's going to be able to feed a little bit more. But fortunately for him, it's not going to be support emblem. He's going to take a little bit long time here, so he's not going to be able to feed aggressively in the later stage of the game. But as of now, as Zorn makes works towards the bottom tier 2 here, the Lord up top has been finished off from Todak. Meanwhile, a beautiful Feather Airstrike catching off Moon, but it is only the Kagura, as the key players here is going to be none other than Chiku and A1. They need to finish more, but the lanes are being pushed back, and Todak, they try their best to defend against this middle tower here. Meanwhile, Forming is going to be pushing down the bottom as well. Time Journey has been expanded. A1 immediately bursted down as well. Ozoroveki with 1 HP. X-Ray not going to be able to finish more, forced to disengage that fight, and he will back out. And Ozoroveki is forced to reset the HP. Form is forced to call back here from Todak to try and draw away the aggression. And Geek Fam, do they bite onto this bait? It seems to me they will not, as they will continue to go in for the push. They go up to the top. Rumpo a little bit too low. Feather Airstrike zone him off as well. But the Crystal will get focused down, and Geek Fam is mowing down towards the Crystal. Can they defend against this here? No mean is available. Ozorovek is slowly poking their way through, but eventually the Crystal will fall, and Geek Fam will take Geek game number 2.
Geek number 2. Oh man, but still, such an amazing game coming up from Geek Fam, really turning things around, getting the really initiative for themselves, and they also realize as well, like I said, second game is always going to be counter drafting. They realize what was the problem, what they were lacking, and instantly they follow up with the link ban. Then they follow up picking heroes to only amplify their push, amplify their aggressiveness. They really come into the mix here, and knowing that the fact that Chiku is going to be going with a marksman, it literally just sets in stone. They were just so confident, lock down the Diggy. Third pick, just lock it down. We don't need to wait any longer. We know who is the hyper carry, and they just know as well they will be able to get on top of it and be such a nuisance with it.
Yeah, it was so tough for Chico actually out farm as well. You can see he was struggling all the way through trying to get that kind of farm, and you know that Rumpo was consistently putting out aggressive, and despite having the Mage Emblem, which I'm not a big fan of here, but seeing how it went, he dictated the pace. Okay, first 4 minutes here, low cooldowns, it's okay, no respawn time, no problem. But when he came to the later stage game, when he actually gotten the kill, despite having a really long death cooldown timer here, being dead to provide the vision was kind of like the idea. I could see a glimpse where hey, it actually works better here because I don't want to feed anymore. I just want to be there to provide vision. So the longer I have to provide vision, I'm going to be able to dictate the pace. And you can see it was all up to Zorn, rotating around, just making sure where Ichiku is. So that was really, really interesting to see here. But like I said, I'm still not a big fan of it here, but Rumple still got the job done.
By the way, this is going to be the highlight, which is provided by Udo, powered by Cellcom. So once again, we saw a beautiful engagement coming from Rumple, being so confident of the fact that they would not be able to escape away out the range of the Diggy skill line. So he's able to be harassing, be such a nuisance despite even feeding all the way. And in every other lane, we see Geek Fam started getting a little bit more confidence, and they started running down members of Team Todak. Despite some of them do fall in a couple of clashes and in his trades, Geek Fam has a more better trade compared to the side here, Team Todak. And the best part of all, Team Todak, which I'm actually no, I'm going to talk about this later on. By the way, coming back to the highlights, we just see everyone. Geek Fam so confident, so aggressive, because they know they're at a level and Chico is a little bit too far behind to really follow up with the majority of this mix here. And Marksman, let's be honest, number one thing that's a priority for Marksman is positioning, which is totally out in the presence of Rumple and the rest of the team.
Yeah, it was so hard to actually outposition that as well. And we could see the glimpse of a moment where Todak tried to fight their way through here, but Geek Fam, they overpowered them here because Zorn was consistently farming, taking objectives, he's getting the important kills as well. And even this final fight, where we can see E1 was in a situation where, hey, it was a nice fight, okay? He went in, he got in for the stamp, he got the damage done. But unfortunately say, the time journey was in the vicinity to soak up so much damage in that situation. And Chico, with the Little Wanderer, he was there. He needs to back out that fight because there's no point for him to commit in that fight. But at the same time, it was really tough here because 4-Mace was already so low. And if 4-Mace was like a little bit like 10% HP, probably they could have fought that fight. But despite with the Little Wanderer here, there's no way they could have survived that. And Chico had to back out because, like we said, it all came down to Chico's farm. He needed to be selfish. And to commit to this fight, it was a decision to make. Do we go in or do we back out? We have the Little Wanderer, we can kind of fight, but it's hard. And he backed off here. The Little Wanderer just not there. And you can see A1, he was struggling to go in for the fight. He had the shield, but still, the damage was just so strong from Zorn at this point.
No, the thing is that fight towards his top lane, we saw the position coming from Chico because he had, like you said, not only did he have the Little Wanderer, but they were playing around the bush, which was where Hildar actually excels. So he was hoping that the final regen should be able to hold them out for as long as possible. But what they didn't take into account was they all didn't have their ultimates. Whereas on the side here, Zorn still has his full transformation, so he's still able to dish out so much damage, and that's exactly what happened to 4-Mace as he melted him down, transformed back to human form, and then started hunting down the rest of the team. By the way, here is the scoreboard for the itemization coming from both of these teams here, and instantly, Rumple. At least it looks more cleaner definitely from the first game.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Despite having a bronze medal here, but he definitely dictated the entire pace here because Todak was struggling here, and I like his decision where he actually went for the roaming mask, which is something that people tend to just completely ignore after the rework here. So having the courage mask gives them mobility on top of what Zorn needs in teamfight with the time journey is pretty standard here. Necklace Durance as well. After that, we're going for Dominance Ice, knowing that he needs to be a little bit more tanky compared to what from what happened in the first game where he kind of got one-shotted and two-shotted by Chico's Link. So in this regards, Geek Fam tying the series into 1-1 here, and based on the drafts, it was a really tough decision. Yes, they had the Uranus, but the Diggy strat definitely worked way much better just because of how hard Chico was trying his best to farm, and Rumple was just completely shutting him out.
Yes, and the thing is, it's like every time Rumple is in the face of Chico, right, who's playing the Master Brick, that's pretty much what I said earlier on, right? I said that it's very hard to farm against a Diggy because a Diggy will always be in your face. You cannot pick a hero where positioning and farming is your key to win inside the games, because if you do that, you're going to be having a Digger that's constantly going to be in your face. Even if you kill him or pick him off, he's still going to be able to do a lot of damage. And remember, Yisushi's early game, the amount of damage they're able to bring in is not as high compared to the Link.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to point out as well is that Ozoroveki actually went for the Twilight Armor. And it was a really interesting pickup here because people was like, oh, Twilight Armor is kind of out of the meta. But due to recent events here, especially coming from A1 into Hilda's Burst as well as Chiku, the Twilight Armor does negate so much damage. You saw how tanky Ozoroveki was when Chiku went on a 1v1 with him. So with the Twilight Armor, he's going to be able to negate all those crit damage, limiting the cap at 1000 damage.
Yep.
And having only 1000 damage and not above that, Chiku and E1 was a situation where we can't fully combo Ozoroveki. So, and it was just so much control from Ozoroveki, and I'm really liking this pickup as well. And like I said, the Diggy was super annoying. I'm not sure who's going to be the MVP. I feel like it's kind of between Rumpo and Zorn, but Zorn undeniably highest damage dealer, 87,000 damage dealt. He was just objective after objectives, making the right plays, taking away all the farms. Todak tried to deny some of those farms here, but like I said, Chico was just struggling his way through.
Yeah. And the thing, okay, anyway, this is the post-game strats here. So the rich guy is definitely going to be Zorn, who was farming the entire game, followed by the carry, who did the most damage. Sandbag, the one who tanked the most, is going to be E1, the man himself. And the forgotten one is going to be Ozoroveki. But now, since we're in the post-game strat, we can talk a little bit on the line composition, right? So Team Todak went with a very great lineup, like a kind of lineup which is very common. It's pretty much like a sure win lineup. It's perfect. You got tanks, you got initiators, you got marksmen, you got mage supports, a great amount of magic needs to fall inside this team fight. But it sort of breaks because you have to farm. This is the kind of lineup where you have to farm, although you have the existence of the healer where your early game really excels, followed by the movements and the movement kit that comes up with the Cho that allows you to follow up. But the thing is this, in this entire game, you have a healer that's constantly going hunting for this Diggy, and that's pretty much all their priorities for this game. So Team Todak's priorities when they picked this Hilda was not to dominate the early game, but to get that stacks on that Diggy, and I think that priority was a little bit of a mistake there, I feel. But anyway, here is your MVP. It is gonna be Zorn, the Wolf King himself on the Roger, with dealing if I'm not mistaken, 1000 more damage compared to Chiku from the last game when he was crowned the MVP here.
Yeah, I think Roger pickup MVP was definitely worth it as well because he was doing the right things. He was getting the important kills as well, despite when Diggy was just making all those kind of annoying plays. And Zorn was so far ahead, right?
Yes.
Like he was definitely way much more ahead compared to where Chiku was, and he was able to just get objectives after objectives. Like getting the kill onto his Moon's Kagura was one of the important kills as well, because like this backup plan for Todak was pretty much Kagura as well. Yes, you needed Hilda to make space, but the finisher was pretty much Moon in this regard. And Moon was put into multiple situations where Zorn was just like, yeah, I don't care, you know, you're gonna dodge his way through here, but I'm a Roger. I'm gonna be able to run you through with all the damage output here, and that's pretty much the game here. And Zorn, he was able to clutch a couple of fights down bottom where we saw where Formace and also I think it was A1 on the Hilda just overextending behind the tier 1 on the bottom tower, and Zorn came in for rescue and just destroyed them, because if he did not join that fight, things would have went south for Geek Fam.
Yes, because like everyone must understand, even though it is not the mage meta now in this season 6, but mage supports are still a priority inside this game because they are your secondary damage dealers. You both need the hyper carry, and you still need your mage also to amplify that as well. You cannot be solely dedicated on one. And the importance of having mage supports and a secondary damage dealer, it dictates on how well you can be offensive or be defensive about it. A very clear example was between Team Todak and Red Reborn in game number 3, where we saw Moose, Selena, Abyssal Arrow managed to catch Chuck Bull, who was playing the low E, and low E was so important for defending their mid inhibitor, and being able to control Chuck Bull and instantly eliminate him out of the equation. There was no one else to defend that mid inhibitor, and that just allowed Todak to just slowly siege with pure swiftness and just take those towers for themselves.
Coming to game 3 here, this is where Todak, they have to make a decision, because when it came to drafting here, the first game was all Todak just controlling the draft, what they're going to be dictating. Second pick here, their first opening pick with the Uranus kind of just showed their hands, okay, we're going to play a little bit more split push, where Geek Fam kind of capitalized on that situation. So game number 3 here, I'm pretty sure they are going to try and standardize this thing, because this fading Diggy is just making a dent in their plays now. First game, they played around the feeding Diggy. Second game, they played around the feeding Diggy again, but second game was really, really tough to play here. And I don't think game number 3, especially now when they have a 100% win rate, they don't want to throw it here. They might consider just first phase banning the Diggy and just open things up, play a little bit more standard here. But this is where we're going to see a little bit more of Kufra potentially, or Atlas being let off this hook as well, Uranus again potentially. But that's pretty much game 3 dictated here, because right now they have a short break to figure out what do they want to play in game number 3.
Yeah. And the thing is this, whenever I see game number 1 is always about like just testing the water. Game number 2 is the counter banning, counter picking. And game number 3 is all about dedicating bans, dedicating picks, because you already know who you want to prevent and who you want to get rid of. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick short mini break, so don't go away for too long. More amazing MLBB plays coming for you guys right after the breaks. See.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will defy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Killing spree! Unstoppable! Double kill! Godlike! Spirits of Northern Vale, guide me! People of Northern Vale may be defeated. We never Spirits of Northern
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Boy! Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hey, welcome back from such a short break to the MPL Season 6, Malaysia Singapore, of course. Anyway, such an amazing game which we experienced from the first game, actually not really first, the first two games between Team Todak and Geek Fam. A lot of anticipation, a lot of mind games as well, and of course, first time we see two Diggies in a row in the same game.
Yeah, coming to game number 3 here, I think this is where they have to kind of normalize or standardize the meta right now,
They
because
need to ban it.
they need to definitely first ban
Nerf
the Digi here, because if Todak wants to overcome this here, I know they have been experimenting a little bit here, especially for Geek Fam. They've been experimenting here. Can we play this Digi like this? Can we play it like that?
Correct.
And so far, the only weakness of the Digi strat was pretty much the Ling just outrunning here. Like
Correct.
the whole point is just to shut down the farm of the carry, right? So seeing how the game went, I think like game number 2, Toda has a better idea where, okay, we can play with the Ling, but without the Ling, what other carry is there? Yeah, we can say Yishun Sin's farms extremely well, but you
True.
saw how much Chiku was struggling with the alarm bombs rather early as well.
Yep.
And arguably the emblems coming from our Rumble, I'm not a big fan of it here, but game 1, yes, I say it's horrible. Game number 2, I saw the impact of what it did towards Chiku here in early phase. Yes, he's going to be dying here, but in early phase, dying early, the respawn cooldown timer with the reduction of the support emblem doesn't do that much. It affects it in the later stage of the game, but in the later stage of the game, you don't really want to be dying that much anymore. You kind of want to have the time journey up online all the time. So having the damage output there and also the sustainability for the tankiness is going to be a huge factor. But ladies and gentlemen here, I do not know what is going to be happening in game number 3, because this is going to be the deciding factor. This is going to be the all-out battle between Toda and Geek Fam, because once the Digi gets taken out, this is where Toda will have to play with a different kind of strategy being brought out of Geek Fam.
I mean, it always depends, right? Because like that's pretty much why we saw Diggy instantly being the last pick of for the final pick phase for the side of Geek Fam, because they just know they're like, hey, they went for Yi Sun Shin, they picked him up, and he needs farm. And what's better against to really make him really annoy him is Diggy, who literally you can't farm against a Diggy. So they pick a Diggy, they're so confident about it, and they just totally stomped it for it. By the way, finally, third final draft in game number 3 between Geek Fam and Team Todak. Geek Fam being on the blue side, so they will have first pick and first ban. And I believe instantly, if they want to opt for it, maybe they can try to go banning out this Khalid first.
Yeah, speaking of which, you're starting off the bans here, and I think they may consider just banning off the Hilda again. But seeing how Game 2's performance, I think they're pretty much comfortable with their opening bans here. Just take off the Selena first. Right off the bat, take off the Selena, take off the Kufra. Gonna be very, very important here. But Geek Fam, they're still taking their time here as they need to figure out what's gonna be next here. Like we said as well, they had 10 minutes a little bit break to decide to dictate the tempo of the game. But the Atlas will be banned off. So opening
Typical
it up.
bans, you know?
Yeah, typical bans. Coming from Todak, they like picking the Atlas pick here. Forza is still in the pool as well, but we saw how annoying Dominus was in a couple of fights as well, where Todak was rendered like, hey, this Forza is just doing so much damage here. They had the good idea from game 1, just banning off all the mages away, but coming into game number 3 here, how is Geek Fam going to play this game? Because this is a tough one to fight.
By the way, Toda is going to be following up with their first ban. It's going to be the Popol Koopa. Just trying to reduce such a nuisance inside the lane, because we all know Popol Koopa not just got a little bit of damage buff in that patch, but he's such a great lane harasser, such great at locking down with that Alpha Wolf. But most importantly, the vision that he's also able to bring with those Popol Surprise, or Popol Traps, if you like to call it. The name is so funny. It's Popol Surprise, but it's actually Traps, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Gives so much vision, so much zoning out and control. That just pretty much really sets the pace here, and we saw how well Ozora Veki really plays it with that Popular Koopa. But anyway, second ban coming out for Geek Fam. I'm definitely expecting, if they really do not want to allow them to take the Farsa in this game, they can really try to opt to ban out this Farsa or even the Kufra. Ooh, no.
Well, Ling once again here, so pretty sure Geek Fam has pretty much showed their hand here, so they'll be respecting Chico's Ling here. And Todak, they have to know that this is coming here. They will ban off the Farsa, but they have to know that this is coming. The Digi will be picked once again. They have to take it off, but seems to me they will take away Dominus's Farsa, and meanwhile Geek Fam is forced to fight against this eventually here, but still, Yuzhong is in the pool as well. They may opt to actually let the Yuzhong slide and picking the Yuzhong for themselves. But Todak is in a predicament here. Do we ban the Yuzhong or do we ban the Diggy? Because we know the Diggy is going to be coming again in game number 3.
The thing is this, right? Like, even I believe they'll still prioritize this Yuzhong because even if Geek Fam want to first pick this Diggy here or even pick the Diggy during this first pick phase, Todak will still be able to buy time because they'll first to pick first, but they're not going to lock down the hyper carry at all. So knowing what, if the Diggy does show up inside this game, then they should be able to pick an appropriate hyper carry to really go contest against this Diggy. But anyway, final bans, as I said, going to be the Kufa coming from the side of Geek Fam. Now Todak instantly gets rid of the Yuzhong. Like I said, Diggy is not a threat to them. They only had a tough time with this Diggy because the Yi Sushin needed this farm and they locked it first, remember, from the last game.
Yeah, and now they're giving it to this Geek Fam here. Geek Fam, they have the decision here. Do they prioritize the Roger, the Diggy, the Roger, the Diggy, or even the Yushin Sin here? Because Todak, they may opt to steal it away because we have not seen Todak play it yet here. But knowing how the game has progressed here, it's going to be tough here. Or does Todak just let the Diggy slide towards Geek Fam and then they have a counter initiative here with the Hilda once again. But this time, instead of having the Yishun Sin and Pool here, they may opt to pull off a Hellcurt in this regards here.
Oh yeah, very interesting as well because we saw Hellcurt for the first time yesterday and it really by being played by Mal and he really did it really well. But that's because the rest of the team, especially Mom, really accelerated and with the team synergy, Mal's Hellcurt really played through inside the entire game. By the way, coming back towards this drafting, with knowing first pick Khalid here and instantly I've completely forgotten Selena is in the pool. And our Moon is gonna literally target and literally snipe every core players on the side here of Geek Fam. Now Geek Fam has to worry. Now they need to figure out how we're gonna control the majority of this initial push that's gonna be coming out from Team Todak.
No, I like the faces of Geek Fam right here. Oh yeah, guys, we've forgotten about Selena.
Selena.
Oh no. Okay, we banned in the second game, but this time they have Selena. Okay. How do we do this? Because objective-wise, they're going to take a lot. Early on, they're going to steamroll this way through, and Moon is going to be able to play his usual playstyle. So it's going to be extremely aggressive in these kind of situations.
Correct.
But Geek Fam, do they stick with it? Because as of now, Diggy completely let it off the hook here. They will prioritize the Diggy once again, this time with the Roger again from Geek Fam. So Todak, they have to make a decision here. What do they pick? Do they pick the Yishun Sin again? And I don't think they want to.
I don't think they want to.
And you can see
either,
in their minds, like, what can Chiku play? You can see E1's like, Chiku, what do you want to play? Because the Yishun Scene didn't work out.
No, see, that's the best part, right? They locked in both Roger and Diggy. This just shows, this is literally Geek Fam's declaration of war towards Todak, like saying, hey, I know you don't want to pick Yishun, but if you want to pick a Lancelot, I have a Roger. I can outrun you. So I dare you to pick it and try to go toe-to-toe with us.
But that's the thing, right? The Lancelot doesn't have a lot of cooldowns. It's going to be very dependent on blue buff. And in this case, Diggy is going to be able to do that. And they will still stick with the Hilda pickup here, especially when trying to get stacks here. So Todak will keep things open a little bit more here as they have a little bit more time to figure out what's going to be next here. And because momentarily here, they have about 40 to 50 seconds to figure out what do they ban, what do they want to pick for Chiku, because Chiku is going to be able to carry game. And in this case, yes, you have the Selena, yes, you have the heal that's going to be able to get those stacks, but now to deal with the mages, again, Geek Fam does not have the mage, they have the Diggy, who's going to be annoying the heck out of Chiku. The whole objective is just annoying, annoying, and annoying. And for them to outrun that, Selena can't outrun the Diggy. Yes, you're going to get killed by Selena all the time, but what benefits from all these stacks? Yes, okay, Veil is kind of nice as well. We saw Veil being picked from, being banned from Todak. Veil benefits from the stacks as well. Hilda benefits from stacks. You need heroes that benefits from the stacks of the death here. And Bounty Hunter has pretty much been nerfed. I don't think they will pick the Veil because right now, what does Chiku play? Because as of now, what hero can deal with this annoying thing?
They need something. They need to figure out a way, or like who can really just mess up this Diggy, get more farm about it, and this is really great in this early game potential. Because with this Hilda, of course, they just want to try to get those stacks on this Diggy. But I believe in this game 3, after witnessing from game number 2, they realized we want to stomp with this Hilda. That's pretty much why when they opt for this Selena first pick, they pretty much decided we needed an early game aggressor, someone to really set the tempo so that we don't have to worry about farming too much. Like we don't have to be a dedicated farmer. They need to pick a hero where Chico can simultaneously farm but fight at the same time. Now coming from the side of Geek Fam, final ban here. They realizing this, they need to try to pan off as much all those hyper carry picks as much as possible. That's pretty much why we see Lancelot followed by the Claude, and they didn't even need to ban out the Lancelot because they already first picked the Roger, so they're pretty much just baiting him out.
Yeah,
to see if he wanted to go
I
for it.
like how that they actually ban off the Cloud as well, just because it's one of the very few marksmen with a lot of mobility to actually outrun the Diggy in this regards, especially when he's, like I said, Rumpo's objective is just literally just annoy the heck out of them here.
no.
Carry, once again, with another mobility as well.
I was just thinking carry
Big taken
too.
out, and now with very, very limited options from Todak. They are going to be sticking with the Balmont and the Uranus. Pretty similar picks here from game 2, and with the Cho pickup not working out in game number 2. And you can see Geek Fam, they're just taunting their way through. They're just showing up. Yeah, pick the Clint. It's strong, but what can a Clint do? Can he outrun a Diggy?
No man, he's just
Because Todak is in a situation right now, they are no longer forced to play a marksman. They are forced to play an assassin. And what assassin can deal with all this here? We know Mao played the Hellcurt. I'm looking forward to see the Hellcurt from Todak, but do they want to risk it? Because it's all up to Chico. We've known Chico to be a flash farmer, an amazing objective gainer here. And we need something that can do a lot and just dodge away from this Diggy matchup here. But Geek Fam, they're going to be sticking their roots here. They are going for the Cyclops once again. So this is going to be a Cyclops pickup, and it's going to be a remastered version from game number 1 coming from Geek Fam.
No, this is Geek Fam pretty much is setting things up. You have the control from the Ruby, you have the lockdown from the Cyclops, and you already got mobility coming from the Roger. They are pretty much just setting up for a potential, even whether it's going to be a fighter or an assassin pick coming from the side here of Team Todak. Now they're trying to decide, do they want to hover over this hero pick or not?
This is an all-in or nothing situation here from Todak.
What about a double
Do they want to pick the Freya? Because the okay, they're sticking. Oh no, they're sticking with Yishun. They have no choice. It seems to me they're sticking with it. Just because of how they've dealt it in game 2, Chico was still able to get farm, and I think they switch up the Cho with the Balmon, and they have the Selena dictate the pace, but no way! Oh!
It's gonna be
Freya! Oh, they take it! Okay, this is all in or nothing, Todak.
They're going to throw, Team Todak is going to throw bodies and players just to get this dominance in the lane. Oh my lord.
Oh my god, that is so much damage and stun and control coming from Freya, and this is a hero that people underestimate. It hits hard, and this is going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Freya as a main carry, and I'm looking forward to see what the Freya pickup gonna do in this match.
I mean, technically, oh man, the goddess of the Norse mythology is definitely coming back into the land of the North. So it's really exciting. This is the first time we see Freya being picked out. And I actually, to be honest, I wouldn't, although I was surprised, I wasn't too surprised because Todak has been bringing all kinds of picks, unique picks, which we have not seen for quite a while inside this MPL. And it all started from yesterday. And now today, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the last game between Geek Fam and Team Todak. Who will take the win here and who is going home?
This is going to be an all or nothing match for Todak. Will they be able to defend their 100% win rate here? Because Chico playing on the Freya, and we know he's going to hit hard like a truck. I'm looking forward to see how Chico is going to be outplaying Rumpo right now. But to start things off here, Rumpo will start to throw his body here, and Chico will start to eat the alarm bombs coming from Rumpo. Rumpo will bow out A1, trying to secure the stack. They're trying to take them off here, and they will get it. But the retribution clutch from Rumpo, denying him of the blue buff. Oh no, not a great start for Chico.
Dude, he got it! And the worst part, Chico needed that blue. He needed it so badly too. But I mean, reverse time followed by the alarm time bombs. Trying to do even more damage. And the little wonder, did it go to anyone? Who does it go to? It even went to freaking Rumple again!
Oh no, Todak trying their best here. Chico getting forced out of the fight here, but Zoroveki is there. You can see Rumpo is slowly feeding his way through. Chico needed that kill, and once again, he will get it done. But Chico, he's forced to go back into the base here. He's only 1 HP, and I think Chico doesn't care. He wants to die. Kill me. Please kill me. And I don't want to give you resets here. I want you to kill me right now. Rumpo, he's holding the trigger. He's not going to go down, but Chico sets up the bait. Dominus, what are you doing there? He gets not one, but two.
But instantly, that was a beautiful hold out as well coming out from Chiku. I was a little bit skeptical of why Chiku was doing it, but he actually was trying to bait out and buy time. But anyway, E1 with the reverse time pulls him back. But thankfully, E1 with the flicker, he will be able to escape and teleport home back to safety.
Rumble?
But Rumble? Oh, but it doesn't
okay,
matter.
it's fine,
Rumble,
it's
he's
fine.
meant to die anyway. But anyway, look at where the Belmont is. Look at where X-Ray is. He's constantly zoning out the jungle. But anyway, for Mist, currently in the top lane, literally split pushing and trying to escape, but not in the hands and away from the Wolf King Zorn.
Oh, Zoroveki, he's got his 4 here. He's going to be able to sandstorm his way out just very close to
no.
there. He's going to try and setting things up for Geek Fam. As you can see, Rumple is there to provide assist. And now Zoroveki, the great escape. He jukes his way, but Moon's arrow connects the dot and catches him.
I mean, you can escape, or Zoroveki was like, I can escape from all skills, but Moon was like, you cannot escape from my sniping skills. And either way, coming back from the bottom lane, X-Ray gets a kill on Rumple. Once again, Rumple already on 6 kills, 1 to 2 more kills before he's only worth 0 gold.
And as of now, Zorn, he's going to get pressure a little bit here with this Balmont pickup here. He does have the red buff. Meanwhile, once again, Rumple dying again. So that's not going to be the 0 goal bonus here, penalty here on the side of Rumple. But Todak, meanwhile, Chico, he's going to get his farm. Yes, he will get here.
No, he
not going to
stole
be
the
able to
blue.
defend. But Rumple, wait, he stole the blue? How?
He stole it again!
How?
It's
He
not
died.
it's not how, it's Diggy!
He
It's
died.
just Diggy!
He was not even alive. His second skill with 2 damage, he clutched the blue? What the?
Oh my lord! I think he actually used Retribution, but oh my lord. But anyway, still, Rumple being a nuisance, being objective, literally face-checking Chiku, stealing blues, looking really great for Geek Fam in this game.
With the clutch there indeed here, but now the Immobilize here coming in from Dominus, just keeping track that this Uranus can't do anything. And Geek Fam, they're putting up a fight. Todak, they're struggling here. As you can see, they're still leading the fight here, but Chico is super strong. He's going ham. He's going for the knock. He gets one. He gets a double. Is he going to go for more? Chico going for the a little bit aggressive here. Us is going to get dived on, but here comes the assist from A1 and X-Ray to keep him in check. But this game, Chico is making full work of Geek Fam's utilities.
There's so much aggression coming from the side of Team Todak, literally, but this is exactly what Team Todak is supposed to be doing. They did the exact same thing in game number 1, and it really worked out for them. But E1 goes in, tries to zone them out, try to do a little bit of skirmishes between both the members here, and ours trying his best to hold down the line, throwing out his skills to be good, telling E1 to be good.
So much sustainability here coming from Geek Fam as well. And Arts, he's going to be able to lane his well here. He's going to try and keep 4 mates back in check here. Here comes the pull as well, but still, it is only going to be on towards the minions here as he's going to be focused down on pulling out the creep waves. But A1, he's going to get caught out here. Rumple going to be poked up a little bit here. He has 8 stacks. This is where he's going to do a little bit more damage, but Moon with the arrow catches on Zoroveki. But is it the right target here? The Sandstorm comes in. Moon getting checked here from Dominus, but Dominus overextending here. Goes for a winky sign. Not going to be able to finish more. But here comes the big bad move as Zorn will take one. And he's going to take a little bit more kills because Geek Fam, they're slowly making sure that Zorn gets his farm.
Zorn is definitely coming online here. He's already level 7 while Chico is just 1 level away. But then again, Chico has not died the entire game. He has 4 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. And now here comes Ars. E1 literally walking side by side with each other. But in the end, E1 will be taking a little bit more of a better trade because he has a shield in the bush. But I cannot say for the same for this trade. But he resetted himself.
Oh no.
Rumple messed
Oh no.
up from 11 deaths. He reset it all the way back to 0. He's back to worth being cost of 200 gold. And now he has to do it all over again.
Oh, this is not looking good for Geek Family. However, Todak, they're going to be cutting Creep Wave as well. Look at how X-Ray was playing as well, cutting Brave all the way towards the base. But Zorn, meanwhile, getting tickled down here as they want to force him down towards blue buff here. But a great chop comes in. Zorn dropping very low. X-Ray, is he going to take him down? Yes, he will. And that's going to be Zorn's downfall. Dominus, red HP left. And Formace will also take him down. Todak, they're going to clean house with Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they're trying their best to survive this here. But X-Ray will go clutch his way through. And X-Ray survives this. Chico is alive. This Freya pickup is out of control now.
No, that is so working out for them as well. He wasn't really in vain for his time journey too. And the best part about it, Todak is picking up members 1 by 1. E1 locks him down, holds him down as much as possible, and now Ozaraki, no choice, had to use a quick sand guard and even they have to sacrifice this top tier 1 tower.
The Freya pickup from Chico is working out. Now he's got a double buff here. He's going to try and end this game as quickly as they can. It seems to me, is it going to work out here? Art's going to start the table, trying to go in for the pool. He goes in for the pool as well. The arrow misses, but eventually he single-handedly destroys X-Ray by himself. It's going to be 1-for-1. Rumpo is still there, but like I said, he's got his reset. Is he going to get a kill? And he clutches it. Rumpo, he's going on the fight here for his life.
But it's totally fine for him getting the kill because he hasn't get any more stacks after that first death. But either way, once again, Rumpo will fall, but he eventually be back. But E1 still surviving, still running away, and Formes getting ready to re-engage because we saw our dear friend Chico slowly rotating back towards this jungle and this mid.
Yeah, they're going to be pressuring the lane here, but Geek Fam, they have the breeding room that they need here. They have the vision, but Chico is manning up. Look at Zorn. He's dropping like a fly, but with the help of a Zoroweki, they will shut down Chico, overestimating his power here. Chico will bow out, but Geek Fam, is not over yet because the assault continues as Todak continues to split push. The aggression here coming from Uranus, cutting the creep waves. They still can't kill him off, but here comes E1. They catch him off. Here comes the swing. The Zazzle stands on comes in as well. The flicker is coming in, and they will get Zorn. What a play, what a dive, what a bait coming in from X-Ray.
I told you guys, Hilda, she lives in the bushes, and now Dominus, no choice but to commit the flicker to try to escape, will eventually get out as well. But Rumpo, on the other hand, he knows he already messed up the stacks, but it's not really the end of the world just yet. Although, really unfortunate, he was not able to really allow his team to elevate to a certain level like the last game, but his team is still quite strong. Although, they're still on an even level with Team Todak, so it literally comes down who's going to be taking the initiative and who can actually force the next team to make a mistake. And now E1 finds Ars, locks him down, trying to slow down as much as possible, but the reverse time, controlling E1. Zorn, he's free hitting everybody. No one is getting their hands on him. They're trying to do their best. Chiku will be finally able to get a hold on Zorn and instantly hunt down the Wolf King himself. Ozoroveki tries to buy time, tries to sustain, but he has no quicksand gun. He has to flicker out, and Formaze literally preventing him from going back home, but finally the quicksand gun came online, and he's able to survive for another fight.
Ozoroveki is so tanky here, but Chico, they're looking to close out this game. Zorn did not have the buff. This is going to open things up, and they take the inhibitor as Toda. They're thinking about taking on all of these objectives here. Formaze on the Uranus is out of control. He's setting up the tempo. He's doing the right things, and Geek Fam, they have to find a way to get this farm here because Chico right now, you look at amount of control and stunts he's going to be taking in this team's fight. Every time he hits, he's going to stun up someone. In this case, Geek Fam, they need the time journey up on Rumble soon.
By the way, Chico is currently 3 levels ahead of Zorn. This is really great for him as well because there was a little bit of concern because he wasn't really unmarked. So by the way, Rumble, but even forcing out the time journey. Now they know they can jump into the mix here. Now they know they can try to get a fight. Rumble will fall, but that's still totally fine in terms of his favor here. But for Maz, healing up, regenning, still alive, still gonna run. He has the flicker. He forced Zorn out of position and instantly gonna be right into the clutches of Chico as he will not get one, but he will get a double kill. Trying to look for more. 4 men on the killing spree. 4 men will fall for the side of Geek Fam. And Arts, the last man standing, holding down the line. But she can't hold down for long because Todak ends the game here and now.
The perfect bait for more Formaze to close up the game. Toda brings in the Freya pickup and they destroy them all. What a pickup, the unexpected turnaround. The Freya pick, the counters of all fighters dealing up with the Roger. This is something we did not expect, but guess what? The Freya works, ladies and gentlemen. The Freya works.
It really works out for them because they just know they have quite the lineup for it to follow up with the Freya. Because in most situations, Freyas don't really work because there's not an optimal amount of heroes to really follow up with the amount of damage, the amount of tankiness as well. But in this case, you have 4 members. 4 members, not just as tanky, but also got the right amount of item. They dive right into the mix here. And what's even better, the Diggy messed up the stats. So now this Diggy had to play safe. He cannot continue to feed anymore. There were some moments where he was trying to feed, but then he realized, I died. I cannot afford to give any more gold. And he started falling back to be a normal Diggy. But anyway, Terrence, what an amazing game, seriously.
Yeah, definitely. And on top of that as well, the crowd control coming from Toda. Like the stuns coming with the Freya, the Hilda, the Uranus. You have to give credit to his Formaze here because not once did he set up the perfect trap. The first time he set up trap for Zorn was with A1 on the Hilda. The second time in the final game before he actually finished off Zorn was with Chiku, and it was like walking into a trap. The perfect bait right there for 4-mates. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. And to see how they played it here with the Balmond pickup here as compared to the Cho pickup in game number 2, you could see countless time that 4-mates and X-Ray, they were pressuring from the top and the bottom lane, just cutting the creep waves time and time again, forcing Geek Fam losing control of the map all the way through here. But for the early game of the fights here, look at this Rumple. He was able to steal all the blue buffs away from Todak, which was kind of ridiculous. But that's the thing about Freya, right? Blue buff or not, he's going to be able to do something. And that fight was just insane.
Still definitely looking for a couple more kills, and thankfully will Balmond's passive getting the kill instantly gives him back a little bit more regen, and he's still alive. Unbelievable. I thought X-Ray is going to die, but he instantly walks away with 1 HP. Fade away casually, no chill, no mercy. And then even back towards the top tier tower, we see Todak instantly gets a new inspiration, a new burst of inspiration to be more offensive, to have the motivation to constantly be aggressive and hunt them down one by one. Now, coming from this highlight here, we can definitely tell that as Chiku was diving into the mix as well, he spots out Rumple, and he knows that Rumple doesn't really have his time journey either. So no amount of control will be able to save them from Chiku's onslaught with the amount of stuns that Freya is able, with her own key, able to bring towards this game. Now with all this engagement, and you see all the positioning as well, Moon is getting ready to come in, and he still has his flicker.
Yeah, and speaking of the analysis as well, because you can see the fight, like the moment Rumple died there, this is where Todak was like, yeah, we're no longer afraid of killing Rumple here, make sure we get the kill. We need the stacks, because when it comes to stacks here, we needed stacks up on A1, we needed stacks up on X-Ray here, just to boost up the Festival of Blood Spellwam, and that's the reason why the X-Ray was able to just go out of control. Likewise with 4-mates, but this fight right here, you can see the perfect bait. Okay, that was just not once, it was twice that he's done it here with A1, just destroying the guys from Geek Fam, and it was just insane. And seems to me Todak, they did figure out a way to deal with this DK strat here. And I've talked about during the drafts as well, they need something that benefit from the stack. Hilda is great, but the Balmond pickup was kind of surprise here as a reworked version from Todak, replacing the Cho from game number 2. But getting the Festival of Blood was a better alternative to benefit from the defeating DG.
I mean, yeah, for sure, because Festival of the Blood on top of a Balmond, if you buy the item Curse Helmet as well, you're going to be getting free spell wham, and you're going to be able to sustain the majority of this fight. But most importantly, like, them switching out the Cho with the Balmond, because in their entire mindset is, we don't want utility, because utility is going to be hard, especially with the existence of the Digi. The way a dragon is going to be really hard to pull off. In other words, the Cho player has to pick his fights, and that's very difficult, because most of the time, then Geek Fam is going to be the one on the offensive, and Team Todak will have no space or time to pick a fight for themselves. So in this case, they decided to throw everything out the window. Like, no more CC. If we have to have a CC, just have one person. The rest is pure damage, pure face-to-face. Hit them head on, no mercy. Literally, there's 4 members, so tanky, so beefy. Even though we can see Roger, he was trying his best here. Although sadly, with the amount of aggression coming from the side of Team Todak, he was only able to bring up the Wind Talker and the Raptor's Machete.
Yeah, like when it comes to tankiness as well, like even Freya was just super tanky. He does have his passive shields as well, and he's just gonna be able to do so much crowd control. And like I said, the Cyclops pickup, not a big fan of it here. They needed more damage in early engagements, but at the same time, we did see Rumple did his job. But eventually, the ones that clutched their way here was Todak, just controlling the entirety tempo of the game. And Geek Fam was left at a situation where they could not do much. And even the dives, like, you remember the middle fight where X-Ray went in for the fight, and then he came out with 1 HP? That was only possible because he had like 8 kills, 4 kills and 4 assists, and 8 stacks in towards the Festival of Blood. Without a spell wham, he's probably been dead long time ago here. So making full use of his understanding of those spell whams here and the clutches here, I think Todak had a better understanding on how they wanted to deal with Diggy, and this is a great way to actually figure out this is how you deal with defeating Diggy meta.
So the thing is this, right, during the drafting phase, especially towards the very end of it as well, I did point out that the only choice that Chiku had, Team Todak had to pick for, was either an Assassin Lancelot or they have to pick a fighter, but it's been a while Chiku playing a fighter, so I'm assuming they were trying to go for an assassin, and Geek Fam had the same thought because their entire lineup was pretty much set in stone where, alright, if there's an assassin, we have star power lockdown. We have the Ruby for control. We have reverse time. We have a lot of damage as well. And Roger with the movement speed. We are so ready for whatever Chiku's gonna throw at them. I'm pretty sure they did anticipate a potential fighter of Chiku, but they had this thought like, you know what, fine, we haven't seen him, let's just throw all this uneasiness away and be confident with what we have. We are so prepared for an assassin. But when a Freya popped out, they instantly was like, okay, something is wrong here.
Yeah.
That uneasiness has clawed its way back from the shadows and now is gripping at our legs. And literally, Chiku grabbed their legs and swung them around like a caveman on steroids. Dude.
That was insane, man. Like Chiku, undeniably, like he was just out of control.
Yes.
Like, there was so much damage being did from Geek Fam. They were just not being able to out damage what Chiku was being dished out as well. Like whenever Arts clumped up, or Zoroveki clumped up, and Zorn clumped up, the only damage leader here was none other than Zorn. Yes, you can say Arts went for a little bit more damage, but Ruby doesn't hit as hard as a Freya. And on top of that, Chiku with the Freya, he's gonna be able to out-sustain all these fights here. So it was really, really hard to fight this here. Yes, they needed the early durance from Rumble, which he got it. But at that stage, they were losing not just one lane, they were losing all the lane controls. Because 4 Maze and X-Rays, we saw a couple of glimpses where they actually cut the creep wave all the way back to the base. X-Ray did it. Usually we only see it where Uranus cuts the back creep wave all the way towards the tier behind the tier 3s. Geek Fam was so preoccupied on dealing with the Freya and also Moon, they completely let it slide for X-Ray. He managed to cut just 2 creep waves, and the creep waves just kept on pushing towards Geek Fam. So making full works of that, Todak undeniably found a way to deal with the feeding degree.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the post-game strats where you can see all their entire lineup composition, followed by damage dealt and all other scores. But of course, Rich Guy gonna be giving out to X-Ray. X-Ray will be the one who has the most GPM inside the game, followed by the carry, which is Chiku, who did the most amount of damage. Sandbag is gonna be E1, who tanked the most, and of course has the most assists as the forgotten one. Really, unexpectedly, I did not expect X-Ray to be the one getting the most, but then again, he was doing a lot of the majority of the split pushing inside these lanes here.
Yeah, he was doing, it's either him or 4 Maze, because either one's, these two guys is going to get the most farm, because you can see like the moment 4 Maze was the one drawing away attention up to the top lane here, immediate X-Ray capitalized the situation here. He went down bottom, stole 2 creep waves of lane, so he's going to be able to have additional XP and also additional gold, and he was constantly just applying pressure towards the side lanes here. But Geek Fam was in a situation where can they rotate in time? If you think about it here, Cyclops does not have quick rotation. The whole point of having the DG was literally just to shut down Chiku, but it didn't work out as well. It did for the first pre-4, but after 4, Freya being picked up, he got his basic items, he got his Blade of Despair, he started hammering on everyone. And I feel like this is where people will start to notice, oh, there's no longer just the Roger or Yishun Sin. It might be just the Freya as well, but likewise the MVP none other than X-Ray with the Balmont, the clutches in the middle stage, clutches with cutting and creep wave. I think he did his part right. 519 indeed, well deserved coming from X-Ray.
No, it's totally understandable to why he got the MVP as well. So many situations, there's the flank, even though there's most of the time, if you guys rewatch this game as well, you're gonna be noticing like, oh, X-Ray is just in the middle, what did he do? It's not where he was in that situation, it was what he was doing prior before ending up in that situation. He went for the flanks, he was so specific, and the best part about it, his main goal, his priorities was just always support, cores, support, cores. The only time he went for the front line is only when he saw Chiku being hammered on. The entire time where we saw X-Ray constantly peeling, supporting, dealing the amount of damage with lethal counter was absolutely insane. That's pretty much why we saw the score here of 519. He hasn't died the entire game because of course he's the, one of the semi-tanks here inside the game, so no one wants to aim a Balmon. But because of the amount...
Okay, that's the thing, right? When it comes to semi-tank, right? He was putting himself in a risky position all the time and still not be able to die.
Yes! And that's because he's so confident with the kit that Balmos bring with his passive. There's so many situations where he should have died.
Yeah.
There was that one moment where he got the kill, instantly getting HP back, but he was still able to bring about for the game. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a short interview with the amazing players of Todak. Our big friend Igato, please take it away, the man of MLBB.
Okey, kali ni Moon
Apa khabar Mon?
Hello.
Lama
Sihat.
juga kita tak nampak satu sama lain.
Ya.
Ya?
Last main basketball.
Oh ya, last kita main basketball. Nak tanya, kat belakang tu sihat ke tu?
Belakang. Mana?
Yang belakang awak tu?
Yang ni ke?
Yang
ini?
tu. Yang
ni?
semir tu.
Yang ni. Dia okey. Dia sihat. Dia sihat.
Dia okey, dia nampak happy lah sebab tambah-tambah semalam dapat MVP ya. Okey, jadi Mon, saya nak tanya bagaimanakah pasukan Todak di game pertama kena meta digi, di game kedua meta digi, di game ketiga meta digi lagi sekali. Jadi apa komen Mon tentang pertarungan kita?
Komen saya kita nampak yang diorang betul-betul nak bawa meta digi tu balik. Untuk game yang pertama maybe diorang tak biasa lagi ataupun tak panaskan badan lagi kan. So game kedua tu kita dah nampak apa yang diorang nak buat, apa diorang punya objektif waktu diorang pick digi. So game ketiga tu kita orang cuba untuk bagi diorang digi and kita orang fight balik. Kiranya kita orang belajar pada game pertama dengan game kedua tu. Game ketiga tu kita campur, itulah je jadi.
Saya nampak beberapa umpan diberikan oleh Mon macam Mon Mon turret dive dan saja beri kill kepada Digi supaya reset, dan itu perkara yang Mon tidak lakukan di dalam game pertama. Jadi sememangnya satu pencaturan bijak, tetapi saya ingin tanya sebelum itu, kenapa Freya?
Kenapa Freya? Itu kita orang improvise something. Kita kira last minute punya benda lah. Kita improvise macam mana siapa je yang boleh tahan bom digi tu untuk early game. So tak lain tak bukan fighter.
Okey. Jadi saya nak tanya, buat masa sekarang Moon dengan Selina hampir boleh dikatakan 100% mendapatkan kemenangan. Pada hari semalam anda berjaya untuk menewaskan Cak Bo dengan mendapatkan Selina. Hari ini juga sekali lagi Selina anda sangat-sangat berbisa. Ada apa-apa yang boleh katakan tips yang anda boleh kongsikan kepada pemain-pemain Selina kita?
Ini dia kalau tak tahu lah nak bagi tips apa. Tapi yang pasti kena agak lah enemy kat mana. Dia nak jalan mana apa semua. Benda tu je lah.
Okey. Jadi yang terakhir daripada saya, ada apa-apa yang anda ingin sampaikan kepada peminat-peminat anda? Ada apa-apa yang mungkin ingin Moon sampaikan kepada Neo ke, ataupun kepada Encik Lan ke tentang kemenangan kita pada hari ini, ataupun mungkin ada apa-apa yang Moon ingin katakan kepada peminat-peminat kita? Adakah Todak telah kembali?
Yes, of course. Todak dah kembali. Kita dah buktikan untuk sekarang, untuk buat masa sekarang, and saya nak kata terima kasih dekat Ashi and player-player pada Todak Apprentice yang banyak tolong kita orang and banyak show kan kita orang punya kelemahan lah. So kita orang improvise dari situ, and terima kasih kepada supporter-supporter, and alhamdulillah hari ni kita dah buat yang terbaik. And untuk mak ayah saya pula, untuk mak ayah saya. Untuk mak ayah saya, terima kasih selalu support saya, and insyaAllah adik akan buat yang terbaik lagi lepas ni.
Okey.
And dengan teammate sabar. Dengan
Ya,
teammate.
sila.
Okey, terima kasih kerana percaya diri masing-masing. Terima kasih kerana kita dapat adapt dengan cepat, and itulah.
Itu je? Tak ada apa-apa nak sampaikan kepada saya?
Ikut tu, nampak kurus saya buat apa
Okey, tak apa, itu saya jawab nanti. Terima kasih kepada Moon. Terima kasih kerana interview yang sangat-sangat baik sebentar tadi. Jadi sekali lagi, seperti yang dapat yang kita katakan, Moon berjaya untuk membawakan kemenangan kepada ahli pasukan. Terima kasih diucapkan daripada Moon kepada penyokong-penyokong Todak sebentar tadi. Rahsia saya kurus mungkin saya akan terangkan di hari yang berbeza. Jadi itulah dia, Moon sebentar tadi. Jadi kita serahkan semula kepada pengulas kita. Kita serahkan kepada Lafel, Karakuri dan juga Terence dan juga Leonard yang kacak lagi bergaya.
Thank you so much, Nikito, for such an amazing interview. And of course, Just like Moon really is a man of many words and really kind towards his friends and family. And what Moon said was really right as well. I mean, besides the family and the game, but he was also right that Ikuto also lost a lot of weight. Yes, Ikuto has been working out compared to somebody that we know.
Yeah, that's the thing about adapting, right? Like when he mentioned about, oh, the Freya pickup was a last-minute improvisation.
Yeah,
okay,
I
that's
told
the
you,
thing
man.
about drafts, right? When it comes to drafting here, especially for Red Reborn as well, previously, when they hard-countered Mao all the way through, you have to improvise and figure something out. So
Yeah.
in this case, the Freya was a great improvisation. It worked out for them, and because of that, Todak will still remain undefeated till date. 5-0, 100% win rate so far, taking almost everybody out of the conversation.
Yeah, really great coming up for them as well. And the best part about it, there'll be not really any changes compared to the side of Geek Fam because it's still pretty much the same. But for the rest of the standings, it's pretty much, as you guys can see as well, all still the same. No changes, no nothing at all, except the stats alone as Team Todak. I believe if Team Todak were to win another 2-0 game for themselves, or maybe basically another 2-0 games, then pretty much they can solidify their position as top #1 in the standings. But of course, it's not going to be easy because there's still other teams on their way.
Yep, and speaking of which here, I'm looking forward to see the next matchup here because from
Oh, yes.
Singapore, it's going to be Divinity Esports and also Forsaken going
Yes,
head to
yes.
head here because they have not met each other from the whole season here. From Singapore qualifiers until the regular season, this is going to be their first time going head to head against each other from the Singapore qualifiers. So I'm looking forward to see how they're going to be performing here because currently they are on the 6th and 7th place.
Yep.
And to solidify their spot in towards the regular season and in towards the playoffs, this is going to be a match they are going to be thinking of figuring out as well. But as of now, Todak has showed their flexibility in their draft, flexibility of improvisation. So a lot of teams have to figure out how do they draft around them now in the future games because I'm looking forward to see what's going to be happening here because next up for you guys watching here, today's match is going to be the schedule for you on screen. Here is Geek Fam against Todak, with Todak taking 2-1 against Geek Fam, against all the odds and the predictions coming from the audience. And next up here, right after this, we are going to be taking a short break here and be right back because we are going to be watching Divinity Esports going up against Forsaken.
And the thing is, just like we have already witnessed Malaysia versus Malaysia. What does it matter at the end of the day with Singapore versus Singapore, right? And also, just like you said as well, like these are one of the two teams that have not seen each other. But most importantly, we haven't really classified on where do they stand. Are they strong? Are they lucky? Are they bad? Or just maybe in some situation, their opponent team was just trolling them. So far, we see some, of course, from the first game we saw from the first week, and even back in the qualifiers, very shaky, very I wouldn't say uneducational, but just like really unskilled compared to on MPL level. But after seeing them in the second game, there was improvements. There was preparations. They have research, and even like what the leader from Divinity Esports said in his last player intro video, he said from after realizing their first loss, they realized we do not want to keep being on the losing streak. We want to step up, and they started training and researching more from once a week to twice a week. really amazing stuff.
Well, that's something we're going to be watching later on as well. Be sure to keep in touch with us because why? This is MPL-MYSG
Yes.
Season 6 brought to you and sponsored by our official digital telco, Udo. And of course, this is all powered by none other than Moonton. And we're going to be taking a short break very shortly here. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Leonard, right?
And of course, most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to drink that H2O because more.
Want to hook up?
Wait, what?
With Udo. Being with Udo is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Udo app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Payback time. Revenge has blinded me.
Your team destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
The higher
Legendary. Ally has legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Even stronger. All of this you make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Now, speaking of which, Terrace, you want to hook up?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we are both gonna get ourselves hooked up with Udo. Because if you guys get yourself hooked up right now with Udo, you get a free 5 GB data. And for all of your MLBB Play add-ons, you can get 20 GB for only 1 ringgit. Such amount of value, ain't that right, Terrence?
Yes, definitely here. And at the same time, shout out to our amazing, organizers here, of course.
Yes.
It's going to be none other than Moonton. And nevertheless here, today's games has been jam-packed, exciting as well. We did see the feeding DG meta kind of fell off because
3
Todak,
times.
well, eventually, you know, we saw Todak manage to actually come back from the game as well. They managed to pull the win. They eventually improvised and figure out the strategy on how to counter against Geek Fam. But next up, for you guys just tuning in, we are going to be watching Divinity Esports going up against Forsaken. This is going to be a Singapore rivalry right here, right off the bat.
Yes, we have seen a lot of civil wars. First game today was Geek Fam versus Team Todak, as Team Todak was able to take the win 2-1. And now, this time, again, Singapore versus Singapore. Divinity versus Forsaken. Now, like I said, like we both said before the break as well, multiple times as well, this is literally where we draw the fine line between where Divinity or Forsaken really stands inside this league. But anyway, let's bring up the standings for all of you, any new viewers inside the stream. Thank you guys for joining us, by the way. This is the current standing after experiencing and witnessing the first game between Todak and Geek Fam. From if you guys are wondering what's the clear difference was Todak, who had a match win rate of 80%, finally elevated to 100%.
No, the match win rate was 100%.
100%, and the game win rate, sorry.
The game win rate was 80%, dropped down to 70%. Yeah.
Really unfortunate, but still, they are still top spot here with 1 point.
They won all their series so far. They're leaving at the top spot, so it's undeniable right now. They are in the perfect position to be in the top 4 for the MPL playoffs here. Meanwhile, Red Ribbon on the second place here, untouched. Resurgence, Evos SG, untouched as well, second, third, and fourth. But Geek Fam was still untouched as well on 5th place with a 2-game win differential as of now. Whereas Divinity Esports on 6th place, today is going to be their match to be fighting here, because Divinity Esports and Forsaken on the 7th place here. This is where we've talked about, right? They have not played that much from Forsaken. We have not seen too much. Okay, finally, this is for their time to show themselves, hey, this is their moment to play this game. Whereas Forsaken, Divinity Esports here, they're in the middle of the pack, where are they the top or are they the bottom? So this match here, right now, they're going to decide who's going to be the bottom and who's going to be the top. So in this case, I don't know, man. Like, both these teams looks really good here, because if you talk about Divinity Esports, we have Adamir, who's been clutching his way through time and time again. And we do see glimpses and moments where he almost reached the MVP status from last week with his performance with the Bruno as well. Whereas coming in from Forsaker, there is Dara as well. And I'm looking forward to see what they actually think about each other, considering they're from Singapore. Because why? We have a short introduction video for you guys between both these teams. Let's take a look.
Through Divinity Esports, we are not very familiar with you guys, but we will prove to you that we are the strongest Singaporean teams.
Among the Singaporean teams, I think we are number 3. Forsaken will be number 1. Esports number 2. ISG number 4.
I would say that we are very well mentally prepared. I would rate it around 8 out of 10, as we have watched a lot of previous games.
I think we are quite ready.
Normally, we don't talk about mistakes in game, because if you talk about the mistakes, you can't move on. So we prefer to talk about it after the game ends.
If our game is going rough, I think we will just surrender.
We emphasize more to our strength, because I believe every teams in MPL, they are strong enough. We can't really counter them like specific certain hero they will use, because it's unpredictable for the lineups will be.
I think it will be a 0-2, because I think Forsaken is too strong.
To Divinity Esports, we will 2-0 you guys.
Terrence, I still can't read them. They have literally the same look, so monotone. I can't get a look on what kind of person they are, and I can't tell whether WJ was messing around or not.
I don't. I can't brain anymore because we just give up. But it doesn't make sense because throughout the past weeks we've seen Divinity Esports. They've not given up at all. The way they play, they've not given up at all. They've just hustling their way through, and they put Forsaken on the first place, and Forsaken just gonna, we're gonna eat you alive, and like, no, I don't think so, because Divinity Esports looks solid, and I'm thinking, are they trolling, or...
The WJ looks so stoned. I'm just saying he looks super stoned throughout the entire thing. But anyway, this is your player lineups, and starting on the right side is Divinity Esports with WJ, followed by Swoop, Adamir, WQXD, Hilla, and of course, MSW. If you really want to highlight like what Terrence said, he highlighted Adamir with his amazing Bruno plays. But in what I think is best was Swoop with his Farsa. Absolutely insane. Positioning is on point, followed by the amount of damage in the game.
And next up here, we have the counterparts here from Forsaken. OPS just consistently just destroying, like with the trash talks, 2-0, we're gonna own you, we're the best teams. But there may be some truth here because Divinity Esports has kind of solidified in saying that, hey, Forsaken is #1. So that's quite a huge statement.
Correct.
And I like how WJ was like, WChai was like saying that, yeah, Forsaken #1, second Evos, third them, fourth Resurgence, and so far
it was fourth Evos, second Resurgence. That's what you said.
No, it's fourth Resurgence.
Huh?
I heard Resurgence.
I heard Evos SG.
Evos was second, so I was like quite surprised because both of these teams, they're doing better than them in a way, but things may change. Things may change considering that Forsaken has only played a couple of matches, and for them, Divinity Esports, are they really the trolls, or are they gonna surprise and destroy them? Because as of now, this is going to be your player stats for Divinity Esports. Their favorite picks here is going to be Balmon, Sicilian, Garakacha, Roger, and Kimi here. We have not seen a Kimi being played throughout the entire seasons here, therefore 0 kills, 0 death, and 0 assists. Meanwhile, on the Roger pickup here from Adamir, 8 kills so far, 3 deaths, and 10 assists. Bling playing really well as well. Garakacha from WChai was amazing to watch as well. Swoop with his Sicilian was a force to be reckoned. So this is something I'm really looking forward to see how it goes here. Because right now, who is going to be playing for this roster? Because I'm looking forward to see whether or not they are going to be prioritizing on WQXD's hero boosts.
Definitely for sure. But then we're going to be bringing up our next team here. It's going to be Team Forsaken with their most picked hero and their total stats with that hero. So coming down the list, we have Balmon, Leomord, Xbrock, Hilda, and the Farsa on OPS. Still, very interesting enough, right? We have been watching both of their plays. We did mention the first win was very, very shaky for them. But after that, after researching, after witnessing and experiencing from other games as well, and also playing against top-tier leagues, they started improving. They started absorbing information like a sponge. And best part about it, most people say you cannot follow what you learn. But Forsaken and Divinity so far, they're able to showcase a little bit of what they were able to pick up from the rest of the teams here. And I think it was really great.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not they're going to be pulling up some crazy strategies here. Because when we talk about the players here, we might see a Diggy head up here, but as of now, before we talk a little bit more of how they're going to go up here, because this is going to be some stats for you guys here. It's going to be Forsaken on the right and Divinity Esports on the left. Very balanced here coming from Divinity Esports. However, Forsaken, due to being only playing very limited games yet, only 2 games played so far, therefore they did not win their games, obviously. So the stats is a little bit, looks kind of pointy, but still they've proved themselves. They've got a lot of average kills here with 90.5, average team damage here 2,671 per minute here, so they do tickle down a little bit of damage here and there. But other than that, we've not seen too much of their hero picks here, because in terms of plays here, we've seen a lot of Divinity Esports. Okay, we've seen what Adamir can do, we've seen what WQXD can do as well, and we see moments where from the side of Forsaken, Dara was able to clutch a lot of games with his Khalid there. So I'm looking forward to see how are they going to fare well, because on the in the interview video, not much information was given besides the fact that Divinity Esports, if the going gets rough, they will quit. And seeing how they played last week, they don't look like quitters because the way they toppled down Bosco, that was not a quitter playstyle because they baited them so hard and Bosco was running head to head on them, going full on aggressive.
I know, that's pretty much why I wanted to point out, maybe he, at the same time while looking so stoned, by the way, WJ, he might be playing mind games with everybody. He's like saying, oh, we're the worst team, Forsaken's gonna win. I feel this is like the next level of trash talking because he's just like, yeah, you're gonna win. But when we win...
I don't know, like in my mind it feels like it's bull crap, but at the same time,
it feels so real, right?
They've played each other for quite some time, right? But at the same time, it's funny because the trash was I've never heard of you, and then Forsaken is the best team.
But anyway, coming back towards the stats here, we can definitely see a clear vision there. Divinity is slowly trying to follow other playstyle, getting objective, getting amount of kills, whereas Forsaken, according to their stats, they are more prioritizing on getting kills, participation, assassination. Anyone they see that comes to the lane, they will dominate the lane and get as much kill as much as possible. But anyway, let's bring up the player head-to-head. Bang, bang, boom. It is WQXD and Dara. Like, we saw Dara playing an exceptional clean, and there was even that one moment where he saved 2 of his members with the Raging Sandstorm and quick positioning. Sadly, he was not able to get a kill, and he also fell during that clash. But that play was really amazing because he couldn't afford to allow any of that 2 core members to fall off.
Yeah, as of now here, the player head-to-head is between WQXD and Dara. Both of those here are playmakers coming from a team from the off-lane department, in this case, the fighter role. And this is going to be an interesting one here. For those of you who do not know, WQXD has been off the screen for quite some time here. He was actually Season 1's champion for MPL. So coming into being back here in Season 6, he's going to bring back his veteran experience he's learned throughout the years and throughout the seasons as well. And this is where experience comes in with raw talent. We know that Dara has talent. Who's going to be the victors here? Is it going to be the experience in understanding the game and reading the game, or is it going to be pure talent coming from Dara? Because we've seen Dara mechanically skilled wise. He understands his roles perfectly. He's been able to do some insane plays. But unfortunately, they say they still could not clutch the games here because adapting to the meta is not just a single player game. It's a team composition here.
Correct.
And because due to the fact that we've seen a lot of coming from Divinity Esports, I think that Divinity Esports has more grounded idea of how to play MPL regular seasons now, and they've faced a couple more teams here, so definitely they will figure out much more strategies to come out here. Whereas Forsaken, they're still in the reconnaissance stage when we talk about week 2, week 1. So I'm not sure how they're going to be playing this strat here, but as of now, this is going to give you a little bit more ideas on the positioning coming from all the players here. We're going to see WQXD on the top lane, Edemir, Strook, and WG on the middle lane, Hila on the bottom lane. Whereas from Forsaken, it's going to be QO, Gorpiang, EOC in the middle lane, Dara on the top, and OPS on the bottom here. So all this is going to be the predictions so far. Things may change due to the draft as well, but as of now, this is pretty standard ones here.
Yep, and also surprisingly now, it looks like MSW is going to be taking a backseat here to take a little bit of a breather here, as WQXD will be subbing in to be contesting all towards this game. If you guys are wondering what was MSW was playing, in the last game he was actually playing the God of Kacha, and although it was a little bit of this out of position at most times, but when it really came down onto the line, he really pulled through with the unbreakable catching calls, preventing Farsas from even using Feather Astra inside that game. But either way, now with this lineup, with this current lineup which they have against Forsaken here, is there any expectation that we both should be having inside this game? Because for me, I'm looking at where we see Divinity has always been adapting all other kinds of strats. But will Forsaken do the same, or are they still going to do with the same plan which they had from the very first game, which was just keep fighting, and fighting?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's all about adapting. And when it comes to fighting, I think like Forsaken, they have a little bit more aggression when it comes to playing the fighter roles. Whereas for Divinity Esports, they're more grounded in the decision-making on the timings. When to fight, when do they not fight. And in this case, I feel like Ademir has proven himself countless times against Soup as well. But the predictions-wise, so far, Divinity Esports 73%, I think I'm quite favorable on that as well. Whereas Forsaken, it seems to me like Dara has proven himself. Okay, the rest of the teams, we have not seen glimpses and moments yet. We have seen moments from Soup from Divinity Esports. We have seen moments from Adamir as well. We have not seen much from W3D2, but we definitely see a lot from Soup as well as Adamir.
Yes.
So that's going to be the key players that we are going to be seeing a lot. But at Forsaken, they have yet to prove themselves, because currently Dara has proved himself a little bit, but we have not seen the full picture yet, because they have only played one series so far.
Correct.
And they lost it, and coming in this game here, they may be able to come back from this, but I don't know how they're going to fare well yet, because have they been screaming each other here, and knowing and seeing how the Singapore teams has always played here, they're very, very prioritized on objectives and their formations, their team compositions here. So when it comes to drafting here, who has the better draft? That's going to be the question here. But
That's true.
for now, I'm pretty sure Divinity Esports here is going to take it out, especially up on Edinburgh.
Definitely for sure. And of course, for the other audience prediction as well, although you said you were totally fine with it, WJ isn't fine with it. I'm pretty sure it's like, type in the comment section right now, in the comment section below on the Facebook page. It's like, hey, wait a minute. We're supposed to lose to Forsaken. By the way, with the stone face pictures, WJ stone face, by the way. We're supposed to lose against Forsaken. What's with this 81% audience prediction win rate? It doesn't make sense, you know? But still, can you imagine if WJ, knowing that he's going to win this game, and he actually says this kind of thing? It's absolutely really belittling.
They're
of
all
Forsaken.
laid back and chill here.
I know, dude.
They're super laid back and chill coming from Divinity Esports here. Meanwhile, Forsaken, well, this is going to be their drafts here, because as of now, Divinity Esports will start things off with the first ban banning off Reina's. Forsaken, what do? They ban off Adamir's Yujong immediately right off the bat, so
Correct.
no Yujong available, so they are kind of figuring out what's going to be next here, I guess.
So they'll follow up with the second ban coming from the side here of Divinity Esports. It's going to be Selena. Going to be ensuring there's not going to be any early invasion potential or early game coming for the side of Forsaken, because even we have seen so many games in the hands of a pro Selena player, it can be such a threat until the point where it gets so scary, it sends chills down your spines and even towards the enemies. But Forsaken, they know they're on the red side. They know they're only going to be second picking inside his phase. They're not going to allow any S-tier fighters to go to the side here of Divinity Esports, easily banning out Yuzong and Khalid. I wouldn't be surprised if Forsaken were to ban the Atlas here if Divinity Esports doesn't ban Atlas.
Yeah, WQXD on the Khalid was insane from Divinity Esports here, so it's understandable why they wanted to prioritize the Khalid, considering it's an S-tier pick now. So banning it off is going to be a smart move here. Selena Atlas being banned away from Divinity Esports here seems to be Forsaken. They have a rough idea. They don't exactly want to fight against early engagement and potential crowd control pickoffs here. So they are might still stick up with the idea of just running to people's face, similar to how Todak played in the previous game, because Todak, they had this situation where they want to play all fighters and just go all out, and they don't like playing against Atlas here. And the counter was they picked the Freya to deal with all the fighters being dished out from Geek Fam. So in this case, they may still pick up the Hilda, which is pretty standard picks, I guess. And yeah, see, Popo Koopa is it's kind of top pick for Forsaken as well. And it will leave up the Farsa. Swoop is gonna get that for free right off the bat.
I love the fact that Divinity Esports instantly flex it like how the other team did in the other game, where they instant first pick Farsa just to give a message. Of course, at the same time, I think in this case, Divinity just really want to secure the Farsa for themselves. But if they want to flex it, they can, and literally tell Forsaken, I Swoop play a better Farsa than you.
Yeah, and pretty standard picks there, I guess. But that's the thing. When it comes to the Popo Koopa, there's a lot of teams that still prioritize on that pickup. In this case, I was looking forward to see Forsaken Ambroskas playing it here as their sub, but unfortunately they are not going to be playing him.
Really unfortunate.
But Baxia will be prioritized coming from Forsaken, so a little bit more healing potential and pick-off potential. I'm not liking the first pick. First kick Baxia pickup, but the Roger does show their hand. Divinity Esports now they're in a situation they have to pick their Yishun Sin now, but seems to me they might let it slide here as the Hilda is going to be more important, Tamos as well. And as you can see, most of the off lanes has been banned. So the idea from Divinity Esports here is kind of limited all their offlane heroes away from Forsaken from the draft. So Forsaken now, they have to decide now. They have to pick their offlaner. Now, if not, it's all gonna get shut down. And thinking about it here, what else is there? Balmond is kind of in the pool as well.
The thing is this, right? Forsaken is currently, the minute they saw the first pick Farsa, instantly Baxia comes out because they know they really want to get a hold on this Farsa. And Divinity Esports, realizing that there's going to be a lot more engagement or playing around this Farsa, just to be sure, and they also want to get this other game potential, they lock down this Hilda. I wouldn't be surprised if Divinity Esports were to ban or pick the Gadokacha in this game as well, because it is such a great pickup against this Farsa. But Forsaken also really wants to try to prioritize this Sicilian because they are still lacking a mage support that not only is great at controlling Divinity Esports members, but also great at locking down this Farsa.
Definitely. The Cho is also up for grabs as well, if you want to think about it here. But when it comes to the mage here, they have the Farsa, and it seems to me they've picked their Balmond as offlane for Forsaken, so pretty much Divinity Esports here. You know what? I'm just going to turn my objectives here and just banning off all the mages here. We've got our mages, you've not gotten any yet. In this case, Sicilian is also in the pool.
Correct.
Well, Kagura is pretty much out. They may ban it off, forcing them to be in a very, very uncomfortable position. But just because Sicilian is in the pool, they can opt to take the Camille as well for Forsaken, just to play a little bit more split push potential, where Baxia is not great in offlane, but Camilla and as well as Balmond is going to be able to sustain their way on the top and the bottom lane against a Tamus potentially not that great, but still playable in the offlane department.
Okay, interesting enough. So now Divinity, now the final ban going to be all the two marksmen, because Forsaken really want to try to minimize as whatever picks that Divinity Esports can really try to opt for. Carry is still in the pool, and he is a great tank shredder against members of Forsaken's picks here. Looking at the box here and the Balmond, very tanky, very strong front liner here. But finally, Divinity Esports banning out heroes that is really great at catching on top of this Farsa, because they sort of got a rough idea that maybe this box here might not be a support tank, but actually might be a might not be an offlaner, but might be a tank support instead.
I think it's definitely a tank support here. But banning out the Cloud, banning out the Yishun scene is very smart here, because Divinity Esports, they are limited to very, very limited marksmen. Now, carry is not that great now in the current patch here, but it does chip through the damages, HP of Balmond as well as Baxia in the later stage game. But we do see a Bruno picked up before from Divinity Esports, so they may opt to just prioritize the Adamance Bruno. But still, the Chang'e is still in the pool, so it's going to be a great alternative mage here. But they actually prioritized the ban on the Kufra, so that's actually quite interesting, considering they actually banned the Kufra from Divinity Esports.
Because I believe they just had this rough idea that Baxia may not be going to the side lanes. It might be just a tank support where it's just going to be roaming with this Roger here, and instantly they do not want anyone to initiate on this far side and control them. They ban out the Kufra, and instantly, like I told you, they do not want to give any more heroes away to get a jump on this Farsa. They will either ban the Gadokacha or pick it for themselves, and it totally fits because it also can go towards the side lane. And along with this carry pick, everything is on point for Divinity Esports. Now Forsaken. What I didn't expect was this Chang'e, but I believe Forsaken sort of divert their attention from, instead of catching this Farsa, because they know Divinity Esports has that opportunity to ban and decide what picks they want to go for. They decide to throw the thoughts of trying to catch this Farsa, but try to deal with this incoming damage of this Hilda and this Tamus.
Yeah, there's a lot of sustainability here from Forsaken. Like, I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the Revitalize here. He's going to force the Farsa to go for an early Necklace of Durance, which is not that too much of a problem. However, with the Gadokacha pickup here, we've seen glimpses and moments where they do play a mage kind of Gadokacha.
Correct.
But still playable. Hilda is something they got to worry about here, but Sylvana, we have not seen it since the previous seasons here. One of them very, very strong off-laners here. And now with a little bit more mage damage potential and catch potential. Forsaken is looking to seal the deal with just catching on towards Soup here. And this is not going to be an easy thing to actually catch here.
No, that's the thing, right? Like, so they sort of diverted their, like I said, they diverted their attention from catching this Farsa and dealing with all these frontliners. So with these last two picks, Chang'e and Sylvana, it's going to be really hard for any of their heroes to actually get away from in front of their faces. And most importantly, if with great positioning, the Sylvanas still can get a hold and control this Farsa pick here from Su.
Yeah, seeing how the game is going to progress here, because the idea is there coming from Forsaken, but I feel like Divinity Esports is gonna steamroll their way with the Farsa as well, because critical potential is not that great for Forsaken. But I might be wrong, because the audience do side with me in this one here, and they think Divinity Esports gonna take this here. But ladies and gentlemen, here we're gonna be starting first game here. Divinity Esports going up against Forsaken.
Beautiful Land of the Dawn by our production team and Moontoon. Thank you guys so much for doing that. And of course, our main sponsor, Udo, the official digital telco in Malaysia. By the way, coming back to us, it's going to be a 1-3-1. Followed by in the mid lane, we're going to be having Su, Adamir, and WJ on that hill down. Whereas Forsaken, they have Q, Evil C, and Gorpiang in the middle lane with them to contest with this Baxia tank support.
Yep, seeing how Gorpiang is going to be in the vicinity as well. KO is going to be playing on the Chang'e here. Divinity Esports, they're going to be trading off here. But WJ, he's going to make his way, going to still contest the raid buff as well. Similarly, coming from Forsaken, as they have a good read, so they're going to be mirroring their way in their playstyles here. The Divinity Esports, this is going to be a vertical gameplay coming for both these teams. Meanwhile, Hela is pretty much left all by himself. He went for the execute prop deck coming from Divinity Esports, so he's looking to seal for any kind of kills here, anyone for whoever who tries to dive in behind turrets here.
And the thing is, he's like so confident as well, because this is not the first time we saw Gutter win and execute. We saw Jason playing the Gutter with the execute as well, and he worked wondrously against a Uranus. But anyway, coming back towards this game, Hela with his execute, like you said, opting to see if he can be sniping anyone towards his back line, because this sort of shows and tells us that his main goal is always to jump towards his back line. Not the front line, but try to see if he can snipe, especially get a control on Q.
Now you can see mirroring, both teams actually playing a very mirror playstyle here, as they're both identically prioritizing on the blue and red buff here, but slowly assured this is going to be a hyper carry out from Divinity Esports. They're going to make sure that this carry closes up and get more kills. Meanwhile, Forsaken, they have to find some sort of kills, and so far they have been playing very, very safe here. And likewise, both teams mirroring same playstyle. The creep waves are going to be very similar from both teams here. So in this regard, they haven't been able to find any kind of big balls here. Meanwhile, Adamir, he's going to try and poke Gorpiang. You can see HP being chunked down immediately from the light view mark.
Still moving on towards the thing as well. Both of these teams, like you said, playing safe for a good reason as well, because they know they need the farm. They know they need the items, because finally when they hit that level 4, they have to straight away engage, and beautiful revitalization going to be dropped down by Gorpiang to help him to regen a little bit. But this just shows that now Divinity Esports is going to be able to sustain way longer, because Hilda, with her passage, she's definitely going to be able to heal. But coming back to this top side, WQXD tries to escape, but instantly with the lethal counter and the rotation coming from the rest of the team, it's going to be an easy first blood for Evil C.
Yep, Dara getting caught out as well. He's going to catch one inside the turret as well. Here comes the jump from Garagaja, and the flicker dodge from Dara. What a sane one here. But Swoop will catch him on the edge of the bush. So there's going to be a small win there, but still, close call there coming in from Divinity Esports here. Almost losing their lives there, but still, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. So far, so good. Divinity Esports leading by one. Well, not really leading here. There's still 50-50 between both these teams.
Still, but if you're talking about leads, I can say Forsaken is still in. If Divinity Esports is in the lead in terms of objective goal here. By the way, coming back to the mix here, WJ with the Feather Airstrike, going to be able to force Gorpiang out of position. Thankfully, he had the Shield Unity charging in time, so he'll be able to run away. But here comes the re-engagement. Here comes the refight, and instantly as they get a beautiful kill for themselves, OPS managed to get towards the back line, drop a little counter just for good match, and hopefully it will zone him out because he was a little bit too low.
Nice catch there coming from Dara as well. WJ immediately playing with his life here with this tank Hilda. Unfortunately, say the turtle is not going to be objectives for Forsaken. Divinity Esports, they will leave the turtle away. Meanwhile, Forsaken, they're not prioritizing the turtle, so they're going to be focused on stealing the blue buff. QO forcing the meteor shower here, almost stealing the blue buff away from Adamir, but he's going to get it up as of now. Adamir already setting up as well, reset for the turtle. They're going to try and take the turtle now, dropping half HP. Dara already slowly poking his way through. Gorpiang looking for the catch. Adamir fronting his lines here, a little bit too aggressive, but here comes the jump. Catches onto one. Rogers in some trouble. The full combo. Evil C will get destroyed. WJ is there, but meanwhile, Adamir is just poking from the bushes. Gorpiang is going to be the next one to fall as well, and that's going to be a great catch there. As Adamir, he's looking for more. Dara is going to be next. Can he get him all? Yes, he will. Adamir with the combo, and a meteor shower from QO is not going to do much, but that will be a small win here from Divinity Esports.
Really great, and also really great aggression and defense coming from the side of Divinity Esports, as they really wanted to secure this turtle for themselves, and eventually they will get it in the hands of Adamir, as first turtle will fall to the side here of Divinity Esports.
What a play there coming from Adamir. And seeing how Adamir is going to be progressing here, he does have the double buff. So Hyper Carry is a force to be reckoned in previous season here. And it's something he's still a force to be reckoned with here. So they have to be worried here because the tanks cannot be too close towards Adamir because he will chunk away his HP. Meanwhile, Divinity Esports, they are going to be continuing the assaults as they are going to go for a fight. Meanwhile, comes in, Hila gets caught out, but he's taking a significant amount of damage here. Look at the light wheel mark from Adamir. He chunks it off, left 1 bar HP for him.
OBS finally getting the cursed helmet, so not only going to be doing damage over time, but he's also going to be able to spell vamp as well. And now just look at the positioning coming from WJ on the minimap. He knows his goal, at the same time Hilda lives in the bushes too. He's going to be trying to give a lot of vision, but instantly shown himself as he hits a little wanderer. Now the rest of the team re-engages. Swoop committed the Feather Airstrike, followed by Q with the Meteor Shower, but no Meteor Shower or Feather Airstrike. Both teams will be forced to disengage, but it looks like Divinity Esports has a little bit better with this trade here.
As you can see, Forsaken, Gorpiang needs to make a play. His HP is a little bit low. WJ looking for the dive. WKSD will go in, but Forsaken's cavalry is there. Unfortunately to say, Meteor Shower from QO is available. However, position-wise, he's in no position to punish this. So this is going to be prioritizing on objectives coming in for Forsaken. Meanwhile, Divinity Esports, they're going to be chunking away in this tier 2, and they will secure here. Adamir is there. He's going to start poking as well. Feathered Airstrike being used from Swoop. He's going to push him out here as Evil C trying to find an angle to dive in towards Divinity Esports.
So I just love the fact that I see Hill just constantly split pushing, not really committing towards his rotations here, because he just knows that even if he rotated, there was no guarantee they were able to get a kill for themselves. So instead of wasting time, he started farming, started split pushing towards his lane, and now even rotating towards his middle, he tries to hold it out and defend this first tier tower. But look at the minimap, they're getting ready to be flanked from behind. WJ finds WC, but instantly gets engaged by OPS. WJ has no choice
but the jump!
But the Avatar got it, locks 3% down. They're looking to find even more. A double kill on Hilla, and such a beautiful engagement coming from the rest of the team of Divinity Esports.
Beautiful catch there coming from Hila, just going for the backlines, waited for Forsaken to be out of position, catching not 1, not 2, but 3 members from the side of Forsaken to set things up. And Divinity Esports, they're taking towers out of the towers, and objective-wise, Adamir is slowly hitting their truck. Turtle buff, unfortunately, stolen by WQXD, but it does not matter here. At this stage, the carry is slowly hitting hard. Meanwhile, Evil C is struggling to get those kills. 1-1-1. However, Adamir is looking for more. Gorpiang gonna get caught out as well. The light blue mark will shut him down. Meteor Shower is there, but WJ is just tickling here. He's literally taking a shower with the stars.
Dude, he's tanking like a champ because he's no... I mean, but then again, he is stoned as hell right now, according to his facial we saw just now during the player camps. But back in towards the game here, WJ zoning them out. He's so confident because he's so near a bush.
Oh,
and with the Airstrike, Avatar is going to be connected, and instantly another stack and a kill for WJ. And with that kill, he was able to pick up that Oracle. More tanky, more regen. How will they be able to shut down WJ when he's so near to a bush?
Yep, only 3 stacks so far on WJ, but the range coming from Divinity Esports is insane here. They're going for the airstrike bombs and coming from above here with Hila as well as Swoop, and he's gonna continue as this tier 2 gets dropped here. Feather Airstrike dropping Evil C half HP. WJ tried to go for the setup, but was stopped by Dara, so he's gonna be A-okay for now. Meanwhile, Dara is gonna be out of position, likewise with Gorpiang, and he will make it out alive, sacrificed by Gorpiang. Keep him alive.
Now here comes the sieging. They're going to be holding down as long as possible, pushing all the lane. But this is the power of Divinity Esports. Not only are they sieging, but they're asserting dominance inside this jungle. They do not want to give Forsaken a time to farm out or even get back towards this item, because this game is not a total loss for Forsaken just yet. They can still try to fight back, but only if they have farm, and that's why Divinity Esports is preventing them and cutting them directly from the supply.
As of now here, Swoop is going to be the key ideal player that Forsaken wants to take a kill here. But as of now, they will catch up WJ. He's caught out from Dara here, and he's going to get focused down. But look at him, he's super tanky, immediately committing every single thing up on WJ. Was it worth it here? Because right now, they do not have spells. Divinity Esports, they're thinking about going for the setup here. The secondary tank in the name of WQXD is in the vicinity. But looks like they are going for the catch, and Dara will be there as well. But Adamir is all by himself. Will he get cut off? But the bait is there. The counter charge is there. But Forsaken completely dodges everything from that fight. And now Divinity, they were going to give chase, but Forsaken, do they want to fight this here? Every single member from Divinity Esports is in the vicinity though.
Really quick reaction with the Phantom Step as well, realizing and not too greedy to get the kill on Dara. I know, he knows, we all know you could have gotten the kill on Dara, but that probably will cost your life and even an objective. But even Gorpiang, he tries to run away. He had the Shield of Unity, even though he was out of the race of the Feather Airstrike, but he still fell to Adamir's hands. Now the rest of the team slowly preparing to siege them, and knowing without their frontliner and initiator coming from the side of Team Forsaken, they can take this Lord without any resistance.
Oh, the Lord is dropping so low. They want to commit this here. They catch onto the WQXD. The Feather Extract to provide assist. They're dropping too low. Meteor Shower is already there. Used here, and Adamir will finish off the Lord. They lose WQXD, but it's only WQXD. Adamir is the key component. Likewise for Swoop here with the Farsa. And this Farsa is going to go out of control here, but Adamir will secure all the buffs away from Forsaken, and seems to me they are put at a disadvantage here. Can they out-push this fight here? As you can see, Swoop, he's looking for the setup here. Can he zone away one of the members here, as the Lord is going to be pushing for the middle side now?
Yep, and I love the fact he also frees the lane as well, because you really want to push both tanks at the same time, and knowing there's no WQXD, they needed to buy a little more time. But Dara, Gorpiang, they finally get towards his backline, a little bit of an overextension. Now Swoop and Adamir really hitting, but the Avatar got it. Connects on 4, slam dunk it like a hero he was, and instantly allowing 2 members of Forsaken to fall to the hands of Divinity Esports, and including that mid inhibitor.
And now they're going to lose more here. Adamir is still alive. Forsaken, they have to defend against Hito, but a Feather Airstrike from Soup just pushing everyone for Forsaken back into the base once again. Divinity was thinking about closing up the game. The Crips are pushing in, and they're mowing it down. Meteor Shower from Kyo expended to defend against the bottom push here. Top push is pretty much down here. Adamir is there. Divinity, they want to close this out. Eva is down below as well. He's exposed. Looks to me, Divinity's one. They're going to try and pressure them to the side lanes.
Still holding down the line as well. So, before he barely tried to disengage, but technically he has a flicker, so he's going to be getting out of safety. But WJ holding down the line, zoning them out, and I love the fact that Adamir being very, not to say overconfident, but he knows he can constantly dance back and forth and try to harass them from the back line. Mid inhibitor, top inhibitor has fall, bottom inhibitor, but here comes the Avatar the Guardian, but sadly it will not be able to connect on any of the members, but the Feather Airstrike doing so much damage, forcing them back. WJ trying to run, the defense is working out for Forsaken because the game has not forsaken them just yet. WQXD trying to hold on the line, but Hilda still holding on with the Blast Iron Fist as he will able to shut down Evil C.
As you can see, the game's not over. Forsaken bites back, but still a little bit over commitment there, but still Swoop with the clutch flicker early on here to just bait out Dara out of position. Despite that, Forsaken was able to overcome all odds, but as of now, they have to figure a way to kill Swoop, because Swoop right now is just unkillable, not died. They've killed Adamir once, but to what avail? They need more items. They need Swoop to fall out if they want to have a little bit more control. But seems to me, Dara, they are going to go for the assault, finally catching him here, missing with the Avatar's Guardian to finally take out Swoop. So Hila is out of position here, though. It's going to be a big play here for Forsaken. This is going to open things up and more opportunities for them to come back from this.
Especially when we mean by a really big pickup, it means getting rid of Soup, which was their secondary and wave clear heroes here. Now both Divinity Esports have to relax. They have to pull back and wait for Soup to come up, because they cannot afford to engage without their magic nuker and teamfight potential inside this entire game. But as look at Hilda, he knows they're starting to buy time, but he's still willing to split push this lane. And with the reinforcement and positioning of Adamir, he is so ready to assist Hilda if anything should happen. But WQXD tries to hold on as long as possible, try to delay, create space. He's doing so much damage, holding on the line, but eventually he will fall. But Terrace, he's so close to getting the kill on Dara.
Meanwhile, that was happening here. Opportunity was presented here, and Divinity Esports will take down the bottom inhibitor here. So they have no more inhibitors coming from Forsaken. So all the turrets, all the minions are going to be constantly pressured against them. Meanwhile, Adamir is going to try and farm up a little bit more here. Wait for WKSD to come back into this team fight. Meanwhile, they're going to be setting Swoop to actually pressure lanes and go for a pickoff here. As you can see, Adamir, they're making their move here. They're setting up shop down bottom here. As you can see, they do see Dara out in the middle side here, and they know there's going to be something's up. Hila's going to be in the front line. Dara, does he want to catch him? Adamir is all the way to the back. He's a little bit afraid of Dara, but here comes Swoop's Feather Airstrike. Everyone from Forsaken backs the hell out of that fight. They want to ride out for this fight, but meanwhile, Dara, he's still waiting for the right moment. He wants to jump on Swoop. He wants to jump on Adamir, and Divinity Esports, they're not giving him the space.
Not giving space at all, but now Luminous Lord is here, and Adamir is definitely looking forward to take this away. But you see how Hilda and you see WJ trying to position themselves to try to force them back. constantly fighting against Oops. Oops is trying his best, but he's just, WJ is just so tanky. The log is ever so lower, but instantly, here comes the Feather Airstrike. Gorbyang, so low, so does Dara. OBS, he saws one, but the Gavin the Town Guardian instantly connects on 2 members, and instantly, with that double kill on his belt, they push towards this crystal. They know the minions are here. Swoop gets caught out, over aggression, over commitment, gets punished for it, but Adamir, he's in rage, he's in berserk mode. He's gonna be seeing if he can try to end this game right here, right now. They're trying to hold back, they're hitting the crystal, and eventually the crystal will fall to Divinity Esports.
Dude, what a clutch there. What a clutch from the Garo Kacha here. Got me in for the dive, immediately going in for the kill. I'm looking forward to see how it goes here because Hila, who was outplaying everyone, he got the Avatar's Guardian, jumping in all the way through, catching not one, not two, but multiple heroes time and time again. And it's been a force that Forsaken needs to forsake their fights as well. Likewise from Swoop, but still, I had to agree. The over-aggression from Swoop there was a little bit uncalled for, but still, they had Adamir alive. So that's going to be their way to clean out the game.
Yeah, it is very crucial that Adamir really stays alive, especially when it comes down to pushing waves and also hitting those towers, because let's be honest, Magic supports, mage supports, they're not really good at right-clicking, okay? They can't do anything about it. It literally all comes down to the hyper carry, marksman or assassin. But in this case, in this game, I really want to give credits to WJ, seriously. All of that Avatar the Guardian is only able to connect because WJ really helps to set it up, really zoning out, forcing them skills, forcing hero spells, and then literally when he gives a clean information towards Hila, it's like, hey, they got no flicker, they got no shield of unity, they cannot outrun us. Avatar the Guardian comes in he's always connecting 2 to 3. Sometimes we saw 1 4-man connection. Absolutely insane, WJ.
Yeah, I like how he's very patient with his Avatar the Guardian. So every time he will try and bait Dara to force out his ultimate here. As soon as Dara jumps in, you know immediately Forsaken is going to clump up. This is where they take the opportunity to go in for the dive. That's the downfall of Roger, right? You are going to be front and center all the time. And countless times, look at him. He's always clutching, catching the important heroes. Yes, they've lost this. He died in this fight. But he set up for the moment where Adamir was completely uncontested in that fight. Allowed him to just pick off every single member in that pick-off.
Yep, just really amazing, especially in this game, right? WJ, you saw WJ went in, committed, forced Forsaken to use so many hero spells, so many of their disengagement spells as well, or engaging spells in some cases. Now WJ, even though he's still able to back up, because it's natural, he walked past the bush, he gets healing, he gets shield, he's able to out-hit and fall back. But look at Hila already preparing to engage, already engaged with the Avatar Guardians. There's no way for them to escape. Although sure, there is still flicker on Dara and OPS, but it doesn't matter. If 2 tanks flicker out, Evil C can't.
Yeah, that was literally the perfect setup and bait here because they used WJ to tank all his way through. He was super tanky, and we know it's a healer, right? He's going to have to move more speed. You have to give chase. And because of that, they overstepped their position, misposition, put themselves into a choke point to just go in for the catch. And because of that, look at this. Healer, what a clutch play indeed. Because of that, they were able to get a lot of kills here. And on top of that, besides him making a play, look at this player again. Again, Healer always prepared to drop through the Harvard's Guardian. They're playing from range. They're playing from the nukes as well. And alongside Adamir to be the clean house, I would say the vacuum cleaner in this regards, just cleaning out every one of the game plays here. But even this fight here, WQXD was there, he's worried we were down, but WJ was in no position to fight that fight. But if he was, he would have jumped in.
Definitely for sure. And even in this last fight, Dara tried to do one final attempt to catch towards his backline. Same goes for Gorbyang. But we saw the minute Gorbyang's shield unity ended and Dara started falling back, Gorbyang already knew, I cannot run away. I have to fall back with my team. If not, I'll be kited out. But you see WJ and the rest of the team already forces so many movements, so much engagement. And the worst part, Forsaken had to use a lot of spells to really clear out this Lord because they cannot afford this Lord to hit this crystal. Hila already started preparing this Avatar Guardian. He knows it's coming.
Yeah, this was a good play as well. Considering that the towers are almost down as well, you can see everyone for the position. Like you said as well, Dara was out of position. Going for the dive, the tower went down eventually as well. And immediately just catch catching every single members. And once again, Hila just with the dives again and again and again. And seems to be Divinity Sports. We're talking about flexes here. Today's game, it seems to be Hila flexing his game today.
Yeah, really great for them. Although there was one point where we thought the game has not forsaken at all. But one more in this last fight, this engagement once again, WJ constantly zoning a majority of these members, and even now without any flickers, follow up again by Hila. WJ is really setting things up. Although yes, unfortunately, Soup over aggression, commitment towards to get one kill for himself. But it doesn't matter because, like you said, Terrence, Adamir was still alive and he was such a threat.
Yeah, Adamir, the hyper carry has been a threat for quite some time now, and sorry, it's been there from previous season. Yes, they've nerfed him up in terms of the max HP damage done. It was reduced for the light wheel mark, but it's still a force to be reckoned with here, especially with doing it with tanky heroes, especially in the meta, where you can see that how Gorpiang, even though he's a very tanky hero, right? He chipped down to the true damage coming in from Adamir. OPS was kind of chipped away as well. Dara was kind of in the situation as well. But playing to the strengths of what they can and cannot play, Divinity Sports, they understood. Hey, Forsaken, they are going to dive their way through. They have the Roger. He's going to be meleeed up all the way through, right? He's going to go run up in your face. Why not? We send our guys out in front to bait. When they run at us and they clumped up, which obviously time and time again allowed Hila to set up for a perfect ultimate here, because think about it, Adamir can always dodge his way through. The only play right here is to just go in for the fight. And you know, in the minds of Forsaken, they have to deal with Soup time and time again. That was behind the idea of picking the Dara Sylvana right there, just to catch the Farsa. But time and time again, Soup has proven himself. He's got insane reflex skills. Immediately, guys, flickers away. If he does not get caught, he's gonna die eventually.
And I just want to ask you something again, Terrence, before we leave this itemization page, right? What do you think about Adamir with the brute force chest plate?
A little bit more sustainability, honestly speaking. I'm not a big fan of it, but just a little bit more tankiness, and considering how he's going to be able to spam his belt, he's going to be able to build out both his defensive, his physical defense and magical defense, and considering the Forsaken, the brute force blast plate was initially done to counter the Roger, just from preventing him to dive onto him, but it was also like a semi-hybrid item built to counter off the Chang'e's Meteor Shower, because you think about it, he doesn't have any kind of magic resistance besides the Thunder Belt, which does damage, actually excels the damage output coming in from carry, but it was pretty much a backup plan with the brute force breastplate, considering that he's always getting his blue buff anyway.
No, okay, I just wanted to be sure that we're on the same page for this, okay? But anyway, yes, here is the post-game stats here. And of course, Rich Guy is going to be Adamir, who has the most GPM, followed by the carry is going to be Soup, who did the most damage, followed by Sandbag, Gorpia, who tanked the most. He was the box here, so of course he's going to be tanking the most. And the forgotten one, of course, with the most assists, it is going to be Swoop. Now, looking at the line, looking at both of the teams' lineup composition, follow up with their bans as well. So we can definitely tell that Divinity Esports, they know what they're getting into this. They have so much confidence. Now I understand this first pick is not just a flex pick, but just a full confidence that we want this Farsa. We know what works with Farsa and what works against it, and the entire drafting was literally prepared for this Farsa. They know what they want to go for. Now, Forsaken, on the other hand, initially they were trying to work around this Farsa, but then after that they noticed, okay, there's Damos, there's Hilda, maybe and someone coming from the ban phase, seeing Kagura and Kufra being banned out, they told themselves, you know what, we sort of like maybe messed up a little bit, so let's not ban or draft around this Farsa anymore. Let's try to work around on picking up with their front line, so it's going to be in our face, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Farsa, right? There's a lot of people who have not actually learned to deal with the Farsa yet. But for this guy watching here, the MVP, none other than Hila with the Gato Gacha, undeniable hero. He's set up some beautiful plays time and time again. And on top of that, look at this, his itemization. He actually opted to go for Necklace Endurance just to counter Revitalize as well. So this is a hybrid tank with mage items out of his Gato Gacha. That's why he's able to get kills as well. 805 on a tank. What more can you ask for?
Oh man, it's absolutely insane as it is. Like at the most time, and the worst part, he literally never died at all this entire game. His timing was great, execution as well. And oh yeah, speaking of execution, he also brought Execute Hero spell with him because he's so confident once he jumps into this fight, or in this case, very confident with his team to be able to set up a beautiful opportunity for him to jump into this fight. He's going to be able to bring out the utmost amount of damage, and don't forget with concentrated energy, doing so much more with that first skill.
Yeah, with more damage and more sustainability here, it's so hard to actually kill him off with the Garukacha here. And considering that the Singapore team is prioritized Garukacha, it's shown his hands a few times. The only downside I don't like about the Garukacha is how hard it is to rotate between lanes.
Yes.
But in a team fight, when you need the crucial moments, he's going to be there at a time. In this case, Hila has literally proven himself as a Garukacha main right there. His time, his Avatar's Guardian has not missed so far. Okay, we saw 1 or 2 miss, but that was 1 miss so far. But other than that, it was always on point.
And the thing is, it's after witnessing so many amazing games, right? I still feel that even though yes, Hila does deserve to get this MVP, but I also wish to shout out for WJ. He just set up so many times. Like Hila, he understands what Hilda is supposed to be playing, like to be aggressive, to be in the front line, especially in that early game. He understands they have this early game potential. They kept looking for fights, and then understanding and with clean communication with his team, he also make sure that Garukacha or Hila in this way, my god, Hilda and Hila, my god, these names, man. But yeah, he ensured him when WJ was playing the Hilda, he ensured that Hila will be able to have a beautiful engagement follow up with the Avatar of the Guardians.
And for those of you watching as well, because we are going to be giving you guys a special treat for you guys here. We are giving a giveaway for skins worth up to 899 diamonds here. And to get that skin, all you gotta do is answer this question on our Facebook page here. All you gotta do here is answer this question here. Which player does OPS look forward to play with the most? The answer is Zorn from Geek Fam.
If you answered it correctly down on the Facebook page, which you can find it at our Facebook tag at MPL-MYSG. If you type it Zorn correctly, you're not only going to be walking away with skins worth 899. I'm about to tell you what kind of skins you'll be able to get for yourself.
What is it? What is it?
Alright, hands down, ladies and gentlemen. Get it ready to write it down as well. You're going to be walking away with a potential Lancelot for a Knight, Knowing Saber Regulator, Hanabi Venom Nephilia, and Grok Venom Monitor Lizard. So a lot of these amazing skins, if you guys answer it correctly for OPS or oops. Until today, right, I'm still trying to figure out like all these names for some of these players. Some is very unique for themselves and probably some backstory as well. But in the end, I guess the most funniest name is probably this one. The funniest one so far is this one. Oops name. Because every time I want to say oops, it's just like...
I'm not one to judge because... I'm not one to judge because I have an amazing name, okay?
I see baby 1 2.
Yeah, amazing name too. So I'm not one to judge, so... Backstory or not, I'm not going to tell you my story.
Either way, everyone and all you viewers at home are 10 out of 10. Oops, sorry, I got to be higher a bit. 10 out of 10. You guys, from us.
Yeah, enough of 10 out of 10 here because why? We're going to be going on into his game number 2 right now. As you can see, this is going to be the match. Second game between Divinity Esports going up against Forsaken, with Divinity Esports taking the first game in this series.
It looks like Divinity Esports is going to be on the blue side once again, so they will have first pick and first ban. And instantly, with the same ban which they had in the last game, is going to be Uranus. Forsaken, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised if they want the first ban this Farsa, following up with the Yuzong and the Khalid. Still very interesting as well. Like, although they can opt to ban the Farsa here if they really are afraid of it, but it's mostly just comes down, Terrace. It mostly comes down to what kind of priorities do they want to have for. So since they're on the red side, they're definitely going to prioritize all the S tier offlaners, Yuzong, Khalid. They do not want to allow Divinity Esports to first pick this hero at all.
Seeing how the game is going as well, Yuzong is definitely a respect ban.
Yes.
Okay, definitely a meta respect ban as well from Divinity Esports. Adamir has proven himself to be a really, really strong force to reckon with as well. Hyper Yuzong is by far only played by Divinity Esports but thus far, and it's worked out for our Divinity Esports during the Singapore qualifiers. However, coming into this game here, Forsaken. What are they going to ban? Okay, I'm pretty sure they have to figure out a way to ban Farsa because Farsa is just so annoying. Like, the Garukacha is still playable in game number 2, but they will prioritize on banning the Khalid here. In this case, Khalid being banned off, so that's not going to be WQXD playing the Khalid. Likewise for Dara as well. The...
Still,
Atlas being banned, standard ones, I guess.
Very standard one. The exact same bans they had in the first game as well. But Forsaken, final ban. This is going to be the really crucial one as well, Terrence, because if they really are afraid of this Farsa, they can ban it right here and right now. But if they don't ban it, Divinity Esports will take it for themselves. But this at least gives a great, but after witnessing and experiencing first game, Forsaken sort of have a have a really good idea of what kind of picks we can work around this Farsa or pick them for themselves. But in this case, they are fearing WJ's Hilda a little bit more because that early game inside that one was such a nuisance, and they're going to be banning for themselves. But I think it's totally fine for Divinity Esports.
I think the Hilda was still playable, right? Like
Yeah.
The WJ Hilda was doing the right things. He's
Yep.
setting up for right things as well. He's super hard to kill. But I feel like the biggest threat in that fight was none other than Soup's Farsa, because
Yes.
he was just doing so much work. He's just forcing Forsaken to be not able to do anything here. Yes, they can clear creep waves, but the whole idea is that just constantly being bursted down for the Feathers, right, from far, and from nowhere, there's no way to catch it here. And Forsaken now, them taking the Garukacha would be a smart choice. So at least they can actually jump back to the backlines, or in this case, have heroes actually deal with them here. In this case, a Cho would be really nice. But so far, we have not seen Divinity Esports and Forsaken play this kind of style. They have adapted by using the Garukacha, but this time having the Yushin Sun pick up, very smart pickup. We know Divinity Esports, they have counter strategies here, dropping bombs with the Yishun Sin as well, with the Farsa.
So,
but now with the Garukacha pickup here, this is not a great game from Soup, but Soup has played against these kind of scenarios multiple times. They know that this Farsa is going to be a threat, so they have to figure out how to fight against the Yishun Sin. And the Roger pickup from Adamir is going to be super aggressive. They can't play it again. They have to be extremely aggressive with the Roger.
I mean, it all depends, you know. But like in this case, you see in this game, right? After this is, I always say, second game is always the counter picks and counter bans, right? So Divinity, Forsaken realizing from first game, they were willing to give away this Farsa. The Hilda was a little bit too annoying for our early game because we want to farm, especially with the existence of Yisushin, them knowing they want to go Yisushin, they cannot afford any early game potential aggression coming from the side of Divinity Esports. And to go toe-to-toe with this Farsa, they will pick this Garukacha. And like you say, and we both can agree, that every time Farsa opens her ultimate, her Feather Airstrike, there's always going to be an Avatar or a Guardian that instantly disrupt her, and she has no choice but to cancel it out. Now Soup is going to have a really hard game. But Divinity Esports instantly retaliates back. They say, fine, you take our Garukacha, we'll secure this box here, so at least we do not give you too many initiators to really get the jump on us. And with Popular Koopa here, they're going to be ensuring they have all the controls and all the lockdowns for any potential initiator coming from the side of the table. And Jawhead, I love this. I love this so much.
I actually like the Jawhead pickup as well, just to deal with the Farsa pickup.
And the Popular Koopa, yes.
Yeah, the Popular Koopa is okay, but the traps here is going to disrupt any kind of aggressions here. Like, we know for a second they have been troubles diving into the enemies coming from Divinity Esports, right? Like, they were struggling to try and kill off the healer. So now they have so much diving potential to try and slow down the backlines, especially for Yishun Sin trying to engage his fights. The traps are great to actually set up as well if they want to go for the initial setup here, especially when the Farsa drops his bomb, immediately it sets up with the trap for the Popo Gua. It just extends the entire combo here. But, or maybe even the Selena pickup, but Selena's kind of banned as well. But seeing how the draft is here, Divinity Esports is in kind of a tough spot. Especially up for Soup here. They need something to actually push them back. In this case, Garukacha is super hard to push back. They need something to catch on towards the Yishun Sin, which is the Roger pickup is great, which is pretty much banned from Forsaken. So Adamir once again needs to prove himself what can he play. Or are they going to play the Popo Koopa marksman?
That's a very interesting thought. I was thinking the exact same thing as well. Like, what if this is a Popo Koopa marksman? Because
we've not seen it though.
We have seen it once with on the hands of Ozoraveki, but then again,
no, that wasn't a carry.
No,
it was
it was a transition.
Yeah, it was a transition carry.
It was a transition towards a carry to really fit the game. But now in this case, right, if they do have the option to transition during mid-game if they really want to try to opt for this Popular Koopa. But right now, in this case, seeing the Jawhead and the Garukacha, Divinity Esports, I would say it would be really great to see a double mage to really follow up with it, because a Valier will be really great and not to say a really direct counter, but it really helps to set the pace for the rest of the team here to push back Garukacha, Jawhead, and the impending Doom that's going to be engaging them here. And with them final battle with Cecilia, it's just to secure their fate that this Farsa would not be engaged with even any mage support, because that's exactly what Forsaken is lacking.
Yeah, very similar picks here as well.
Oh, no.
Do they pick the Chang'e or the Valier? The Valier is great for pushing them up Baxia away. There's a Kadita up for grabs as well. And I think Forsaken, they can decide here. Like, I'm really liking the Valir pickup if they actually pick it off, because there's no way Divinity Esports can get able to dive them here. You're going to consistently dive from Forsaken these days.
Oh, no.
But it seems to me the Kadita is not going to be picked up here. Seems to me it is an export pickup. So a little bit of wave clears here coming from Divinity Esports, which is great. And I'm worried for Divinity Esports right now. They don't have creep clear. They need a mage that can deal with all these kind of things.
True.
And they have the Farsa. They need a marksman right now. They need a marksman. They need something with a lot of creep clear. And in this case, there's not much creep clear here.
Okay.
And can actually out creep export in this regards.
Right now, Divinity is just trying to decide we're either looking at a hyper carry, marksman or assassin, follow up with a fighter pick here, or is it just going to be another double mage here followed by another fighter, because they really need a dedicated initiative. So
oh no,
Tamos, all right, because
Tamos is okay, but they're sticking to Adamir's Bruno here. And last week, Adamir's Bruno was insane.
Correct.
This time they are having a little bit of wombo combo here. Seeing how Jawhead dives in, Gaurakaja dives in, you are going to be constantly having multiple heroes in front here. So this time with the Bruno pickup on the ultimate here, it's going to do more damage, but is it going to be enough space for him to farm? Because it's all up to Swoop to make space for Divinity Esports. Can Swoop make it for the team though?
Although Chang'e will be a decent pick, but I still prefer them if you really want to try to opt against them. A Valir will be really great, because there's like literally 3 members that's going to be jumping atop them. The Alpha Wolf, Baxia, and even Tamos going to be jumping atop the majority of this team here. And remember, they need to take into account that this Garokacha cannot be the prime initiator unless they have a great advantage and tempo in the game. This Garokacha will always be playing this as the secondary counter initiation in this game, because should he engage towards this back line, then who's going to be taking care of this Yi Sun Shin?
Well, in this case, the one going to be taking care here is none other than QO's Chang'e here. With the Mirror Shower, he's going to force back Divinity Esports from overly aggressively push this case here. So in this case, Divinity Esports is going to be a 50-50 match, but I think Forsaken might potentially take this game. Just to deal with Swoop's Farsa.
Yes.
I think they stand a really good chance of taking this game.
Yes, there is literally 3 heroes that literally is great at getting towards this backline and bursting down really quickly. But I'm just only concerned is that my only concern, what?
Well, the only concern, there's nothing to concern anymore. We're just literally here to watch them play, and at the same time, figure out whether or not can Adamir carry his team with a clean 2-0 or not.
That's exactly what I'm trying to be concerned of, you know, Terrence. This is the second game and potentially might be the last if Forsaken doesn't really play this right. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, jumping into the second game or potentially be the last game of today, it is your team, Forsaken versus Divinity Esports on a beautiful land of the dawn.
Yep, speaking of the Dawn here, we are going to see Popo Koopa being played with Adamir here. And this is going to be 4-man in the middle here, coming in for Forsaken as well. To deal with the Popo Koopa, they know something is up. Evil C is going to show his face. Gorpe is still lying in the tree lines as well. Meanwhile, they're going to start poking around Koopa as well. Koopa dropping a lot of HP. Gorpe getting tickled down as well, but this Jawhead is going to get finished. The Koopa will get finished off, so there's a little bit of EXP and gold there, but fortunately for him, he's going to be able to respawn very quickly up on WJ. Gorpe out of position, taking a lot of damage here, and the Little Wonder getting contested this game. So consistently keeping up to poke Gorpiang. Gorpiang does not have the flicker. Does he want to go in here? His HP is a little bit low though.
Okay, interesting, right? So I thought it was going to be a side lane Jawhead and a one and literally the catcher in the middle, but here comes Evil C. Gets locked down, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to be able to get away. And OPS and Oops on the other side on the top lane, definitely not having a fun time against a Box here, because he has a lot of great harassing potential with that Shield of Spirit. But either way, both teams is still going to be able to mirror out, and beautiful timing with the stun, because if not, Gorpiang already had charged up his ejector and was ready to jump it and catch anyone.
Yeah, seeing how Evil C is going to be objectifying himself here. Going to go for the objective as he's going to be farming his way through. Meanwhile, WKSD is going to push OPS out of the lane here. He's going to finish him off. Does he have to execute? He needs one more HP. The shield does not connect. WQXD almost killing him off. So that's going to be pushing OPS out of the lane. Meanwhile, Evil C is going to try and open up the maps here. Mountain Shaker has been used, and they know Divinity Esports. They are all up in bottom, and Dara, he needs to back off, and it's a little bit too late here. Firaga Ammo getting popped down as well. Soup is going to be there as well. Nice flicker engagement, but here here comes Gorpiang going for the ejector.
no.
Is he going to flick his way through? Adamir dropping very low as well. It seems to me Forsaken, they do not want to overcommit this without Meteor Shower up on QO.
That's what I'm saying, right? I was concerned. The reason why I said I was concerned for the side here team Forsaken is because they don't really have a really amazing initiator compared to the side here of Divinity Esports. Although yes, there is the avatar of the Guardians on this God of Kacha on Oops, but they really need to use it as a counter initiation. But anyway, here comes WQXD popping the ultimate, try to run for his life, and even see want to see if he can try to get this kill for himself. But with swift thinking and execution, WQXD will be able to roll out to safety.
Yeah, the Tortoise for Poise here just gives you so much damage reduction as well, and he's going to be able to survive as well. The Mountain She got a little bit late here, but fortunately he does have the shield with Unity. He's going to get out in safety. However, here comes the Feathered Airstrike as well coming in from Soup. He's going to focus on going for the creep waves, and Forsaken, they're completely dodging the fights once again. No kills whatsoever, trading after trading here. Meanwhile, Adamir, he's going to try and focus down the turret down below instead of taking the turtle. So this turret is going to go down very quickly as well.
Still holding down the line, but most importantly, Gorpiang, if he really wants to get a hold of this backline, not only does he need his ultimate unstoppable force, but he really needs to be in a really good position in a way where if Divinity were to disengage, he still will be in range to catch them. But you see the purple surprise, the traps, giving us so much vision. But Dara jumping in with the last ascent and the turtle will be stolen away from Divinity Esports and Forsaken it. Not only will they be able to secure the turtle, but First Blood and even more members of Divinity Esports.
Oh, that was so risky of Adamir to actually contest the turtle. His HP was so low, taking so much damage from the turtle here, and that's gonna give a free win, free turtle coming from Forsaken. Likewise with QO with the Meteor Shower as well. So damage output wise, they've just literally just threw away the entire momentum towards Forsaken. So this is gonna be Forsaken gonna be taking advantage of the situation here. Evo C does have the blue buff. He's all by himself. WQXD not gonna be do much here. This is after all a Baxia, so there's not gonna be able to kill of the Evo C all by himself though.
Still holding on the line. You can see a potential rotation coming from the middle lane towards the top side from the side of Divinity Esports. Instantly popping the Feather Ash, try to try to zone out Gorpiang or even try to damage him a little bit more to remind him that do not come to our jungle. This is our territory. You are not permitted here, because with Forsaken taking out their first middle tier tower, they have the map is sort of open up towards them, and that's going to be allowing more roaming potential coming from the side here team Forsaken. But anyway, coming back into this game while everything is happening, right? So we saw a beautiful engagement coming up from Dara with the last Insanity jumping on top of the turtle. That engagement was actually really perfect because Forsaken knew that Divinity Esports would not disengage from this turtle, not when the turtle was so low.
Yeah, on top of that as well, Divinity Esports was kind of low in its engagement as well. They do not have any kind of setups, and we knew from the start that Forsaken is going to be the one that's going to be having so much diving potential. And for them to actually go for the objectives here is super risky coming from Adamir, but at the same time, they still can make a comeback from this. But Forsaken, they definitely they have the momentum in their swing. They have control of this right now. Meanwhile, now from Divinity Esports, they are going to be playing from behind, so they have to drag this long enough for Adamir in order to go in for the kill or make a comeback for this. Meanwhile, Forsaken, they will utilize on this Jawhead, constantly just applying pressure here. And on the contrary, WJ is gonna provide a lot of vision with the traps as well.
And just love the fact that the amount of control coming from the side here Team Divinity is for not allowing their jungle to be invaded, not too much. And even they know when the jungle has no creeps at all, they're totally fine giving it away because there's no point for Forsaken to invade because there is nothing for them to take. But anyway, here comes a rotation coming from the bottom lane. After securing the bottom first tier tower, they want to see if they can try to opt to catch anyone else. And most importantly, WQXD has to be careful because he's a little bit zoned up away from home here. But he has a shield Unity, so he should be fine. Should.
should. You know, he's taking a lot of unnecessary damage here, not even cutting the creep wave, and that's the downside of box here, right? You can do a lot of mobility, but you need to go in for the setup and tank for the team. And it seems to me, Forsaken, they're not just taking this by, they're not diving in WQXD, and he needs to make some kind of plays, and so far it's not happening here. Meanwhile, with the Yishun scene, he's just going to be farming very, very efficiently here coming from Forsaken. And Divinity Esports, they have to play from behind. Like I said, it's all up to Adamir to play from behind. And WKC now getting dived in, but can he survive his way through? But look at this, he's so tanky, but here comes a Feather Airstrike as well, immediately forces them all back. So Forsaken will be pushed back, but as of now, they are having full map control in a way.
Yep, in a way they are. And the best part about it, while Bruno was trying to take the red buff for himself, he knows that he has no choice but to give up this blue because the priority needs to come down to the line. Where do they want it? And the thing is even with such a rotation timing, he had to give a red buff away. But now, with Evil C, double buffs here, getting them ready to go. They are sieging this tier 2 tower under the bombardment on the Feather Airstrike, but they know it's going to be ending now. Evil C gets caught by being able to fall back, and now with Hilla trying to catch him, eventually will fall and be picked off by Evil C. And now Hilla currently out of commission. They all, each member of Divinity Esports have to fall back. And the thing is this, knowing I love the confidence coming from Forsaken where they know that this Feather Airstrike will eventually end. They straight away re-engage and force Hilla to make a choice. Die here or die trying to get a kill. And instantly, in the end, Forsaken gets the better half.
Yeah, that was a great bait there coming from Evil C. He overextended intentionally so that Divinity Esports will dive in, knowing that Adamir is not in the vicinity.
Yep.
He immediately goes in for the push, but at the same time here, Forsaken, oh, this is really hard to watch here, just because of how Divinity Esports is just playing right now. They're just making sure that Adamir is safe. But as of now, they can't seem to push back Forsaken's aggression here. Meanwhile, Gorpiang is going to get caught out. He's all by himself, but they are a little bit afraid here just because OPS does have the Avatar's Guardian.
Yep, definitely for sure. Just the knowing the existence of that spell currently unused in this in-game, Divinity Esports cannot, they have, every step they take, they have to tread lightly here because if they were to make another mistake, which is similar to the Turtle Pit, then they might potentially lose this game with the little momentum which they currently build up for themselves. And with third turtle has currently spawned, and if Divinity Esports choose not to engage this will be a third turtle given away for Forsaken, increasing their goal lead even more.
Yeah, Forsaken, they have so much economy as well. They're gonna make sure they starve them out here. Feather Airstrike has been used to clear the creep wave here. Divinity Esports, they can't seem to find any kind of farm as of now, just because of the timings on their heroes here. Adamir is out by himself. The turtle gets contested here. Immediately Forsaken, they're heading down bottom. Gorpiang is gonna be focusing on the red buff as well. And once again, Divinity Esports will be starved out on this buff as they backed out and do not want to give any kind of kills now.
I just love it. Team Forsaken, even though they are setting all kinds of dominance, but they're prioritizing all the main bosses from blue. Instantly rotate towards this red buff because they know that Divinity Esports really wants to carry for themselves. But the alpha move locks down Gorpiang. But who's keeping Soup in check as was able to re-engage from towards the backline with the Avatar Guardian. Dara lost insanity, did a lot of damage towards WJ, but he still be able to fall back. WQXD on the other hand finds the man he was looking for, popping the ultimate, gets the kill for himself, and will eventually walk away alive. But with so little HP, Dara, even though the move is going to be re-engaging on Dara, but he has immortality. And despite the defense coming out from Divinity Esports, Forsaken is still able to take down another objective for themselves.
That was the perfect trap that you can ask for coming from Divinity Esports. They knew that they were going to dive on the swoop here, and immediately they tried to back off, immediately try and capitalize on a couple kills here. And because of that, Forsaken took the bait here and they overcommitted that fight. And because of that, Divinity Esports were able to get a couple of glimpses of kills here. And now a little bit more breathing room here. Very nicely done coming from Divinity Esports here. Very smart of them as well to actually bait out not just one, but 3 crucial spells away from Forsaken in that fight, airing it off completely in the engagement.
Definitely for sure. And now once again, WQXD, he is trying to plan out on how he's going to be engaging towards his backline. But beautiful trap followed by with the Shield Unity and the Feather Airstrike. This is going to be night-night for Gorpiang with the beautiful stars of the meteor showers.
Oh, that's going to be 1 kill there for Adamir. And we talked about this before. It's all about the hyper carry. In this case, Adamir cannot afford to die. He's got 1 kills here, bits and crumbs, but he needs that buff. And Forsaken, they're making sure that he does not gaff it. But it seems to be Divinity Esports. They're going to try and contest this here. OPS is in the front lines. Can he get it? No, he cannot. The Feather Airstrike is used, and the blue buff will be secured from OPS.
Oh no, really unfortunate here. If Divinity Esports really want to turn the fight, it has to be now when this Lord is currently being midway taken away from Forsaken. And without the existence of the Mountain Shocker as well, now they can try to opt for it. But Forsaken, knowing this, they're not willing to try to take the risk unless they can draw, unless Dara is able to draw a majority of this members towards his bottom lane. And instantly he does, as he finds Hilla inside the red boss bush. finds one, dives right back into the middle, and with this holding out, Dara trying to hold down the line as long as possible, popping the last insanity to buy enough time for his team to really clear out this Lord. Dara still alive, the Lord has been taken, and Dara, he's not even dead. They didn't even pop his immortality. How is this possible, Terrence?
Oh no, that's the power of Xbox, right? You have the Firaga armor, you have the immortality, you have the Festival of the Blood, you have so much sustainability, and on top of that, there was a 5-man last insanity. Pretty much he's gonna take so much spell vamp out of the fight here, so there was no way Divinity Esports was gonna be able to fight that fight. On top of that, the Feather Airstrike did not connect as well, so Divinity Esports, they made a smart call. They needed to go for the dive. They know they were in trouble, and fortunately for them, they still have the red buff, but to what avail? Because right now, they can't seem to kill off Dara. They need Adamir to farm up a little bit more, and unfortunately, he's not had the greatest farm. In this case, the Lord knocking down onto Divinity Esports, this is where things are getting south, because Forsaken are going to come into the doors. If they lose a turret, if they lose 2 turrets right off the bat, that's game for Divinity Esports.
This is all or nothing. Bottom lane inhibitor, Lord pushing in. They need to try to figure out how long they can try to zone them out. With the Feather Strike committed towards creep waves, but here comes the Avatar got it. Catches 2 members. Soup tries to disengage, barely disengage out with his life. And Erimir with the meteor shower is also going to force him away. And now we see Evil C constantly on the hunt. The Grand Admiral is here with his entire fleet of Forsaken as they constantly burn and force them away. Here comes the Lord pushing towards his middle inhibitor. Bottom will fall. Mid not too long after. The top will eventually fall as well as the minions are currently hitting it as well.
Yeah, now losing 2 times the turrets here. Forsaken, they will back up a little bit more, but QO with a lot of damage being dished out in this country here. He's going to force Divinity back in the base, but this is no more breeding room for Divinity Esports. Fortunately for them, Adamir still survives, but can they farm up enough time here? Because Forsaken, they're slowly having the lead. Here comes the Feather Airstrike once again, but Forsaken, they're tanking their way through. They want to close up this game. Will they throw the match here? Because Evil C is thinking about pushing this tower here. This is going to be the final defense coming in from Divinity Esports.
They're giving all they got to really hold this line, because they know that if they were to give this game away, then it's gonna be a Forsaken will be able to tie the score here, 1-1. And we see Gorpia and the rest of the team slowly positioning themselves towards this top inhibitor as they try to siege it and eventually break it towards their favor. And that's pretty much why you see Dara split pushing towards his bottom lane, getting ready to push in, so that way they can try to force Divinity Esports to split their members. And this is going to make things a little bit easier for Forsaken members to get rid of this final inhibitor.
Yeah, with 20k lead coming in from Forsaken, 10k lead coming in from Forsaken, they are going to definitely starve up Divinity Esports, because Evil C is doing so much damage already here. He's going to try and clutch his way through. OPS going to go for the dive as well as Forsaken. They're thinking about going for the push. Gorpia trying to look for the push as well. Dara just consistently just applying the pressure, and we've seen him clutch his way through. Mountain Shaker has been expanded as well. They know where they are, and it seems to be Dara will be get dived on, but behind OPS once again, he's going to dive towards Swoop. He can't finish him off. WJ might fall, and he's going to be next. Meteor Shower is there. Adamir will fall, almost fall as well, but Hila will counter engage in this engagement here, and this time they will lose the turret here. They will re-engage his fight, but now Swoop resetting the fight here, but the crystal is exposed as Evil C will mow it down, and Forsaken takes game number 2.
Oh my god, it's such an amazing game, and also at the same time, a big breather coming from the side here of Team Forsaken, because there were many times where, even though they tried to fight those early engagement and mirror jungle invasion, it was very balanced out. The real point of the game, the moment of the point of the game where it really turned the tide towards Forsaken favor, was when that turtle hit, that engagement coming from Dara with the last insanity. He knows he is so confident that Divinity Esports is not willing to give away this first turtle, especially when it's so low. So just really unfortunate there.
Yeah, seeing how the game progressed as well, and knowing that the play styles coming in from Forsaken, right? We talked about how they need the objective. They're going to be running at them all the way through. It's all up to Swoop to make the plays, and you can see Swoop was constantly getting focus from the side of Forsaken.
Yep.
And Forsaken, they finally figure out, okay, this draft here, we're going to dive into Farsa. There's nothing much you can do. The Baxia won't be able to do much, and we saw the Baxia just trying his best to try and pull their way through. We saw glimpses and moments where the Baxia was able to bait out the full entirety force of Forsaken, but at that point here, after winning the first turtle fight, that was pretty much down south for Divinity Esports, because Adamir, overcommitted that turtle, and
Yeah.
they know they did not have spells. Yeah, it was banging on Retribution, was a hit or miss situation.
Yeah.
But because of that plays coming from Dara to
Yep.
make the play, to go in for last insanity, clutching his way through, that was literally the most important thing that they needed to do.
Yep.
Shut down Adamir, shut down the initial 50-50 they'll be trading. After we get the lead, there's no way they're going to be out farmers just because of how Baxia can do anything. Tamus, creep clear, we've talked about creep clear, not that great as well. You saw glimpses and moments where they were forced to use a Feather Airstrike to creep clear, which was not the most ideal conditions coming from Divinity Esports.
Now the thing is this, right? Like, I believe, not to say Tamus wasn't a really good pick, I say Tamus was a really great pick because they already know they're going to be contesting against the majority of these heroes here. But I think it's just more towards personal play here because we saw this Tamus, not to say he was a bad Tamus player, it's just that more like he didn't really have a confidence, which we normally see from a Tamus player. But the confidence that even though he knows it's basically a high risk and high reward, you know you're going to be jumpy, you know you're not as tanky compared to like the other picks like Gadokacha and the rest of the team here, or even like Balmons. He jumps in, he just has started hesitating whether he wants to jump in or not. He's always waiting for WQXD to initiate first, but most of the time when Forsaken has such a lead, WQXD is also trying to figure out like, I cannot simply jump in. If I jumped in, it has to be on top of this Yi Sun Shin. It cannot be anyone else. Other than that, it's literally push or shove. It's literally a push or shove kind of situation where if you jumped in, we all jumped in, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the thing about commitments, right? Like, we know they were going to commit all the way through.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about creep clears, yes, Tamus is not like... the reason why I'm not a big fan of it is not because of how he cannot do in team fights. When it comes to creep clear, when it came to the decision of the first few picks here, Baxia being picked, you can't creep clear with that. And yes, he was able to win his lane against, I think it was a Gadokacha.
Yeah.
But besides winning that lane against him, in the team fight potential, you saw how impactful OPS was in that kind of situations. Immediately Avatar's Guardian, they were so afraid, or constantly just applying pressure towards Soup. Soup had to back out all the freaking time.
Yeah.
And besides Tamus, that's the one doing the creep clear, Bruno doesn't creep clear fast. Farsa, you have to use the ultimate to creep clear, which is not the most ideal conditions. Baxia can't creep clear. Tamus, yes, you can still do a creep clear, but it's not as fast as what Jawhead is going to be doing. The Export is going to be doing. You saw Dara just constantly just applying pressure so quickly that the minions kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and it was really hard to watch Divinity Esports actually play that from the game. And ever since that mistake that which capitalized with Dara, that was really hard to come back from them. And having the Bruno being banned out, the marksman being banned out by the side of Forsaken, it was already pretty much in the drafts. 40% loss.
No, the thing
40% loss towards Divinity Esports.
No, the thing is like, I was, of course, thankfully, it definitely worked out in Forsaken favor because like, we only saw Gadokacha was able to pull off such an amazing Avatar of the Guardian was because they were in such a lead and Divinity was so far behind. When I mean by so far behind, I'm talking about like the Yi Sun Shin on Forsaken was level 15, whereas the Bruno on Anime was only level 10. It was a 5 levels difference, right? And we saw Forsaken just constantly capitalizing objective, jungles, dominance. They make sure they force them back when they had such, even the tiniest lead which was given towards the side. Forsaken, they capitalize it, they optimize it and ensure that Divinity will not be able to come back.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how in those recaps here as we further discuss on what we're actually talking about here. Once again, this could be the highlights here. Udo powered by Cellcom. As you can see, a couple of fights. This was the first turtle fight they were talking about, right? Animer, he overextended. He actually dived into the turtle. Meanwhile, they had the meteor shower and the last incentive. They were super, super greedy coming for Animer. And this was the turning point literally for Divinity Esports because Forsaken, after getting initial kill, and their whole idea was just diving onto Divinity Esports, and they knew they were able to clutch this way through. After taking this turtle without Adamir in that fight, you can see Dara was all the way up in front with the Firagama. Hila is all by himself, but where's the damage dealer? Because WJ can't do damage. Creep clear, not amazing. Soup is in the front in the turtle as well. He's taking so much damage, and Gorpyang is from the side, setting his eyes up to Farsa. So we're not having one hero aiming at Farsa. We're looking at two heroes aiming at Farsa potentially as well.
No, and the best part about inside in that fight, like Forsaken really needed to take that fight because it was the only one fight and the only one scenario where they are able to ensure that Divinity Esports would not run from their current position. They have to stay there, they have to lock themselves down, and that's pretty much why you see Gorpian was able to get a beautiful positioning all the way towards that back line. Even though Soup ended up disengagement, he still get picked off and had to cancel out the feather airstrike. Now coming back in towards this highlights, we see Dara. You see on the minimap, a majority of the members is doing Lord. Dara just had to buy time. He knows he has the utilities. He knows he has the mobility with the last insanity, and even with the immortality, he knows he can buy a little bit more time as long as possible. But this is how far Divinity Esports is really behind. Even though they dive so many mans on one, it's still not enough to get this kill. And by the way, a beautiful engagement coming from the rest of the team, because since they're so far ahead, they are willing to throw bodies, like their entire bodies, even if it's under the tower, they didn't mind. And same goes for Oops as well.
Yeah, you can see Soup was just constantly getting pressured time and time again. Even in that final fight on the bottom side here, they knew they were able to just punish them here. As long as they catch them off guard, that's pretty much a done deal here.
Yep.
Evil Sea was always being protected from side for second. Was very nice to watch here. So we are going to be tying a series here for both these teams, Divinity Esports and Forsaken. So this is going to be the item builds coming from both these teams. Pretty standard ones here, but Swoop, look at them. Like, Chaos Cannon constantly dived on. He was, instead of forcing for the usual items here, he's gone for the Clock of Destiny for a little bit of tankiness. Standard ones coming from WKXD, but except for, instead of concentrated energy, he actually went for the glowing one. So a little bit more damage here. Not the tankiest situation, but seeing how the situation was played, right? If you think about it, it's not the ideal situation. It's not the best item, but considering that they were so far behind in terms of economy, in this entire fight, they do not have the damage. So he was forced to pop his glowing one, going for the damage. And yes, they won a small fight, but it just wasn't enough.
Yes,
and
not enough.
It just wasn't enough damage here. And even with WJ going for a little bit of Thunderbelt, it's not enough damage yet. They were so starved up. They need more items. Healer opted to go for more damage items as well with the Endless Battle. Adamir only had the Berserker's Fury as well as the Endless Battle, which is not enough to actually fight whatever that Forsaken is going to be dishing out as well.
And the thing is this, like, I mean, the minute I saw this combo, I instantly saw Baxia's third item, Glowing Wand. I'm like, dude, you need to realize that despite how far behind your team, you are the sole tanker and initiate for this team. So I get it, you want to deal a little bit more damage, but this is the part where you have to bring a little bit more trust for your teammates. Now, just compare with Forsaken's Joyhead Korpiang, right? He knows his role. He knows, even though he could have built damage, he is also in the lead. He's still not willing to give away towards greed because he's so disciplined that he's like, alright, if I'm going to be the sole tanker, then I'm going to be pure tanker. Anti-Cuirass, Curse Helmet, all kinds of items, no single damage item at all. But anyway, here is the post-game strats here. So Evil Sea, the rich guy, of course, who has the most money, followed by the carry. Evil Sea with the most damage. WQXD is going to be the sandbag who tanked the most. Who was the Bucks here, by the way? You guys are curious who was WQXD playing. And the forgotten one was Dara with 6 assists on that expert.
I agree with the glowing one as well. Like, you have to draw a limit for a tank to do the damage, right? I think the limit for the magical item would have been the concentrated energy, just because it still gives you a little bit of tankiness and sustainability. But the glowing one was a little bit overkill. Like, you doing damage to try and get lifesteal, I would prefer the concentrated energy way much more. But that's the thing about this game, right? Like, it was struggling, he was struggling, and like it was just a really hard draft to play around because, like, knowing that the bans, like, if you pay attention to the bans here, okay, the first few bans was pretty much the Yuzhong, the Khalid, and the Hilda from Forsaken. Then they did not pick the marksman right off the bat from Divinity. Immediately just bans off the Roger and also the Claude. So it's just so unfortunate because they were put in a situation where they can't pick any more marksmen. What can they play? Like, it was kind of like a scenario where Red Reborn went up against Todak as well yesterday, where they actually banned him all off. What is he gonna play? And it was up to Adamir. What does he gonna play? And it seems to me the comfort pick was definitely Bruno. Didn't work out with the draft, honestly speaking. They needed damage, and they were lacking so much damage in their department because Tamo sustained, Popo Kopa is sustained, and Baxia sustained as well. And for them to drag this all out, they needed to drag the game as long as they could, if they could come back. And unfortunately, Forsaken, they definitely had the upper hand. And they were just, if they were starving them like mid-game onwards, it would be fine. But they starved after their first little bite, which just proved to be very hard for them.
Honestly, really unfortunate. I really thought that Team Divinity Esports will be taking the initiative here. But anyway, here is your MVP. It is going to be Evil C on the Yi Sun Shin with 3-0-2. By the way, 3 kills, 0 death, and 2 assists. He had a goal per minute. It was 896, and by far, I believe this was the highest damage we have seen throughout the entire game. 6,198.
Yeah, he was constantly dishing out damage alone with the multi-shaker, and he was just constantly poking from afar. So it's no surprises that he's going to be doing a lot of damage as well. It's just that objective-wise, like I said, objective-wise, Evil C was just given so much farm in the entirety of the game after that turtle fight. Like, they know the heroes, the players, the heroes coming from Forsaken was going to steamroll Divinity Esports right off the bat because of the hero picks with the jaw hit pick. And having the Farsa pickup was okay, but I didn't like the Baxia pick at all.
No, I feel in this case, when it came down to the drafting, it's just more like they knew they could have banned it out, and at the same time, they couldn't allow it to be picked on the other side here of Forsaken. They decided, like, you know what, I feel they just want to wing it, especially seeing the itemization. I feel like this Baxia pick on WQXD was just more like a, not really a priority, more like they had no choice. They just like, we can't ban it in the second phase, ban phase, because it's definitely going to be picked alongside that. How about we pick it for ourselves so we can't give it to them? But the thing is, in other words, they were winging it. They were winging it on the fact that they could play, they could bring an amazing Baxel play just to ensure this Farsa will be safe.
I think it's more like a wing it here.
Yeah,
because
wing
when
it,
it comes to Divinity Esports and also Forsaken, right? We're talking about experience. Divinity Esports, they have more experience just because they've played MPL before.
Yeah.
So and we've not seen once. We've seen countless times, even in their match against Bosco. They were playing from behind. They know how to capitalize on situations. They know what needs to be done time and time again. But despite knowing what needed to be done, they were put in a position where they had to back off, and their heroes just could not allow them to flash farm, and it's just unfortunate.
That's really unfortunate. That turtle fight was literally the prime moment for Forsaken, and they really pulled it through for that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away for too long because we still have game number 3. Although I said in the previous one, it could have been a potentially last game, but sadly it wasn't because Forsaken really bring it in for the team here.
Yeah, and as of now here, don't go anywhere here because the players are going to take a little bit short break and figure out how they're going to be bringing into us game number 3, and we'll be right back very, very soon. See you in a bit.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
The strongest ninja has arrived. Ame no Kagaki will destroy you. The ignorant are fearless. Read my word. Even stronger. All of this will make my
Shut down. Killing spree. Unstoppable. Double kill. Godlike. Northern Vale, guide me!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Wanna hook up?
Wait, what?
With Yudu. Being with Yudu is like customizing your car exactly the way you want it. Imagine doing that to your mobile plan. Anywhere, anytime. Like here. Oops. And even when you're in bed.
Wait, what?
Yes, just download the Yudu app and customize your mobile plan exactly the way you want it.
Hey, for all of you MLBB hypes out there, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Malaysia Singapore Season 6. Oh man, it's so tiring today. Like, there's so many amazing games happening for us as well. Some interesting, some surprising. I know that look. I'm just gonna say very surprising, especially for some itemization and some picks. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is the MPL, and we are currently in week 3, day number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Baxia pickup, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of
We're already
the
starting with the Baxia talks already. Let's read it.
No, it's no longer Baxia. It's toxic Baxia. Because if you think about it here, Game 1, Game 2, Baxia 0% win rate. Both teams with the Baxia not going to be able to do much. And creep clears is not that great. Yes, you can argue that rotation is fine. You know, going up for the ganks is fine. You're being disruptive is okay. But when it comes to lane control, Baxia, yeah, he was winning the lane up top. But when it came to the crucial moments of creep clear, you saw how the WQXD was... was it WQXD?
Yeah, WQXD.
Yeah, WQXD was struggling in all those fights from Divinity Esports. And we even saw... OPS struggle in the top lane from game number 1. I don't know how it's going to happen here, but dragging into game 3, hopefully they'll figure out their drafts. But ladies and gentlemen, here, this is going to be the audience prediction once again, and it's Divinity Esports still 73%. But
if I'm not mistaken, it actually improved a little bit.
Well, a little bit, I guess. But game number 2, we saw Forsaken taking a win here. Seeing how the draft went, it's kind of like a no-brainer if you don't win that game. Honestly speaking, like, it's kind of a no-brainer if you don't win with that kind of drafts.
I mean, it literally just, like I say, it literally just comes down to a certain situation. But in this case, Forsaken found an opportunity at a turtle pit. They really are willing to take for it. And Adamir just, with no retribution as well, none of them had retribution, by the way. So it was really hard for them to really secure this turtle. That's why they are willing to throw their bodies. And Forsaken pretty much knew.
At least game number 1, we saw a retribution about Adamir.
Yes, correct. No, I guess in this case, they're just prioritizing on, especially on Adamir. He was just so scared on all these catches that's going to be coming up from their team as well. So, but either way, game 3 is going to be a little bit more different here. So, Like I said, game number 1, testing water. Game number 2, counter ban, counter picks. Game number 3, dedicated picks and dedicated bans for a lot of these hero picks here.
Yeah, this is where game 3 they have to decide now what do they do, because Divinity Esports with the going to be starting off the Uranus ban again here, and I feel like they need something to do right now. Like the marksman to let off towards the last pick here, just flexing towards the Adamir pick. It's not working out. Like the Bruno pickup is like, they need something to play around that. And now Forsaken once again, standard picks here, standing bans once again. We are going back to old school here. They might rework in towards their games once again here.
Still, anyway, looks like Forsaken still going with the same bans, the same picks as usual, because they are on the red side, so they will only be, they want to ensure that Divinity Esports not going to be able to take any S tier offlane. So Yutong, Kali instantly banned out. Divinity, I believe they're going to follow up with an Atlas ban, unless just maybe they are willing to let it go, and hopefully they will be with the first pick for themselves, anticipating that Forsaken might prioritize this Hilda instead of the Atlas.
Yeah, I think the Hilda would definitely be a better pickup here, but yeah, they've respected and banned the Hilda in game number 2, right? That allowed Forsaken opportunity to kind of steamroll his way through here as well. WJ was not able to do much in game number 2. Seeing how this game, they might consider just banning off the Hilda again if they want. It's definitely a better choice coming from Forsaken. But seeing how it goes here, it seems like they are a little bit worried about the Farsa as well. They've been full focusing on the Farsa time and time again.
Yep. So, like I said, from the second game as well, they can opt to ban the Farsa here. But it's just more of what do they really fear more? Is it the Farsa or not? But in the end, they're going to ban out this Atlas. Because the Atlas, they fear the Atlas a little bit more better. But now here, Divinity Esports, they're still holding on towards this first fight, because previously for the last 2 games, they instantly, and I mean instantly, locked out this Farsa. Now they're trying to decide, even WJ, we can see on the player cam, he's trying to decide like, okay, we need to prioritize a pick here. He may not, Farsa is totally fine picking in, and just to lock it down, this is going to be WJ's Hilda.
Yeah, the Hilda is something that they will prioritize on as well. The Farsa is going to be taken pretty sure from Forsaken. And I'm pretty sure Divinity Esports, they know how to counter with the Farsa, okay?
Yes.
Like, they can play the Sicilian as well, but this Forsaken, they're going to be prioritizing on the Garo Kacha and the Yishun scene once again here. So Divinity Esports, this is their time to actually prove themselves. How do they deal with the Garo Kacha and also Evo C's Yishun scene in this regards? Because this is where they are going to be proving themselves. Can they steamroll their way through? Divinity Esports will get their Farsa again, but this time do they pick off Adamir's heroes right off the bat? Because as of them, they have to pick the Roger if they want to, but a Kagura is being hovered as well. So we might see a Kagura Roger pickup coming from Divinity Esports.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they literally swap it out with the Kagura, seriously, because they are... We're talking about mind games here, where they're going to take the Kagura. They're going to hope that Forsaken bans the Farsa in the second phase ban, or if they don't, then they'll ban it out for themselves. But in this case, it looks like they still want this Farsa, but they just, for a little bit of confirmation, they'll secure this Roger. Because even if Roger gets initiated on by this Galakacha Avatar of the Guardians, he will still be able to retaliate back.
Yeah, speaking of which as well, I think Divinity Esports, they're not too afraid of the Farsa pickup. Like, if they pick the Farsa pickup, they still have a backup plan of Sicilian. But that's the thing, Forsaken, do they have a read on Divinity Esports? Do they ban it here? Pick the Farsa, ban the Sicilian. But as of now, what are they going to be prioritizing here? They have no... Okay, offlaners wise, there's still the Tamus, there is still the... They have got Garo Gacha, okay? OPS is going to be playing the Garo Gacha up top. But bottom side, Forsaken, what is going to be Dara's pick here? Do they just flex off the export once again? Or are they going to be flexing the Farsa? But yep, they are going to be flexing the export.
Because there's pretty much no idea what else they want to go for. Because after witnessing that this time Divinity Esports not locking down the Farsa first, or even in this first phase banning, they have no idea whether are they still going to opt for this Farsa or not. Because they can pick all kinds of heroes, but if they realize there is no Farsa, then they have to deal with something that might be even more scarier against their lineups, or even more punishing. But
yeah, at least now, like Divinity Esports, they have a little bit more creep clear. Okay,
Yeah.
Balmont, not the most ideal. At least you can stay in the lane and creep clear potentially over time. So this is going to be a much very pickup from Divinity Esports. No DK strats being paid yet. Obviously, I don't think they will not pick it, obviously.
They could opt for it.
I don't think so. But Forsaken, they will ban off the mages here. Both teams have not picked the mages, so Marksman was already pretty much picked up. offlaners from Divinity Esports, they can still flex with the Hilda if they want to.
Yep.
But time and time again, they've been playing it with not Tangrel, so it's still okay, I guess. But Divinity Esports, what did they ban? What did they ban? Okay, Changa's pretty much banned off. They want to take the Sicilian, but they are a little bit afraid as well. Selena's pretty much banned off. Seeing what kind of mages is left, like Jawhead. Yeah.
Okay, so now it feels like a Farsa.
Yeah,
will be
it
coming
feels like
out.
they still want to take the
Yeah,
Farsa.
it
They still want to make it open. That's Forsaken, read this, and ban the Farsa.
Now, but the thing is this, right? Forsaken is still a little bit skeptical about this, right? So he knows that they know that, okay, the Jawhead is being banned now. There's a lot more controls even getting out of the mix. But what do they want for themselves and what do they want against it? So they can try to opt for this Farsa ban. But I feel like they want to prioritize this side laner because right now on the side of Divinity Esports, they're lacking a really dedicated initiator in this mix here. So
Well, I think from game number 1, they didn't. Okay, besides the God of Kacha, they had WJ always baiting for a team. Seems to me, even game 2, Divinity Esports has been baiting teams into team fights here. So
that's why
they
want
love
more.
baiting to his team fight. So I think that it's more like they need a counter engagement.
Their own
But
Farsa.
okay, so they banned the Farsa. Forsaken is up to actually steal the Sicilian away. Not many mages left here, but nope, yep, they will steal the Sicilian away.
It's hands down like textbook here that Sicilian is going to be picked here. Now Divinity Esports, they
Yeah,
have to pick out what they want to go
They
for.
have to pick the Camilla. They have to pick a Camilla away at least.
I think they actually might opt for the Diggy. I just don't know why. It's not like I like Diggy. It's just that I feel like it's coming.
It's risky. It's risky.
No, but the Loi is great.
Okay, Loi Cho to do with the Sicilian.
No, but it's great because like I said before.
The Valir is okay as well.
Valir is gonna be the best actually. No, like I said, they need a dedicated.
Oh, the Veil.
initiator on
No
the
way.
follow-up. Veil, they can opt for the Veil. They can. It's not that they can't. They
that
can.
is strong. That is ridiculously strong.
They can because not only is not Veil one of the few mages in this game able to punish any engagement. On top of them, God of Kacha is gonna have a really hard time once this Veil starts popping off. This is gonna be a very scary Veil game, especially with the flame shot.
We've talked about Veil time and time again, like
too many times actually,
and it's not proved his worth yet. And now into this game, this is an all-in or nothing for Divinity Esports. It seems to me today's game is all or nothing all the way through. Even for Todak as well, they all in with the Freya, and this time all in for the Veil. This is kind of risky for Divinity Esports because Forsaken, they are gonna get bursted down so hard.
I don't like
if they go out of position. And remember how I said that Divinity Esports, they love baiting teams into their territory to fight. And in this case, the perfect counter engagement is Veil.
Yeah, that's true, but like I still think that Divinity Esports definitely has an upper hand in both engagement here, both with WJ and the Cho, but also with the existence of the Helios. This just tells me that okay, here that coming from the side of Team Forsaken, they are willing, once again, like game number 2, they're willing to throw bodies into the mix, even with the existence of Veil. There's the Glorious Pathway followed by the Avatar of the Goddess. It tells me that their main engager is definitely going to be, their primary engager is going to be the Helios, but if a situation calls for it, it is going to be oops on this God of Kacha, and then they can still follow up with the Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, with a little bit more mobility as well to actually catch, which is very lacking up on Veil here, so that's going to be closing the gap and a little bit more magical damage here. I'm looking forward to see how it goes here because this is something, a breath of fresh air, honestly speaking. It's a breath of fresh air. I'm looking forward to see how they perform the Veil, but honest, this draft, I'm liking the drafts more on Forsaken.
Oh, but
I really want to root for the Veil.
I actually
it's tough.
I'm actually liking Divinity Esports a little bit better. My only concern is that because Veil is just one of those few heroes where your skills in aiming and targeting, skill shots is going to be very crucial inside this game, especially on MPL. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of MPL, here we are in game number 3, the final game between Team Forsaken against Divinity Esports on the Land of the Dawn.
Yep, seeing how the game is going to be progressing as well. 4 people up mid. Forsaken going to be contesting here. WJ right off the bat will be flickered away, so he's going to be A-okay for now. So that's going to be a huge commitment coming in from Forsaken again here. So they've put 4 people down mid. Second game and it worked out. Third game likewise coming in again, coming from Forsaken. Now Divinity Esports, they are going to push back here. Objective wise, Soup is going to be playing the Veil, so it needs to be extremely careful not to be caught out by QO.
Still holding down the line, and now the thing is this, everyone is trying to get this secure this blue buff for themselves. QO is trying to be as aggressive as much as possible. but knowing there's no follow-up for it, he's just trying to buy time.
Oh, wow.
Because Divinity Esports is currently being invaded by Forsaken as they are trying to steal the red buff. And instantly, beautiful engaged information given by the show from the bottom lane. Instantly, WQXD tries to steal this red buff to prepare to ensure there is a proper trade between both of these teams.
Yeah, this is the talk about it. The creep clear coming from Forsaken with the export, they're just abusing it right now. They're able to creep clear very quickly on the middle lane, and they give them like a 2 second ahead of objectives here coming Forsaken. And once they hit that 4, this is where things start to get out of control. And Forsaken, you know, they want to go out, they want to go ham and keep on diving here. And speaking of level 4, Evil C will get it with the Mountain Shaker.
Same goes for Adamir as well. He's going to be hitting level 4, same timing with Evil C because they both managed to get both double buffs for themselves here. And now look at this rotation. Both teams reacting at the same time because they are getting ready, and we might even possibly see a potential fight here towards this bottom lane. Hilla finds one. Beautiful kill and a beautiful reaction coming from Dara because he knows the way the dragon was actually coming in. Gorpiang instantly falls back, pops the revitalization as well. And now both teams will disengage. But in the end, Terrence, what a quick hand on Dara.
Dude, like there was a preemptively attempt coming from Hila. It's just missing the angles here. But still, like you said as well, Dara will be safe for now. However, Forsaken, they're trying to beat their asses off here as the Divinity Esports, they are leading the economy as of now. But Soup, he does not have the 4 available. He's going to be in some trouble. Mountain Shaker does count him out. We can see Gorpiang, he's thinking about going for Soup here. Would they go with here? Avatar's Guardians coming in, connects on the 2. They catch on the Adamir as well. And Adamir will be focused down and he gets bursted down. That's going to be first blood in the hands of Evo C. WQXD with the counter engagement as well. OPS will bow out. And WQXD, he wants to fight this here, but where's the damage here? Where's the follow-up? Soup is in no vicinity and it's only level 3.
This really unfortunate because that fight, Forsaken also realizing they had the numbers advantage. They are willing to force a fight and willing to commit fully on Adamir because they know there was no way Adamir will be able to escape since he has no flicker and picked up with the retribution. But Dara, on the other hand, no Frog Armor is going to be going back to this bottom lane because we see Hilla constantly split pushing, clearing minion waves, and potentially might even take this first tower away.
Yeah, very nicely done here coming from Hilla, taking that tower right off the bat. So there's going to be a little bit of more map control down bottom. However, the turtle is going to be on the top side here. Meanwhile, middle side, Swoop gets a huge combo here as Gorpan drops half HP. Will disengage from that fight. Mountain Shaker being used on the top of that as well. So Divinity Esports, they are on the clock. Because as of now, they need to make some sort of kills because slowly but surely, we know this Sicilian is going to get up those stacks and you do not want to play against KO when it's late.
Sicilian in the late game, especially past the 10-minute marker as well, is when Sicilian really shine with the amount of damage and the stacks he's going to be able to gain. At that point, literally WJ would not be able to sustain. By the way, he finds Gorpiang, re-engages. He wants to go on top of Q, but beautiful reaction coming out from Gorpiang will be able to lock down WJ for a second. But this time, every team re-engaging towards his turtle. This is the exact same fight which we saw in the last game. Dara popping out the last insanity. Knowing he has no ultimate, he has to back off. But Gorpiang drops down the glorious pathway with the mountain shotgun as well. Adamir will be able to not be able to escape from this onslaught as OPS will be able to secure a kill on the hyper carry. Not long after, Soup falls. WJ trying to run for his life, almost reached the boost, but you're not able to run away from Evil C.
Oh, what a clutch revitalize there coming from Gorpiang, tanking all of that engagement here and allowing Evil C to clutch their way through here. And now Forsaken, they're going to be closing out the game as quickly as can. Meanwhile, Divinity Esports, they've lost that fight here. They're going to try and objectify up top. WKXD is going to focus on the top tower here. Turtle will be secured from Evil C. Can he go in for the chop and steal this turtle buff away here? Evil C, he has the retribution. He's timing it. He's thinking about it. WKXD, can he go with it? No, he cannot. Unfortunately, he gets caught out. Nice flicker engagement as well. Counter engagement coming from Soon, but no follow-up available. And Divinity Esports, they will back out this fight.
It was a really hard steal as well, since he's trying to depend on a little counter against 5 heroes and a retribution on top of that as well. It's going to be a really tricky one, but if Divinity Esports, if WQXD did steal that turtle, that would be pretty, not to say game-changing, but that would be pretty epic as well, because that will put Divinity Esports balance out in terms of gold lead. But here comes Dara, gets engaged by Swoop. WJ getting ready to re-engage, and Hilla getting straight towards the backline, finds Q, but not willing to commit the weight of the dragon just yet. But he's so low, he's trying to run for his life, and now Hilla trying to use a Shrimp to escape from this incoming onslaught.
Oh, Divinity Esports, they have to make a run here. Forsaken, they want to make for the push here, but at the same time, QO surviving with 1 HP, with that little wanderer from Evil C, keeping him alive by a second. And Divinity Esports, they needed that kill, and it did not work out. So Divinity Esports, they are back to the drawing boards as they are going to be trying to figure out again here. Once again, WJ and Swoop, they will go head-to-head again here, trying to get a little bit of map dominance here. As Gorpyang going to get poked away here. Swoop has not gotten kills yet, and you need kills up on this Veil if he wants to steamroll his fight here. Hila going to be solo all by himself here. Dara a little bit out of position. Here comes the Wave Dragon. Nice flicker reaction coming from Dara. Can he finish him off in time? Yes, he will, but he will respawn back in time. But the flicker has been expended, so Dara is going to be A-okay, and Hila will force a recall back.
Just really close call. Seriously, Dara is really quick with that hand of it. Seriously, super fast with it too. And the beautiful timing with the multi-shocker as well. That's going to be able to showcase where Divinity Esports is going to be like. And that's going to be literally putting a dent to Divinity Esports' rotation plan as they were trying to decide whether they want to engage towards this mid lane. Now you can see rotating towards this top. They find Oops because now they realize like, alright, instead of engaging towards his backline, let's try to target any other player who's currently alone and pick them off one by one. Now going back towards this mid lane, Adamir finds one, commits the Sanguine Claws on top of Q. And now everyone is just trying to see if they can see whether they can find a single mistake.
No, they have to go in for the fight as well. Adamir, he has the double buff, the turtle buff dropping very low as well. Forsaken is not in position. WKXD will zone them off. And as you can see, Adamir takes the turtle, but Dara is all by himself. Evil C being stranded as well to split up the fight. But Swoop will burst down one, and Adamir will take down Evil C. Forsaken, what are you doing? They split out the fights. QO is getting zoned out as well. That's going to be another kill for Adamir, and QO is going to be the next. WJ coming in for the swipe as well, as Forsaken was split off at this fight, and they lose 4 as Divinity Esports comes back with this fight.
This was the turnaround which Divinity Esports was looking for as well. And what better way to get this revenge pickup from the same turtle pit from the last game. Seriously, like Divinity Esports like literally baited and forced Forsaken to try to steal this turtle and even commit into this fight and forcing a lot of them to be out of position and out of mind. But here comes WJ. He's still doing his usual thing, zoning out, forcing spells, trying to pick them off. Impossible if there is an opportunity. And WQXD getting ready to engage. For the side here of Su, as he was not, sadly he was not able to get a majority any kills from that engagement, but he did so much damage for one combo, and he was also able to secure a red buff for himself.
Well, he finally hit his level 8, so there's going to be damage area increase all the way through, but look at the damage from Will. What is that? Ouch!
So much damage, man. Ouch indeed. But now they also realize it, but same goes to here. Finally, Hila committing the Weighted Dragon and will be eventually able to get a pickup on Evil C. And I can tell you this, he must be feeling very happy after trying to commit on Dara, but with his fast hand flicker, he never in range. Ooh, the combo. So painful. But best part, it's still only in the early game, Terrence. It's only early game.
8 minutes in the game, Swoop is hitting this hard. What is this? Why do people underestimate Veil here? But Gorpyang will starting us with the Glorious Pathway, but the turret is down for the count, and they will back off. Forsaken, they need to respect Swoop right now because Swoop is slowly but surely hitting hard. 1-1-2 for him. He does have 3 stacks, so he's going to have a little bit of mobility here, but the Lord is going to be up for grabs. Divinity Esports, they took all the outer turrets away here. Forsaken, it's all up to them to make the play. OPS has not found a single target yet.
Definitely without Glorious Pathway as well, and the Lord out too. We're going to be seeing Divinity Esports constantly split pushing and pushing all the lanes to ensure that by the time they hit this Lord, they would not be contested so easily. But WJ in the bush, getting ready to engage and force them back. Finds Gorpyang. He has very little mana, but I believe he should have just enough to pull off one Glorious Pathway once it gets off cooldown. Here comes the Ring of Punishment, followed by the Bad Impact and Sanguine Claws. But we're talking about WJ, Hilda in the jungle. He's going to be very fast.
Yeah, he's opening the control as well. Look at him. He's trying to bait for the fight. Adamir is already set up as well. Forsaken, are they going to bite this fight? They clumped up as 4. Glorious Pathway being used as well. WJ, they back off as well. Veil popped his spell, but seems to be Forsaken. They do not want to commit. Everyone from side Divinity Esports is in this vicinity. Gorpyang getting scattered out, drops half HP, but the damage coming from Su, what is that?
It's just Veil, but then again, Gorpyang is a tanker, so he's going to be able to sustain even a couple of clashes. But the same cannot be said when he slowly gets towards this late game, because once this Swoop gets more items on this Veil, he is going to be, I guess I could say, whirlwinding all of them away for sure.
Yeah, I guess, but seeing how the damage spike here, I think it's a great pause here to figure out what is this damage from Soup? Because if you think about it here, once he hit his head, he has his talents available, and this is where he starts to shine the most. Damage area increase. Look at how much damage he was dishing out as well in that team fights, and you can see immediately, hey, Cecilian used to hit this hard. Now, without Cecilian in the pool, this is like, hey, they have Cecilian, but it does not hit as hard yet. So they have to drag this long enough for QO to actually come online. Whereas Divinity Esports, they're looking to close out this game with the Rogers. Seems to me the Lord is going to be up for grabs. You can see Divinity Esports, they're setting up a shot once again. Forsaken, they are going to go for the catch. They catch on WQXD. He will safely disengage here. The blue buff will be secured from Forsaken.
Still holding down the line. WJ trying to be as nuisance as possible. Even Mountain Shocker is going to be committed to find out where is the members of Divinity Esports before they re-engage, because Adamir currently is trying to solo this Lord, and WJ giving so much vision and information that they're coming in. They have to slowly fall back and reset. But look at WQXD. He finds Evil C, but thankfully with the Avatar of the Goddess, he's going to be saving his life, but cannot be set for the save for Q, who gets instantly picked off and sniped. But look at the top lane. While all these fights was happening, Hilda was doing so much job as a split pusher, and now forcing all the members to literally fall back. And this Lord is going to be easily taken away by Divinity Esports.
Nice pick off there coming from Divinity Esports as well. And WJ starting to hit like a truck as well on the
Hilda. Like a truck, man.
And now with the Mountain Shaker revealing the position for Divinity Esports, they don't really care here, because as of now, they know they're at an advantage. Q is taken out in the picture, and with the Lord going to be knocking down here, it's going to be up on Divinity Esports to close out this game. They have the lead, but will Forsaken make a comeback? Can they defend against this push? Because QO needs his stack. With 2 deaths so far, he's going to lose out at least about 20 to 30 stacks just because of that.
But still holding down the line. Members of Forsaken backing their backs against the wall here in their base, as Divinity Esports so ever so closer, getting ready to siege from all 3 lanes. The Lord is here, is getting ready to hit the tower. Now the members of Forsaken trying their best to hold on the line, but Q almost get popped, but with the flicker, lethal counter being dropped by WQXD will seal Q's fate. Now the Lord hitting down the throne, but sadly eventually the Lord will fall, and this middle inhibitor will still be standing, but with less than half HP. But look at top and bottom, they're not looking healthy at all, Terrence.
And the towers are going to be continuing to go down as well. Forsaken continue to defend against this here. Yeah, Verticazen completely airborne. Adamir constantly poking their way through, and the turrets will eventually fall. They lose down bottom here. Forsaken, they will lose the top as well. Middle tower as well. WKSD not afraid to tank the tower, and they are going to be cleaning out all 3 inhibitors just like that. Forsaken now, they're going to be regrouping here as QO is back online here. WQXD is not too happy about this, but at the same time, it's okay. I did my job. I got a counter. I got a slam dunk out of nowhere. Literally the alley-oop happening right there and then. And getting that kill was a crucial one for Forsaken. Denying the possibility of QO making a comeback is going to be the key components here. Whereas Forsaken, is they are having their backs against the wall. Divinity Esports is up to close the game. But as of now, they're going for the reset. WJ, once again, a little bit more map control. Likewise for WQXD up top.
Really well played coming from our dear friend Soup. Really ensuring that Q almost one-shotted Q, by the way, with his full combo, but thankfully with a follow-up from WQXD, it's going to be sealing his fate. Michael Jordan will be very pleased with that slam dunk. But now coming back towards this game, like what Terrence said, why is it so crucial to really stop Q? Not only to allow the game to really make a comeback, but because they just denied a potential creep clear. Because with Cecilion in this late game, his bad impact and Sanguine Claw's control is going to be so painful and so crucial in this defense. And with him falling down, 3 inhibitors fall.
Oh, Lightning Trunkin already up on QO here, so he's gonna need a little bit more cooldowns to work with here. So no Enchanted Talisman yet, but at the same time, does he need it though? Because as of now, they need the damage. They need the initial burst. To fight against Swoop right now, who's currently having Endurance and a Trunket, only he's hitting this hard. So imagine as he scales longer, things are gonna go crazier. So once the Holy Crystal comes up on towards Swoop, things are gonna go south for Forsaken.
Really big south, but anyway, here comes it. Here comes the minion waves. Mountain Shocker gonna be committed to see a little bit more vision, and now he's gonna see how Hilla is gonna be engaging and diving towards his backline to get his hands on any player. I think at this point, Hilla is willing to commit for any player, because they know losing one member for the side for Forsaken is gonna be pretty big. But instantly one combo, the Faraga armor instantly disappears. It will recharge back up for sure, but like, from that one engagement, that was actually pretty scary, Terrence.
Oh, Divinity Esports, they're choking them off here. And this seems to be a repeat from game 2 here, but this time Forsaken on the receiving end. As Divinity Esports, they're going to be taking tower again here, but 20 seconds on the Lord. So Divinity Esports, they want to take control of the Lord once again, or potentially go for a pickoff here. Divinity Esports, they're trying to mow them down here. You can see WQX is slowly mowing them. OPS can't seem to find the right engagement yet. And you will see, without the buff, it's going to have a rough time. They're grouping up top. Meanwhile, on the bottom side here, Cho is still fighting against Zara.
Yep, still holding on the line, and Lord is currently spawned and ready to go. And we can see Forsaken, they know they cannot take a fight inside this base. They cannot defend against this Lord. They have to take the fight to them. And instantly, finding WQS, they're going to be forcing him to use the Soul Lord. And Adamir trying to take this Lord by himself. But thankfully, with the zoning out of WJ and even Hila in that middle lane on Dara, they should be able to take this Lord freely without any resistance. But OPS, unbreakable, gets the lockdown on WJ. Even Glorious Piper is going to be committed as well. But here comes Avatar of the Guardian. He's right in the middle of it, but thankfully with Retribution, they will be able to secure the Lord for themselves. Now Oops will fall. The rest of the members not long after, but thankfully Evil C will be able to pick up a nice kill on Hilla before he leaves the base.
Oh, they want to go for the finish. As you can see, Gorpan is going to go down as well. It's going to be a mega kill coming in from Adamir here. They're going to clean house. Swoop will catch onto Dara as well. QO will fall towards a very, very questionable HP, but the Lord is going to be pushing from the middle lane. And you can see Divinity Esports, they're setting up right now. They're setting up, and can they defend against this?
Swoop, and he eventually falls to the mountain. Shocker, what a beautiful setup. But will they be able to hold long enough? Because Adamir is still alive. Oops is coming on in exactly 9 seconds. He has the Avatar on the Guardian. He has to buy a little more time for the team because Gorbian is also not too far behind. Dara, he has immortality. He's going to go for Evil C with the bad impact. Clearing out these waves will be no issue. And also at the same time, Divinity Esports realizing that the rest of the members of Forsaken has finally respawned. They decided to fall back and not risk throwing the game.
Oh my goodness, Forsaken, they somehow defend against this here. That pickoff on the Swoop was what opened things out for them as well. So that was an important pickoff coming from Forsaken. And because of that, Divinity Esports, they are going to be disengaging from this fight. But as the game progresses here, Adamir is going to fall off in terms of the scaling, but at the same time, the Lord is going to hit hard, so they need those kind of potential pickoffs. But look at this, Immortality being picked up by Gorpyang as well. So Divinity Esports is going to be needing to out-tank the initial burst coming from Swoop. And Swoop needs to follow up time and time again. In this case, you can see Swoop, he's opting to go for the Divine Glaives instead. So there's going to be a one-shot combo coming from Divinity Esports. So Forsaken, they're trying to bait this out. Can they out-sustain this? As Divinity Esports, WQXD, slowly but surely, they're trying to go for pick-off. Swoop, getting out of position here. Dara forcing all the way back here, but Hila is out of position. Here goes over the way of Dragon as well. Dara will lose the Verga armor, but meanwhile, Adamir keeping them all in the back lines as well as Swoop tries to go for the follow-up, only catching one, and Forsaken will safely disengage his fight.
Majority of the spells was used inside this game, but anyway, look at it. Sanguine Claws holding down the line. Both teams are not willing to throw this game just yet when it's just so close towards its finish. Divinity Esports, they can taste this victory, but Forsaken is there in their way. And knowing the fact that they cannot get a hold of UC or Q, they must take every step lightly here and cannot commit a single failing here.
Holy Crystal already up on QO, so this is going to be the moment for Forsaken to come back. QO is going to hit like a truck.
He has always been hitting like a truck.
They have to end this game as quickly as they can. WJ has only got 4 stacks. Unfortunate for Hilla, but they need to find the right pickoff. And Forsaken, they're not giving an inch. They are trying to drag this as long as they can. And Divinity Esports, they can't seem to close out this game. WQXD is trying to make the play with the Baumon here, but so far, Forsaken, they're not biting at all. And Adamir, once again, full control of both buffs.
It's so hard for either team to take this bite on this bait at all because there's none of these teams willing to throw because they know once a single person falls here, then there goes pretty much all the team fights. But anyway, Divinity Esports waiting for this Lord. 50 seconds on the clock as well. Hila is not willing to take a risky play as the show with the way of the Dragon because he knows that on the side of Forsaken, they are stacked. They are fully, not to say fully equipped, but they are equipped enough to burst him down instantly the minute he overextends. So that's pretty much why we do not see Cho committing any amount of amazing plays. But here comes WQS. They're going to be trying to contest against Dar Decito in hopes to force Divinity Esports members out of their base and into Hila's clutches, but they will not take this bait.
Yep, seems to be 10 seconds on the clock. This could be the third lot coming from Divinity Esports here. Forsaken, they want to contest it. This is going to be a really hard lot to kill. So this is where you can even see the blue buffs and the red buffs are slowly taking a long time to actually clear as well. So WKSD, is he going to take the red buff here? Yes, he will. So it seems to me they're going to be trying to abuse the buffs with the percentage here coming from Divinity Esports to try and capitalize on this here. Healer trying to make the plays here. He's waiting for right one as well. Wave of Dragon is there, but he's all by himself. And he's going to flicker his way through. But Dara will part the insanity here, so that's going to be his death here. However, the Lord has started off as well. OPS going for a dive, and Adamir sidesteps his way through, and he's going to try and focus him down. But here comes the move, small swoop, not going to be enough. OPS still surviving this. Meanwhile, Evil C from the sidelines trying to pick off against Swoop. He has to catch up as well, but Evil C will get killed from Swoop. Oh my god, what a bait, what a setup as well. And now Adamir will also fall. Two of the hard carries are down, but WQXD still surviving the fight. Divinity Esports, they're going to finish off Dara. He does not have last Insanity, but the minions are pushing towards the throne of Forsaken. And WKXD, they don't care about the Lord no more. They want to end this game. Dara is still outside. Insanity is being popped. He will bow out, and eventually he's only up to WG pushing against this. They're tanking around the crystal, and Divinity Esports, they want to close the cave. But the minions, Gorpiang, he's only last man standing. Can he defend against this?
No, he can't.
Don't think so. No, he can't. Oh,
Wait, no, he can. He's still doing it. He will hold the line, but Sally with the lethal counter. That will pop his immortality, but eventually he will fall. The minions are here. They hit the crystal, and Divinity Esports will seal this game 2-1. Singapore, ladies and gentlemen, we now know where Divinity Esports will stand against Forsaken.
Oh, that was a close call, but still,
Very close.
Soup single-handedly
Yes.
baited Evil C in that 1v1 fight. Destroyed him.
Dude,
my goodness.
Dude, he literally swooped him up his feet and just blow him away. There goes Evil C. But really unfortunate. But at the same time, Forsaken's members, really great positioning. They know, like, fine, if Evil C is going to die, we at least need to kill Adamir and then follow up with Soup. But sadly, after they picked up Adamir, they could not withstand the damage of what Soup is really bringing into the fight here. They started disengagement, and when they disengaged, Divinity Esports told themselves, punish them for it, pick them off, because their priority is to go back to base and defend that minion wave that is currently pushing from that bot lane.
Yeah, that was really, really nice here because as of now, we are going to be watching the replays on how it went down here because the Veil pickup did not do much, but the moment he hit his level 8s, this is where he had damage increase available. You saw how Soup was just destroying people. Like, everyone was like, wait, what is this damage coming from? Where it did come from? And we're going to be jumping into the recap very shortly as we're going to see the timings and decision being made by both Divinity Esports and also Forsaken, because Divinity Esports, they win the early engagement, they had the punish, they had a couple of nice clutches as well, but it was more like a neck-and-neck trade-off all the way in.
Yes.
But ever since when Swoop hits the level 8, this is where he started to do a lot of damage.
Yes.
And this is where you can see everyone from Forsaken just backed off.
Yeah. No, the thing is this, right? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlight currently brought to you by Udo, powered by Salcom. By the way, here is one of the few early engagement inside the game here, which literally was in the favor for Forsaken, and thankfully as well with the Balmos passive, even though he got the kill and he was almost died, but because he got the kill, he instantly not to say regen, but instantly get health back and was able to sustain a little bit more inside this fight here.
Yeah, and this was the fight, right? Like, engagement-wise, it was a really risky play, but Forsaken, they had a small glimpse of win. They had the setup, they had the perfect catch from OPS, but what was really tough for them was that this fight was a turning point for Forsaken, because Divinity Esports, somehow they got in this fight, they split off the forces from Forsaken. We see WJ was cutting out the backlines, and out of nowhere, Evil C and Dara was out of position, overcommitting that fight against Healer and forced them to just throw away the entire lead here. And that was the initial engagement that Divinity Esports needed. And because of that, they were able to steamroll their way into this fight here, who later on, which was pretty much really tough for Forsaken to actually make a comeback as well, because at this point, they were constantly getting pushed back. They had to make a YOLO play to go in for the Lord, but it was just not enough. And you can see Forsaken was constantly at time was just pushed back against the wall. They know that KO needs a stack, and Divinity Esports was just constantly just applying pressure, trying to go for the pickoffs, and they were having a rough time trying to close out this game because Dara was constantly just clearing the creep waves time and time again.
Yep, and also finally in this Lord pick as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, literally spot out where was the positioning between both Su and EVC and the rest of the team, right? So we see Adamir getting gunned on by Gorpiang and Oops, right? Which is definitely correct as well. You really want to ensure that Adamir doesn't really have great position and have any time to pick off. And whereas on the other time here, Swoop here, he finds EVC, he knows exactly where he's coming from. He has his hero spell as well, so he's definitely very confident to go toe-to-toe with EVC and has the damage to really step up for it as well.
Yeah, and by this time, right, 20 minutes game, we usually know that the marksman is gonna hit hard against the mage. And
very
you
hard.
see Swoop, he's gonna die. He's gonna take a lot of damage from Evil C, but immediately he pops the sprint very soon here, and he knows Evil C is coming for him. He's exposed himself.
Correct.
But as soon as he has the sprint, he set up for the bait. He threw a spell up towards the top side as well. Instead of going for that, OPS was pretty much out of position. But Evil C was deciding. He was like, "Hey, Adamir is the more important target," instead of going for Swoop.
Correct.
And Swoop was just backing it off. And you know what? Wait, he's not focusing on me, so he's gonna focus on Adamir. Let's capitalize that situation and take him down.
I mean, that's pretty much what you can say is great usage of the bushes, right? He goes in the bush, just make him have a red idea like, okay, I do not want to engage this Veil who's in this bush because I might get gunned. Let's quickly switch my target to animate, quite quickly pop him off. But what happened was Veil, he didn't go too deep into the bush. He was just at the very edge getting ready to re-engage. And when he noticed that this Yi Sun Shin or Evil C didn't really follow up with it and he was in range, it was a very easy poke and burst down for Swoop here on this Veil. By the way, itemization wise, both teams not very much to say, but in the only difference, by the way, which we can definitely point out, was that Oops on his Gadokasha didn't go for concentrated energy. He was going for pure tank. His main goal is just to really zone out and peel as much as possible here.
Yeah, and on top of that was well, Swoop, despite having the sprint, he had the Winter Trunker as a backup as well, which helped them out to actually do a little bit more damage. But yeah, Swoop, this is insane. Like, I'm a little bit curious to see what was the damage here, but as of now, we can see the medals. He's definitely the MVP, and I definitely agree. He was setting up a lot of tempo as well for some of these fights. And Forsaken, like, unfortunately to say, like, despite having a Gadokacha, despite having a Succeedon here, the high loss pickup was, the intention here was to re-engage and chase people, right? And they just could not follow up with the damage here because Succeedon just doesn't hit as hard in the early phase of the game. And they were forced into a position where I need to play from behind. I need to play from behind. And during the drafting stage as well, we all thought that Divinity Esports is gonna pick the Forza.
No, that's pretty much why we were like saying that before this drafting game number 3, we were saying like which team is needed to take this initiative here, right? So we saw Forsaken who tried to do the initiative because they had more men compared to Divinity Esports when they were fighting towards that in front of that top turtle pit, right? But after that, when they got a little bit too relaxed, they let down their guard a little bit, and we saw Divinity Esports started pulling the aggression, started looking for fights, started looking for rotation and gangs, and that's pretty much where Swoop, he just like he's living up to his name, he swoops in only at the very last minute just to get those kills. He's not the main damage dealer. He's dedicating all this damage to the rest of the team where he just comes in and clean things up. He knows his skills. That's pretty much why we don't see Veil compared to as much like Valir, because Valir and Veil, they're like, one has a lower cooldown, one can be more harassing compared to Veil, because Veil, he has his dependent on combos. He cannot just throw one skill at a time. It has to be a combo, and then he has to wait quite a while before it pops back up again.
Yeah, when it came to that kind of situation when it comes to the damage dealing as well, but you can see that Swoop was ideally just going for the one-hit combo. Like, Gadokacha works in a similar way where the outer guy's gonna kind of controls like a limited around area, but the same amount of range is to be said coming from Valir as well. So Divinity Esports, they had the idea in mind and it actually paid off for their win here. But look at the damage done here coming from Divinity Esports. Look at this, like Swoop, 116,000 damage coming from him. Like, oh my goodness, he's hardcore damage all the way through, man.
I told you, man, like, he just only early game is just him getting all these kills as much as possible for himself. That way only late game he can start peeling for this team, because exactly what we saw in the early mid game, he only came in to just literally kill steal. Kill donation for himself here, and then after in the late game, he literally could pop off anyone. A very clear example was first, it was Q. It started with Q, when Q almost got one shot and then instantly followed up with the WQXD with a little counter. And finally, at the final Lord Pit fight, where he one-shot combo on this Yi Sun Shin on Evil C.
Yeah, that was just a really unfortunate here, because like that in that split-second decision where Evo X was focusing on Adamir, hey, that's the marksman, let's kill him off. He was, oh, okay. And that slight moment is like, oh, he's not focusing on me. Okay, let's try and pick him off.
Correct.
And that was a great decision making from Soup here. He was actually, he thought he was baiting him, but at the same time, oh, Evil C actually forgot about me and
Correct.
he started focusing on Adamir. And that was like a split-second decision where it was a disruption. It was like a confusion into
Yes.
the war fight, right? Like Evo X forgotten, like, oh, that's him. Let's focus on the marksman. Boom, yes. Regardless, Adamir was going to die anyways. So he actually both died at the same time. So it was a great trade-off between Divinity Esports between both the damage dealers. But ever since Yishun Xin died, the damage dealer you can see, damage dealt from Forsaken was none other from Evo X. That was the hard main damage. And Sicilian, sadly to say, QO is not doing enough damage here because you need to drag this game as late as possible. And every time he tries to do that, Swoop is right there. It's like, I'm just making sure Sicilian, you're not getting his stacks all the way.
No, it's literally very hard to tell who's going to be able to take our skill off. But anyway, here is your MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Soup from Divinity Esports. And he has the stats to back up that title as well. Seriously, 3-2-6 here, 3 kills, and I'm telling you this for sure. All these assists, there was many times, like I said, he was trying to get all these early games kills for himself, but sadly, Vale in the early game is not very strong. We both already can figure things out, and finally after hitting level 8, and then when the game started dragging towards this late game, which is also working in Vale's favor because they really wanted to ensure this Sicilian skills. But as we all have this, there's this term where if you're farming, we're going to be farming at the same time too. So this also allows Swoop and the rest of the team to really skill. And then once they got and someone with a fast, with such a great tempo, which they had in this early game, they kept stomping and stomping until the point where Swoop is just like, guys, don't worry. I'm totally ready to blow their house away. Seriously.
Yeah, and they definitely did here because Divinity Esports and the audience predictions was kind of spot on this time as well, but it was too close to be called comfort here because Forsaken, they proved themselves to be a worthy foe to begin with. Divinity Esports, they've got 2 wins so far, one with Bosco and now with the second one against Forsaken here. So they are in a pretty comfortable spot in the standings here. So credits to Swoop here in the interview as well previously over the weeks here. They did mention our best player is Swoop. He's finally proven himself to be a worthy foe to worry about.
Yeah, definitely for sure. He is definitely a worthy foe here. But there is, of course, a lot of factors and what really transcends to ensure this game is going to be really great. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be passing up to the man of MLBB, Igato, who's going to be handling the interview with possibly WJ with Divinity Esports. Take it away, Igato.
All right, hello. How are you today?
Hi, yeah, I'm doing good.
All right, can you hear? All right. Okay.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so I just want to ask you from the start of the seasons, you guys fight against Red Ribbon and you guys lose 2-0 and then wins against Bosco 2-0 but lose against Geek Fam 2-0. So today you guys managed to secure a 2-1 win. So how that make you guys feel?
It makes you like it's the needed motivation we need. Because like we have been always saying, we've been only training like once a week. So we're able to come so far is actually very happy.
I see. All right. My second question will be, on the third game, you guys pick Vale. Why Vale? Why not Kagura? Why not other mage hero like Valir or Loi? Why Vale on that game?
Why Vale? Why Vale? Because we got Soup. Soup can play anything. Yeah, so Vale is the best lah.
I see. So like he has played Vale a lot and you guys put a trust on him that, dude, you just need to burst them up. Is it something like that?
No, he played Vale a few games only.
Oh wow, few games only. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, my next question will be, where do you see your team when the season ends? Currently, you guys are basically in the middle of the pack. So, do you guys can win versus the giant of Singapore like EVOS or Evo Resurgence?
It's hard to say lah. We definitely try our best. Because we want to be... Definitely our ultimate goal is to place in the top 3. We'll definitely do our best. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So my last question to you: do you have anything to say to your fans, to your family, to your parents, or maybe to your partner, maybe to play pro a bit lah, or something like that?
Yeah, but definitely we would like to thank our fans, for supporting us. Because we are definitely a new team, and to be able to receive such support today is really heartwarming. So thank you guys for supporting me.
I see. Do you guys have like a Facebook page?
We do have a Facebook page. Yeah.
I see. Okay, so
Esports, right?
yeah, so remember guys, remember to go to Divinity Esports, go to their page and remember to leave a like. Alright, okay, thank you so much for the interview. We wish you guys all the best dan kembali kepada bahasa Melayu. Ketawa di situ Terence. Dan dan seperti biasa, kita akan serahkan semula kepada Terence dan juga Leonard bersama Lafel dan juga Karakuri.
Thank you so much, Ikato, for such an amazing interview. But yeah, dude, Swoop, you heard it here, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Swoop only plays Veil a couple of games. Best hero, someone. Best hero. He said best hero. How many games have you played? A couple of games.
But that's the thing, that's the mastery of playing a mage, right? Like when it comes to understanding heroes at fools, right?
Yes.
Like, when it comes to Veil's playstyle is very similar to Aurora, very similar to Cecilion. So seeing how he's performed in Cecilion, so it's not that hard for him to figure out the mechanics for Veil.
True.
But you saw the potential of what Veil is going to bring to the table. And
of course.
we did see a glimpse of a couple of bans coming in the early stage as well, where remember Todak actually banned the Veil against Geek Fam. So we wouldn't be surprised to see more Veil coming to the weeks as well.
Right.
So there's going to be more variety of heroes pools coming out throughout the weeks here. But as of now, the current standings here, you can see Divinity Esports solidify their space on 6th place here, -1 so far, and Forsaken will drop down towards 7th again, but still -3 for them.
I mean, technically, they didn't change position at all.
Okay.
They were still 6 and 7. There was no change anything at all, not surprisingly. I normally would be laughing, but I didn't want to laugh. But now I'm going to be laughing anyway. No changes at all because both of them were in the middle top thing. Maybe we might have seen a change if Forsaken had beaten Divinity Esports. But for now, this is their current spot, and same goes with the rest of the team here for week 3, day number 2. We still have one more day before the end of this week, and that's going to be tomorrow, and we have a lot of games happening as well. And we're going to be telling you that about the schedule for tomorrow later on. By the way, Terrence, anything else you wanted to point out in this standings here for everyone?
Well, I'm looking forward to see what matches are going to be played tomorrow here, because as of now, the tops are getting solidified here. And it's going to be a contest between the 3rd and the 4th place potentially here. Red Reborn is still leading the pack. Same goes for Todak. Perfect prime position to secure the top 4 position, because eventually you want to be in a position where you want to be in the upper brackets for that additional tournament life when you're going in towards the playoffs here. So for them to actually solidify, it's going to be there. Whereas the bottom side here, Divinity Esports and Forsaken, they need to somehow make it towards the top 8. Because top 8 is pretty much the borderline for the playoffs. Whereas Team SMG and Bosco, ooh, this is quite tough for the both of them here. They are on their final few weeks to come, and they need to make a couple plays here. And if they don't start winning games, that's it for them.
And you guys, you must also understand as well, this is already halfway through the regular season, so there's only 3 weeks left. So any teams that really want to make it towards the actual season, the playoffs itself, you have to be in that top 8. Of course, solidifying yourself in the top spot always feels better, you know, like, hey, you know, I came on top back in regular season, right? But for some of the team, I get it, for especially Divinity and Forsaken, all these teams that's really relaxed and chill, they just want to be like, okay, if we can get into playoffs, we just want to make sure we get top 8. Top 8, that's pretty much the main goal here. And I believe it's going to be the same for Team SMG and Team Bosco, who really want to ensure they are one of those 8 teams that enter that playoffs for sure.
Yeah, seeing how the game is progressing, I think like we are going to be seeing a lot more varieties of heroes coming out throughout the weeks here. This week itself, we saw Diggy being picked up as well. We saw Veil. We saw the Freya as well. So we are going to be seeing more variety here. But ladies and gentlemen here, for tomorrow's game number 3, this is not going to be an easy one for some of these teams here, because starting off the match, we are going to be having Bosco going up against Geek Fam, and then right after that, we're going to be seeing Divinity Esports going up against Resurgence. So no break for Divinity Esports and Forsaken as well, because later on, they are going to be fighting against Forsaken against EVOS. So Forsaken going up against EVOS right off the bat. So we are seeing the Singapore Titans going up against the underdog. So will Divinity Esports and Forsaken solidify their middle of the pack slot? That's going to be a tough one. Meanwhile, Bosco, they have to fight their way up, because this is not a team you want to be, you know, messing around with.
You know-
Geek Fam has been experimenting their drafts and they proved themselves the DK meta works against Todak.
Yeah, dude, and the funny thing about it as well is like there is so many walls that Team Bosco has to break through and climb over just to get to that top 8. I'm not even kidding, because although from the standings, it seems like they just have to get over SMG and one of the teams from the top 8, but they are contesting with top tier teams inside this matchup. Same goes for Divinity, Forsaken, and Team SMG. A lot of teams who not only has great achievements and being champions in the previous MPL seasons, but they are gotten better, rosters are stronger, lineups are even getting more scarier and getting out of hand. For example, will be the Diggy, which in my opinion, and the majority of the casters in Ikoto will agree with me, that it needs to be nerfed in some way possible. Seriously, it is breaking the game.
Well, strategy is strategy. You know,
true.
breaking, disgusting, dirty. We know Resurgence is going to be playing tomorrow.
It's still a strategy.
It is still a strategy, you know. So, ladies and gentlemen here, thank you guys for watching here. This is pretty much MPL-MYSG Season 6, brought to you and sponsored by Udo and powered by Cellcom. And of course, once again, we'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. And that's it from us. My name is ICBaby12 and he's YOLO Lee.